industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena, but it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before, but it's brand new, 2023 for us. It's not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically, every concept that's in this NCMP course, I have taken from, with their permission and with their discussion in class, but basically I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that to me is the best knowledge to share. Is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it. And we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun. And the people that come through this class, talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high, as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allows some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be it is a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void. And I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all here to an interview that we're going to be doing tonight. And my guest speaker is somebody that most of you all know. It's Mo Zulawaga. He's one of our senior trainers, good friend of mine, and we have him here in the room. I will let him do a little bit of an intro of his own background because it's too diverse for me to try to explain. So Mo, a little bit about yourself before we get started.
Well, first of all, thank you. Well, for those of you that don't know me, I've been in the restoration industry now for a good bit over 20 years. And before that, I was an engineer for General Electric, for that in the military. And keep going back, I guess, been all over the country and spent some time outside of the country as well, working in Central America, lived in the Caribbean. And as you can tell by my name, my parents are from South America, from Colombia. So I've had a chance to be kind of all over the place and work all over the place. And now I'm happy to be here in Florida and call myself a Florida boy. And I plan on staying here. And I don't think anybody can get me out. So, and happy to be here with Normie as well. So life has brought me here, and I'm in a happy place.
Well, since you're so happy, let's talk about some serious stuff, because we get a lot of questions during and after our CMA CMR class, which is one of the ones that where you specialize in teaching, and actually you do it in English and in Spanish, depending on the class that we're running. But I know that we're always getting these questions about technology. And what does somebody need to start, and what kind of equipment should I buy, and is there differences in moisture meters and air pumps, and on and on and on. I think the moisture meter side of it is something that we get the most questions about for people in both the remediation and the assessor side because of the type of work that they do. So I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you want to talk a little bit about moisture meters and some of the differences between them and what you do with them.
Sure. Actually, that's a great question, Lance. One of the interesting things about the class is we talk about in several sections of the class. We talk about one of the most important decisions that we need to make as remediators is we need to make a decision as to what equipment we're going to purchase, what we're going to use. And I always push hard on the concept that you need to make the decisions based on the application and exactly what the specifications of the equipment are, because for an equipment or technology to function properly, the most important thing is that the operator must know how it works. It must understand its capabilities, and most importantly, its limitations. And a lot of the times we kind of just go right into using the equipment, and because somebody shows us how to use it, and we might use a small bit of the capabilities, but one of the things that is rarely taught from person to person is really what the limitations are. So I tend to talk about quite a bit about that in class. When we get into the whole moisture mapping section of the class, and I do explain a little bit about how moisture meters work and how they don't work and the things that you need to know. And that's one of the questions that I get repeatedly thrown at me time after time after class, where somebody will call me, listen, I know that you spoke about this in class, and it is it's a little complicated for me to just grasp in the 5 minutes that you were able to talk about it. Could you give me a little bit more? As a matter of fact, I've pulled I do have a file here that I can pull up with some pictures of moisture meters, and I'm going to open up here while I talk to you over the next minute, which has some pictures that I've done just to have this sort of conversation with some of the students. So as I pull this up, one of the things I am going to say is that when we go through the process of selecting equipment, it is incredibly important to know what exactly is it that we're trying to accomplish. What is the end goal of what we're going to do with that equipment? So in moisture meters, that is, we're going to measure moisture somehow, or at least that's the concept. And one of the things that the first question we to ask is, where are we going to measure it? You know, what kind of material are we going to measure? How accurate do we need to be? How thick is that material? Those are all things that we need to take into consideration, because not all meters are made the same.
And with that, there was a discussion that I was involved with recently where somebody was talking about moisture meters, and they all have different scales. And that was confusing to say, well, it's this percentage. Well, that's a different way of grading on this device compared to another device. So I don't know if you're, prepared to talk about that, but if you get a chance as you go through them, I want to toss some of that in.
Absolutely, will do. All right, so I have this little file open. It's a Word document that I have with the images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share it, if that's okay.
Sure.
So I can show some of these pictures and try to get the concepts across a little bit better. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, toss this over to the center screen. All right, so can you see the moisture meters right now, Lance?
Absolutely, you're good.
All right, wonderful. So here's some. I'm going to start here with non-penetrating meters, which actually goes right into questions you just asked, Lance, which is scales. So not all non-penetrating meters are made the same. Not all meters are made the same. And when it comes to these sort of meters, the first thing you do need to understand is that scale. What are those scales telling you? So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this particular meter right here. This is a Tramex ME5. I use this meter quite often during assessments. It is one of my favorite non-penetrating meters. I mean, I have numerous ones, as you'll see and understand why by the end of this. But one of the things that you can see right here on this meter is right up at the very top, you'll see it says wood percentage moisture content. And then at the bottom, it says comparative. And wood moisture content is a scale that's right up here at the top, and it goes from 5 all the way to 30, while the comparative goes all the way to 100. So let's talk just in this meter alone. There are two completely different scales. So the top scale where we have the wood, it'll actually tell you the percentage moisture content of the wood, and there are, if you look at the manual, depending on the wood, you'd actually have to use some variances if it's a hardwood versus a softwood, and they'll actually go by names. Like if it's a fir or it's an oak or something like that, there'll be some percentages that you would need to adjust that reading. But in general terms, this is a wood moisture content scale. Down here, it's a complete relative term. So what does that mean? What does relative mean? It means that for it to have any meaning whatsoever, it needs to be attached to some other value. And so what we learned in class is that before we can go take any readings where we believe the area to be wet, we need to go to a dry section of the home and take up a reading of the same material. So if it's wood, it's going to be of the same type of wood. If it's drywall, it'll be drywall, flooring, etc. So we can get what's called a baseline or a dry standard, and then that's what we're going to use to compare. That's the relative number we're going to use. So on those different scales that you were mentioning, for example, this meter right here, as you guys can see, goes up to 100. If I was using, for example, a Delmhorst Navigator, the new one, it has a scale up to 300. So as you can see, 300 is not a percentage. 300 is just a number, and that's because the sensitivity of that particular scale, you need a wider range to be able to get the numbers that you want. It's a different system that it uses. And so the most important thing is that you understand as a user which is the best, which is the form that the way that your meter works, right? What are the scales in your meter? What do they mean, and what do they represent, and how do you properly read them? How do you work with your meter during different materials? As you can see in this particular meter, you have different materials, wood and timber. Do you have one that's a shallow depth? And that's because sometimes you have layered materials and you want to just grab the top layer, or you want to stay away from a metallic background, because that's one of the things we'll be talking about, some of the limitations of these meters. And a metallic background might cause a limitation. Drywall, plaster, masonry. So this particular meter definitely has different scales. The important thing to understand is, except for the wood meter, those are all relative scales. Okay, those are all something you have to compare to. As you can see, this meter will tell you over here just how deep it goes, and you'll see in the wood that it does show percentage moisture content. And that's what I would say. This is a great example of saying we need to grab the most simple tools that we have, which are wonderful technology, because a lot of the times we don't see these simple tools as technology because they've been around for a while, and we need to understand those.
You know, one of the things that you just mentioned real quick was the manual. And so many people that I talk to don't even know there is a manual. Sometimes you have to go online to get it or download it. And that's one of the most important things you could have for these types of tools. You really need to understand it. I've gotten calls from numerous people that were either en route to a job or on a job site that have called me and said, how do I do this? How do I use this machine to do this? You got to know this stuff before you go out. I mean, use it in your own home, you know, learn it, use the manual.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Habits that we now have in the industry or the people that have gotten used to understanding these concepts is the having these manuals right on your phone, right? So we have them on cloud storage. So anytime, and I actually reference manuals all the time when I'm in the field, and there's a particular function of the meter that I might not have used in a long time, and I might know, but I might want to refresh her just to make sure that I don't miss anything, because as you'll see, there are definitely different types of meters, but having those manuals available to you at a moment's notice is incredibly important, and it's a good practice that everybody should actually take on in their business and their daily use. So I want to show you. So this is meter number one. Let me show you something else. So here's some of the things that I discuss with students when they call me with these questions. And one is that comparative range, as you mentioned. And that comparative range can change from meter to meters. So we need to understand it. Understanding how far those ranges go, right? So as you can see, the wood moisture content go up to 40%, and this particular meter up here went up to 30. You need to understand those because questions can come up. If you think about it, if somebody's looking and somebody's analyzing a project that you're doing, and they're used to seeing one particular type of meter where their scale is considerably higher. So for example, on a non-penetrating meter, you can have wet be pretty high, pretty 68, 98. Other meters might be lower. So if they're used to seeing their meter and they think that your number is too low and that does not mean that it's wet, then you need to be able to explain that and say, well, my meter works in this form, and here's the scale that it works, and here's what the numbers mean. And if you don't do that, if you don't understand that, it might be a difficult conversation to have with somebody else that also doesn't understand your meter because they've never used it before. As you can see, the same company can have another completely different meter. This is also by Tramix. This one is really designed for concrete. And this one will have concrete moisture content, okay, and also for drywall. So this is a very specific meter, and these meters are excellent meters to use for very specific times and different projects. So if you really want to know what's going on with certain type of materials, you might need a very specific meter to do that. Just so, like I said, having a set of meters to be able to tackle different problems that come on is very important. Just like you can see for concrete as well, I might actually want to know the actual concrete slab, how much the relative humidity is in it, how much moisture content is in it. I might need to tap into it and use a different type of meter with a different type of plug that allows me to be able to determine this. Because, for example, once we remove floors in some of these projects, before we can reinstall the floors, we need to make sure that we've actually correctly dried that concrete slab, because if we don't, then we're going to have issues with the new flooring when it's installed. So once again, understanding our meters, our limitations, our capabilities is important. And I think limitations is one of those things that we definitely need to focus with each one of our meters.
Hey Mo, you mentioned a bunch of different types of meters, and I know over the years I've used combo meters. What I mean by that is a meter that will also do relative humidity, temperature, moisture on surface as a pinned or pinless. How do you feel about those? I've gotten mixed, opinions from people over the years.
Well, I have a picture of one of those here. I'll jump a couple of pictures just to show you. Whoop, here we go. So this one is by Protimeter. Everybody pronounces that a little bit different. That's how I pronounce it. So if I pronounce it differently, forgive me. So Petimeter is a multi-use meter. So it does have a thermal hygrometer. It has a pin moisture meter. It has a non-penetrating moisture meter included as well. And it's a really good meter. It really is. There are some drawbacks. There are some drawbacks to having a multi-use meter. One of them is obviously your meter is done and you've now lost all your meters. That's one. In the past, some of these meters that had all the functions did not have, each function wasn't top notch. You'd have two of the functions that were top notch and the third one was okay. And I'm a big believer in having really good meters for certain type of projects for each one of those functions, whether it be a hygrometer. So you need to understand what application you're doing. But obviously times change, technology improves. Some of these meters are really good. This particular meter is really good. The kit comes with all kinds of accessories to measure different things, to be able to tap into wood, to be able to go past these little pins over here to go past the drywall and be able to measure and see if insulation is wet. You have multiple meters that do this, like that Delmhorst Navigator that I mentioned also is a good combo meter. My biggest drawback with combo meters for personally is that, a lot of the times they have a lot more functions that I need on my projects. Number one, and number two is if I lose that meter, I've now lost all my meters, and it's not something that I really want to face on a project.
Well, that was one of the things that I had seen over the years that you had just mentioned about the sensitivity of the meters, that you give up some sensitivity when you have all these different devices combined together. It's really good with one or two things, but a few of the other ones aren't as good. And of course, the other thing is if something happens, you drop the meter, you break it, you've lost everything,
Absolutely. And the other one is they are pricey. They are pricey to have a combo meter. They're less pricey than buying really good meters of each one, mind you, but nonetheless, as to have one meter that can go bad or get dropped or now you're talking anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 for top end meters, in the hands of a technician can be a problem. It's if it's your personal hands and you're very good with your equipment, you take care of it like I do, they'll probably last you for a lifetime. But we know that as it goes from hand to hand, that level of care might change. So that also comes into play. How rugged are your meters? And that's one of the things that I look for. I like rugged equipment. I like equipment that I can take on a construction job, and it's going to make it to the end of the day. So that's important to me. Absolutely.
One of the questions that comes up a lot is, what should I buy, a pinned or a pinless? And I always talk to them about, well, the pinless doesn't do any damage. You got to go to a different level of dealing with the consumer that you're working with about having pinholes all over the place. And depending on what you're doing, if you're testing carpeting, you're not going to see, like you're testing sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place, so you got to be prepared to build back. But, you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments in your time, and during an assessment, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. There's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place for really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because, as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because, like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall or in front of the drywall, you can have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit a little bit more of I guess an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep, because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really, really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches, and then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood, because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
It's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
Come up on the other side.
Absolutely.
A little too far there.
Yeah, and by the way, we've all done that where we've gone a little too far. So it's just be very, very careful.
So I would say, from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping, and how that's done, and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, and different ways of doing it.
Right, and there are different ways of doing it, and that's where, once again, selection of equipment depends on what you're doing. Depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. This is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60. And we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools. That your meter does not have to cost $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment and when you're actually doing a drying job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. It's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold, that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, I guess I could use the same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools that we get a chance to that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, And we'll call this wall right here, wall A, wall B, and wall C. And I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so it won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view, so you can actually see it from the top, and you can see the 3 walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I'll end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A. Wall B. Move the filter base. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
For those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would, in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall, or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day 1, it would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day 2. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these 3 lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property. And for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay in, and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what I saw. And what that does is, for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a remediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is, I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very
Well,
simple things.
Looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor-intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here, which is this hydro sensor. And this is what this is. It's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes. And once you put it into a something that is wet, it's going to beep. So it's going to let you know, hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And my hand, I can tell you right for now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my back, and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging. You can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me, where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it back up to give me confirmation saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. And the other electronic device is what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall. You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
Some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones, do image over image photography, which is they're showing you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera, so you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like you said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with or do have that function, and it's a function that to me it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera.
Right.
Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment. Because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do a comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones, it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become uncalibrated. So those are things, the newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think were great. I highly recommend. For example, FLIR makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere, on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall, take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external; it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example, the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have, batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say. Would you want to sum up what we've talked about, other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes? But how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up. Okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes. Is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing. Okay, not on Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment. They have it on sale at John Don or Answer or wherever it is. Just do your homework. Read the manuals, understand what it is that you're doing, understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment, so then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you really are.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too. want to have a quick conversation with one of the people that went through several of our classes and become a friend of mine, Skip Jankowski, if I pronounce that correctly. If not, please correct me, because
We're good, Lance. We're
talked
good.
about this in the past. So, Skip, if you would, just tell everybody quickly who you are and about your company.
Sure, Lance. Skip Jankowski, owner of Pure Maintenance, Santa Barbara, out here in California, and started this, gosh, we're probably coming up on 5 years, but I had 24 years of background in healthcare, predominantly therapeutics, medical diagnostics, medical implantables. And I wanted to get into this business because I looked at the industry and said, it needs to be enhanced. They're not looking at this from a organic microbial standpoint. And that's where I felt a lot of the capabilities could be enhanced. And we've been successfully performing these types of disinfecting protocols, decontamination, and also remediation for water damaged buildings. We actually do remove damaged components where appropriate.
Well, recently, and one of the places where I had been in a class with you was you had taken the NCRSI class, the Normally Certified class for remediators for sensitized individuals.
Yeah.
And, I saw your reaction to taking that class, and I know your background, we've spoken about it during the class and everything. You've had an established business model. Have you seen changes to your business model because of this class?
Yes. First of all, let me say something about Normie. There are a lot of certifying entities, agencies, bodies out there, but I from my lifetime of work, I couldn't be any prouder of working under and being certified by Normie.
Well, we appreciate that.
Yeah, it is elevating, influencing, top-notch, comprehensive. The body of its membership is extraordinarily knowledgeable. There's a thirst for constant learning, and there's a dedication to the principles and standards of care to do things to the extent that you can, to the highest degree. And it's just a very proud aspect of my life. So, answering your question directly, it supported a lot of what I felt was important years ago when I started this business, and then has added to it. And what I took from that class is being implemented today, because look, you can't know everything, and every day knowledge comes our way, and we are incorporating some of the many aspects of what was presented in the Normie remediation class for the sensitized individual.
Well, let's talk about your business. As a whole, you've been doing this for many, many years. Have you dealt with sensitized individuals in the past?
Good question. Yes. In fact, that's where the rubber met the road for us, because of how we set this up, because of how we presented ourselves, our storefront, so to speak, on our website, the types of information we put on there, a lot of research data, right? Science was really stoked to be in Florida and listen to Michael Pinto, a gentleman who is a noted authority on this, and his life's passion and work, talking about constantly the science. The science has evolved so much that the data today is irrefutable. And that was really, really confirmatory. And then, of course, learning more in that class will add to our resource page. But yes, the sensitized individual, very early on, we started coming in contact with folks that had traditional remediation and they were still sick. And we were able to, we received unsolicited testimonials from them, emails, text messages. I can't believe this. My whole family feels so much better. And it wasn't just that we were doing something different. We were doing something that was that really Normie only talks about. And so, and that was long before I learned of Normie. And then once I found out about Normie, I went, yes, this is an entity that gets this, and I can't state enough that what we talk about, and I say we because I am Normie, right? And so what we talk about is something that no one else talks about. And through my research here, the other well-known name brand franchise types or independents, they don't talk about the biocontamination, the toxicity of the fungal amplification or mold spore and its byproducts, whether it be allergen or toxicants that get into the environment. And Normie talks about this. This is a advanced, leading edge, influencing body, because we now know that the data is irrefutable.
When we do our CMA CMR class, which is usually the beginner class for people getting into this industry, we hear from people that have even been in the business 10, 15 plus years that they've learned how much they need to learn.
Yeah.
You went through the NCRIS class. You've obviously been dealing with, sensitized individuals for years. Did you pick up anything that you really didn't know about, or something new or different view of it from the class?
Oh, absolutely. It was one of these, how could I have missed that, right? Smack on the head, wake up, Skip. Gosh, you got to look at this. The big picture, right? That stood out to me, and that was at the forefront. We're going to be talking about a lot of things for the sensitized individual, but let's not overlook the occupants or building owners or homeowners, social, emotional, financial, legal. I mean, you can go through all of the various dynamics. And I was stunned that this was an aspect that we were starting this class over, right? And basing it on everything that we were going to learn about had everything to do with the totality. Let's look at this from 30,000 feet. And these are families that have gone through a lot, right? The financial, insurance denying this, the healthcare not paying for it. And so for us to have clarity on that person's personal situation, which is different for every client, and look at all the totality of everything they've had to deal with. Look, when you're dealing with the sensitized individual, they are in many cases, as has been the case with the folks that we've worked with out here, they're kind of at the end of their rope. It's not just necessarily them. It affects multiple people. If it's a family, I can cite several examples where it was a mom and a child, or a dad and two kids. The degree to which they are depressed and their lives are so negatively impacted by this is extraordinary. It's not psychosomatic. It's very, very real. To be able to have empathy, in other words, the Normie member already has a very good bedside manner, right? It's not cut and dry, but to have empathy and sympathy for what they're going through acknowledges that we understand that journey that they are on. And the other thing is the team approach, right? We're dealing with the doctor, we're dealing with their insurance agent, we're dealing with them, we're dealing with the nurse practitioner, we're dealing with the labs. It's a team approach. It's not just one. I'm not going to solve that problem by myself. I'm in the rowboat pulling on my end of the oar, as is everybody else, and the objective is to get across that body of water in a straight line and conclusively and safely and deliver somebody to the other shore.
Because of your background, questions are going through my mind that I want to ask you. More specific to the class, as far as, well, let me ask this in a two-part question. One, I know we present a lot of resources during the class and things to help, the students go forward and develop, their business model with, what we're showing them. So one, were there resources that you saw that you weren't even aware of that, we put out there, made available through Normie? And two, who should really take this class? I mean, we have people that just want to be a remediator or an assessor or a water giant company, but who really should take this class?
All right, first aspect of that question, resources that were made available. The amount of data that was provided in the classroom was one thing, but then the ancillary supporting documentation in that large file that was provided to give us as much information as we could, whereby there's so much of it that you're not going to cover in a 3-day class. And our personal commitment to our profession is to go through all of that data. You know, again, Michael Pinto, a published author of hundreds of articles. And I've started the process of reading that. I'm constantly looking to gain as much knowledge as I can and, you know, absorb it. Tremendous amounts of data, tremendous amount of studies, tremendous amount of case examples, right? And through that entire amount of data, you learn, you pick up things. There's things that you know, that old colloquialism, you know, you got to overturn every stone, right? And there's ample justification for, if we think we're doing it right, we're nowhere near where we need to be, right? And so lots of data. Now, who should take the class? My personal opinion is, because we're dealing with living organisms that are capable of respiration, and it's not just mold. It's the mold, it's the mycotoxins, it's the endotoxins, it's the interaction between the microbial environment in totality. That's bacteria, that's mold, right? It's water damage, it's moisture. Well, if you're in this business, I don't care who you are, if you're a water damage restoration company, if you're a traditional remediator, if you are an industrial hygienist, you need to take this class. If you're affiliated or associated in any way, shape, or form within this vertical marketplace, this is a class you should take. That's my.
With that being said, is there any other place out there that you've really found this kind of support, you know, that we're actually offering and presenting in the class? I mean, it sounds like you've been doing and looking for this for a long time. Long time.
No, Normie is, look, I in our own sidebar conversations, I have stated quite emphatically that I think Normie should own the penthouse suite within the IAQ category, because this is indoor air quality. There is no other certifying entity that talks about these. The sum of the parts is really what I'm getting at. There's a days to discuss mycotoxins. There's days to talk about endotoxins. There's days to talk about actinos. There's days to talk about all of this stuff. Normie's the only one who talks about it. Everything else, it's about how much water is it? Where's the fungal amplification on that wall? Let's get that barrier up, and the whole world within this indoor environment will be solved inside that plastic. And that's in my humble opinion, although very relevant, very important, at the same time, very antiquated, because the totality of the environment is adversely affected because we're dealing with things that are living organisms, right? And if you leave it, they're still viable. And there's no perfect environment, but you have to look at everything. In other words, I'll go back. Let me conclude this aspect of it with the following. When you go to the doctor and you say, well, my knee hurts, right? Okay. There's water damage in a kitchen, right? There's the bad knee. It's sore. It needs to be healed. Why do they put a blood pressure monitor on you? Right? Why are they talking about other things when you go to that doctor? Because they're looking at the bigger picture. They don't want to miss something when they have an opportunity to see and be with you at that moment in time. And it's the same thing here. we have an opportunity when we go into an environment, we know where the bad knee is, but we also don't want to miss something. And Normie is, look, I've gone through IICRC. I'm not bashing them. I'm not adversely, trying to disparage any other certification entity, but the comprehensive nature upon which Normie approaches these challenges is unrivaled.
Well, let me throw one final question out there for you. I've done a lot of interviews with people. I've talked with a lot of students in these classes. And one term keeps popping up about Normie, and it's referred to as being on the leading edge for specifically sensitized individuals.
Mhm.
Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Normie is and that's about, let's talk, your dedication to this, right? This is your life's mission. This isn't a job. Doug Hoffman, this isn't a job for Doug. This is, we know stuff, and we got to get the world out there to understand this. It's an avocation. And so Normie, National Organization of Remediators or Microbial Inspectors, it says it all right there, just in its designations, right? And you talk about influencing and industry influencing. The biggest challenge we're going to have are the people who don't want to readily acknowledge what we know. When people learn things, I generally feel people are want to do the right thing, right? And the people who don't acknowledge what we talk about, it's either they don't have the time or the interest to learn about it, or they want to avoid a risk. But we know what we're talking about, and from an industry innovator, an industry influencer, and I guess the word that pops into my head, subject matter authority of all of the certifying entities, agencies, bodies. Normie, in my humble opinion, for what it's worth, is the subject matter authority on this.
Well, we appreciate that, Skip. And I know we talked earlier, and you had a really busy day coming up. You're 3 hours behind me. So why don't we cut this short and try to schedule something for the future, and we can do a more in-depth discussion on this.
Yeah, love to. Anything I can do to offer, what little I know, and as I gain more knowledge, maybe I'll have something that will also contribute to a future conversation. But just I'm pulling on my end of the oar until I'm no longer capable of pulling on my end of the oar. That's what this is all about.
We appreciate you spending the time, Skip. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Lance. Thank you. I'm humbled to have been asked to have a little chat with you this morning.
Take care.
Okay.
Everybody, we are back again in Chattanooga at the Experience Trade Show, and I have one of our Normie members with us, Barry Menken, and he's been around for quite some time, and he's always interesting to talk to, and he has some definite insights into this industry. So, Barry, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. We try to get to these, a couple of times a year, and obviously other organizations as well, and just to stay connected to the industry so we can be on top of our game.
Well, one of the things, and I do appreciate that, I want to mention is that you guys were late this morning and missed my presentation. and I was told to point that out.
Yes. Well, my hope was that I would be able to get a copy of it later so that I could digest it properly and really get a deeper hold of it.
This is a snooze you lose event, so sorry about that. So what brings you here? This is a ride for you guys, isn't it?
A little bit of a ride, not too bad. We're actually out of Nashville, Tennessee. So, about 2.5 hours for us to come down. And basically, this event, I think, is really beneficial just because there's so many different players here that crosses different industries, but we're all trying to get things clean at the end of the day. So that whole joke in the industry is, what is clean? Well, there's several different people here trying to clean from different angles, from different, sects of that business or different industries. Yeah. And so to be connected to them, I think, and to understand their approaches and the products and processes, and it's really, I think, helpful for everybody to be able to play together, if you will.
And it's funny because you mentioned about getting things clean, and we've started using different terminology that you can't really get something clean because what is clean? But we can make it cleaner. You know, we can show where you started. We can show at the end how much better it is, cleaner, healthier, safer. And that seems to be a theme traveling through this whole thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, today we can see things that we couldn't see before. We can see past 0.1 microns, right? So we have different things that we can say, you know what, we can do better. And, so much of the industry standards, I think, address the minimums. And, nobody should be bragging about getting a D-, like if you're just doing what code says, if you're in like the building industry, it's like, well, it passes code. Well, that doesn't make a healthy house, and in our industry, it's like, let's not do the minimum. Let's find out how good we can be. And the technology now can help us do that.
Yeah, it's funny. We use more or less a joke when we talk about things with people doing testing and stuff. And to your point, a doctor that graduates med school last in his class, lowest possible score, he's still called doctor.
Right.
But being proud of that, yes, you're a doctor. Congratulations. I'm glad you did it. But then again, look at the people that really scored way up top. They're really engaged in the industry. They're there for the right reasons.
Yeah.
And that's what this kind of show is about.
Yeah, I would say when I come to these shows, the people that come here, especially not necessarily even the vendors, but the people that are coming, they're hungry. And if you care, you're going to show up. And those are the people that want to be excellent at what they do and learn from you guys, right? Yeah. So prime example. And to me, I've grown exponentially through Normie and just being connected to all the different organizations the best way that I can and help take the right things out of each one and try to find out what works for my business model. And it's been very helpful. So very thankful.
I'll give you a moment for a shameless plug. Who's the company?
So my company's name is Four Corners Environmental, the number 4. And I've got 3 companies. So basically I have a home inspection business still. So what we try to do is our take on how we deal with the environmental side of the business. We come from a water end from the outside in. So I'm looking at the building science, not just from the inside out kind of thing. I want to look at the grading. I'm going to look at the gutters. I'm going to look at foundational issues. Then we get into HVAC issues. We dive into all of that. And we see holistically, how's this house operating? What's the moisture? How's that reacting? And how are all these systems working together? And then we're just measuring food and water at the end of the day. Mold needs the same things that we do to grow. We're made out of the same stuff, so we're just trying to help people manage the food and the water well, especially in a humid climate like we have, where we have high relative humidity all the time.
So listening to you, how do I get you to raise your level of dedication to this industry? Because it sounds like you're in hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah. I mean, I was a contractor for a long time. I've worked for different companies as I was younger, and I've worked with my hands my whole life, so once I got into the inspection side after I sold that company, everything just kind of hurt. So I couldn't physically do it anymore. So but I had all the knowledge base, and then I wanted to fill in the holes that I didn't know. And I've just been so hungry ever since then, because the more you know you can help, and the more viable you can be in your industry to have the answers for people that need healthy homes. And so Normie's been, again, a huge part of that process for me, and a practical approach for a lot of my clients. So,
well, and that's the whole idea. It's to keep it practical, to keep it doable, not make it so complicated and difficult and expensive that people can't afford to have the help that they need. So
exactly. And, so many companies just come in and they just want to spout out how much they know and impress people, by however many letters they have behind their name. And the letters are important. You have to know what you're talking about, but so much of this is how you communicate to your clients, not just the what, so that they can actually utilize the knowledge and start to apply those things to their home and have solutions.
So how many of these experience shows have you been at?
This is my 3rd or 4th one, I think. So,
okay. Yeah,
this particular show.
Mm-hmm. Have you been to Las Vegas?
Yeah, that's the one I was at last year. Or was it? Yeah, last year.
Yep. That is their bigger show of the year. This is kind of like their warm-up show they do in the spring.
Right.
And then in the fall, they do the big show in Vegas. So looking forward to that.
Me too. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's usually a good time out there and exciting, big, too much walking now.
Yeah, it's good for us because we usually eat a little bit too much while we're out here. So
That is true.
all the rich
yeah.
foods and everything. So, but the walking's good. So,
All right. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. I know you're here with a few other people. You're
Yeah.
wandering and looking at everything. So
yeah, we're
enjoy.
excited.
I appreciate you
Thank
coming
you.
by.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for stopping. Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his I guess designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development. And I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Seyfried in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had entered an ad in a newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Sapert, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week. And that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor in graduate school said, learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm a secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud, and we had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bitty things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean,
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trailau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the IICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys, is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto. And he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved in a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine, because, goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You ask very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that, all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it. And everybody's starting to find the same thing, that, there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man. And thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer. And that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. When a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland, that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
Yeah.
thanks to organizations like Normie and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go
Thank
into
It's-
another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to Normie like through Scott out in I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about Normie is not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman and Mr. Adams and Mr. Zualaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at Normie, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
That's okay.
that's a phone call from somebody at Normie, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly and you've not done it according to Normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's a pivotal course.
It is a good course. It's a very good course. I've
Yes.
seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. What a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, when you as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in their Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ISRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're gonna do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So, getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli, and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said, birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
You know, I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about, you know, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You know, you don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, you know, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520 standard for professional mold remediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences and arts where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No, no, no. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that is like normally that is consistent with my values is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What?
It's
You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on a call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary, where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, you either have a good filter or you are one. It makes sense. Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. That would be okay with you?
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's just mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And,
Well-
and they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence, because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. You know, he thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
But listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
yes, we do.
Man,
Hey, it's the
oh,
Garden
man.
State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
There's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like
No,
a doctor
I
or something.
appreciate
I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
August 2005. It'll be a memory etched into the minds of those of us who lived through and survived Hurricane Katrina and Rita. As devastating as the 150 miles per hour winds were, no one could imagine the inconceivable costs in terms of loss of human life and property that the failure of the levees caused when it flooded nearly 1/3 of the city of New Orleans. With over 275,000 homes lost on the Gulf Coast as a result of the hurricane, 10 times as many as any other natural disaster in U.S. history, the city of New Orleans continues to deal with the results of homes flooded to the rooftop, unparalleled mold infestation, and potential health issues for the residents who remained to salvage what they could. Information and misinformation has been mixed together, and vulnerable property owners have been faced with the daunting task of trying to sort out the truth. And so the lessons are clear. Prepare when you can for whatever flooding might occur, not only for the potential, but for the aftermath. And whether a natural disaster or the result of someone's mistake, anyone and everyone can suffer the devastating effects of flooding. My name's Doug Hoffman, and I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. The information you're about to hear is designed to provide steps, guidance, and assistance for reacting to flood conditions in your structure. In most situations, a common reaction to a water flood event is to simply react and plan afterwards. Tunnel vision or over-focusing on the emergency can, at times, distract or omit safety concerns, and poor planning can leave you to fend for yourself after the storm is over. Caution and common sense should always be employed before any action takes place, and I hope this presentation will help you focus on the real issues both before the potential flood and consider the solutions available to you in the aftermath. Without a plan, the results of a water flood event will be worse than you've imagined, so there are several things I'm going to ask you to consider during these first few minutes we have together. The integrity of the structural systems may have been compromised depending on the nature and degree of the event. In all cases, if you are unsure of how to proceed or to create a safe environment to work in, contact a professional to assist you. A major concern in flooding situations are the utility services. Wet or submerged electrical devices, outlets, and wires can energize the area you're working in. The risk of electrical shock, burns, or even death must be eliminated before proceeding. This may require the power company to deactivate your service. And of course, natural gas and propane sources should also be protected, secured, or deactivated. This would include pilot lights, heat sources, and gas storage tanks. Depending on the severity of the water event, structural integrity should be considered in regards to the foundations. Foundation support could be weakened or damaged, allowing structural collapse. And with the utility and structural concerns addressed, the next major concern is the source of the water. Common sources of a water loss are as follows: a broken or leaking pipe from a drinkable water source, sewage or septic lines, groundwater, or a combination of those sources. And of course, you have to be concerned about the sewage and septic lines when you consider some of not only the sources, but the problems that could result after a flood. A general rule of thumb would be to consider any water that you would not drink as being contaminated. This would include water coming in contact with chemicals, human and animal waste, debris, and other unknowns. Protecting yourself is one of the important first steps post some water event. Exposing your skin, your eyes, your lungs, your nose, even your throat to contaminated water can create a wide range of health issues that may not appear for days after the exposure. I want to talk about personal protection equipment because that should be used while you're in the contaminated environment. Personal protection equipment can include a wide range of items, including boots, clothing, gloves, goggles, and even a mask. We recommend, under normal conditions, a N95 or dust mask that you can find pretty much anywhere. In some situations, the contamination levels are so high that you might even require a respirator. But each situation would require different types or combination of these types of protection. With safety and health concerns addressed, corrective action can then be taken. One of the most important things to consider with respect to corrective action is time. Time is your enemy. Once materials get wet or contaminated, damage and additional contamination growth is exponential. A clean water loss, if not corrected, can promote mold growth in as little as 24 to 48 hours. And contaminations due to sewage or unknown water sources will simply exacerbate the problem. Drying materials and surfaces in the least amount of time should be of the utmost urgency, and oftentimes power is not available, and so having a generator available will be a great source of power for some of the tools that you'll need to dry out the areas that have been flooded. Unfortunately, this may require removal and discarding of flooring materials, wallboard, and furniture. Many material and items can be salvaged depending on the contamination source, the time of exposure, the cost, treatment available, and resources. But a flood affecting a widespread area could reduce the available resources for that area. Not only do you not have electrical service, but you may not have access to floor fans or heaters or dehumidifiers or even an ozone machine that might help eliminate some of the potential contamination that you'll be dealing with after a flood. The following suggestions may not be appropriate in all situations. However, in all situations, safety must be the primary concern. Prior to or during a developing flood condition, remove any movable items, at least as many as you can, to higher ground and secure those locations if possible. Of course, the order in which those items should be removed is a personal decision, but things to consider are the cost of that item, the sentimental value, proximity to the flood, maybe the ability for it to be moved and the practicality of it. Removing items such as furniture and floor coverings prior to getting saturated will make the cleanup process, of course, much easier. Structural and decorative materials such as wallboard and carpeting are a major problem once they get wet. Most of these materials absorb moisture and can expand the damage beyond the water level. Wallboard and other materials such as pressboard or OSB oriented strand board allow water to travel in an upward direction well above the water line. An example would be wallboard in as little as 1 inch of water can wick or draw moisture upward several feet. This also creates a problem inside the wall cavity which cannot be reached or cleaned. The rule of thumb is to remove the wallboard a foot to a foot and a half above the highest identified wet area of the wall. This will allow access for drying and cleaning building materials in the wall cavities. Up to this point, we've described different conditions, causes, and precautions. In the next section, we want to describe pre-planning and corrective measures. The preparation checklist. As mentioned earlier, safety is the most important issue to consider. You know, taking the important stuff with you is, of course, a great way to prepare for what may be coming. But what can you do to plan for the aftermath of the flooding? That must be considered too. Electrical and gas services must be secured before entering a flooded area. You know, as a side note, an improperly connected generator at a neighbor's home could energize service at your home even if the utility company has cut power in the area. This type of situation could cause an unknown and unexpected risk. With the utilities secured, standing and running water should also be avoided. The health effects from unknown contaminants against your skin is a concern in addition to the power of moving water. Did you know that just 6 inches of rushing water is capable of moving a parked vehicle? Losing your footing or being struck by debris, these are risks you need to consider. Assuming that the water is receding or the water source leak has been stopped, the next phase of the process can be started. Drying is one of the most important things you can do to reduce your loss. Contacting a remediation or drying company should be your first option. Pre-planning and contacting a restoration company before an imminent flood may place you on a response list if a wide area has been affected. Other options could include contacting the local fire department to have your basement or lower levels pumped out, renting pump equipment and generators prior to the flood while they're still available, and arranging for alternate lodging in the event your building becomes uninhabitable. Remember, the larger the area that's affected by the flood, the less resources will be available to you or your contractor. Here are a few internet resources for finding qualified contractors and some definitions we think you should know to protect yourself. NormiePro.com is a great resource for you to find certified mold assessors, inspectors, remediators, and other indoor air quality specialists, and you can find those certified contractors by your zip code. ServiceMagic.com is another great resource for construction contractors throughout the United States, and you can find them by the type of work they do and by your zip code. And then, of course, EnvironmentalExpert.com. To avoid being taken advantage of by a contractor during a flood emergency, understanding the following construction terms will be helpful. Licensed. In many parts of the country, having a license to do certain types of work is not necessarily a measure of that contractor's competency. Sometimes it simply means that they have government approval to work for a fee. Certified. Certification is often offered by certifying agencies, a specific organization that recognizes the skills, training, and the ability of the contractor who is certified. Being certified does not necessarily imply that the person certified is actually licensed to do the work. Insured. A contractor stating that they are insured is a pretty general term and could simply mean that they have auto insurance. Special types of insurance are required for specific types of work. For example, general liability insurance is not appropriate as coverage for mold remediation work. Qualified. A qualified contractor has been trained to perform certain types of work. However, they may not have the required insurances or licenses, or may not even be certified to do that work. The bottom line is that you need to understand the type of work that needs to be done, the capabilities of the contractor that you intend to hire, and then for your protection, have a written quote and description of the work to be performed. Make sure that the contractor that does the work is licensed by the municipality in which he's working, that he has the proper type of insurance, and request a certificate of insurance evidencing that specific type of insurance for the work he intends to do. And make sure that he's trained, either qualified or certified, to do the work for which you're hiring him. Keep in mind, using a contractor that's not appropriate for the work being performed may preclude you from any insurance claim, and you may give up your legal protection. If you cannot obtain a contractor, your only option may be to do the work yourself. With the decision to do the work on your own, we must stress that safety must be the main focus of your efforts to clean up after a flood. So let's talk about doing it yourself. While working in a safe environment, using the proper protective tools and equipment, water removal becomes the main priority. Pumps for pooling water and wet-dry vacs provide a good start to remove the majority of water. Rugs and carpeting and padding, if saturated or contaminated by an unknown water source, should be removed to allow drying of the subflooring. Sheetrock or wallboard materials and insulation that have been submerged should be removed 12 to 18 inches above the highest wet area. As a hint, removing 4 feet of wallboard is easier to replace with a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of material. It's easier to do that than to try to cut and fit in smaller pieces. Once the bulk of wet materials have been removed, air movement and turning on your air conditioner, if the power is available, should be provided. And this would include running the HVAC, heat or forced air systems, using dehumidifiers and fans to increase air movement, and applying sanitizers like ozone machines to help prevent mold and bacteria growth. Sanitizers are extremely important when dealing with sewage and water from unknown sources. Heat drying systems can also be used by trained professionals to dry the environment. However, improper use could result in fire or permanent damage to materials by drying them too quickly. Remember that the drying process may take several days to more than a week, depending on the extent of the exposure. Secondary or collateral damage may start to occur in that time. Mold and other microbial growth may start to appear on surfaces exposed to moisture or elevated humidity levels. And if you have a situation where you start to have large areas of microbial growth, the drying process in most cases was not done adequately or fast enough. There is available at enviroscreening.com, for instance, do-it-yourself testing kits to find out if the mold that's been growing in your environment is the type of mold that might need to be removed or dealt with differently than common molds. In this case, it's recommended that you seek the assistance of a professional mold inspector, a qualified sampling technician, or a remediator. Health concerns become additionally critical as the environment conditions deteriorate. In regards to mold licensing laws, there are currently only 4 states that have mold licensing laws in place. Texas and Louisiana, of course, have their mold licensing laws in place. Florida has their licensing law in place, but it doesn't go into effect until 2010. And then just this year, the state of Maryland put in place their mold licensing law. The important thing is that you check the qualification of the indoor air quality specialist or the mold inspector or the mold remediator or assessor in your state to make sure that they are licensed, certified, and insured before they begin any work. Let's talk about some common misconceptions and myths pertaining to flood and mold and indoor air quality. Oh, bleach kills mold. How many times have you heard that? Well, bleach is an effective sanitizer, but in many cases it will not sanitize or remove mold at its root. It will bleach out the color, of course, so that it goes clear, giving the appearance that the problem's been removed, but it cannot, in many cases, get down into the microflora and destroy the mold at its root. Oh, just get rid of the water. Everything will be fine. Well, that's not always enough to protect your property. Most of the affected materials do have the ability to retain moisture, and elevated moisture levels are the main cause of much of the residual damage from flooding. Well, lots of air fresheners, that'll help. Well, that's not true. In actuality, most air fresheners only attempt to mask the odors. The odors are an indication that moisture, contamination, or growth still exist. And the chemicals in those fresheners can also be a source of indoor air quality contamination. Well, your insurance company is going to take care of the problem. Don't worry about it. Well, of course, insurance companies are not always quick to respond because of the heavy workloads, the emergency claims that bog things down and delay payments. Many homeowner insurance policies have exclusions that limit or exempt the insurance company from paying a claim. An example would be a claim to an insurance company for water damage from, say, groundwater intrusion. In most cases, the claim could not be covered unless you had flood insurance and the area that you're in was declared a disaster area by some government agency. A similar situation may occur with mold damage, and the water damage in the home may be covered by the insurance company, but the mold damage as the result of the water would not be covered. Here are several resources that may provide you with some additional assistance. Of course, the FEMA and the EPA government websites are good resources for more information about how to contact those agencies in an emergency. And also at the normie.org website, we've located a lot of resources for you, articles in regards to antimicrobials, information about mold screening kits, and other things that we feel will be helpful to you. We highly recommend that you seek professional assistance when dealing with a flood, mold, or indoor air quality issue. And please remember that the information that we have been providing to you is really for your information and not intended to replace professional training and assistance. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to listen to this overview. I am hoping that you will benefit from the resources we've made available to you, but also from the training that we offer industry professionals to help you through the process of getting things back to normal. It's my hope that you will never be faced with the issues we've discussed, but if you are, you will now be better prepared. Thank you.
I want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow it up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like say a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting, just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So,
Correct.
I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful, and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast, and it's highly publicized, but in the southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population and what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed, like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 of, we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is, when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft, and that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies. We have state agreements. We have federal agreements. We have international agreements where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn, they continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
what you're talking about resource wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn. That's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity is it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have two children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out, because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station, as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes in the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle, because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs, and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing, because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it. Just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That
Right,
jacket
yeah.
could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk, and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have 2 sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have 2 masks and I'm going out with 2 kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex wildfire is very complex, simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, 2 different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air. Right. That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus. Mm-hmm. And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And Look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some
Thank you very
amazing
much.
pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Mold Matters podcast. I'm your host, Jeremy Evans, alongside my co-host, Mike Adams.
Jeremy, how are you?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm good, but you did the countdown and you never say 2, but you said 2 this time.
Oh, really?
You usually go 5, 4, 3,
And then I go silent.
and then you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on in your world right now, but
No, my bad.
oh, that's
How
all
are you
right.
doing?
No, I'm good. I'm
Yeah?
good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just got back from vacation. Took the family to Disneyland with 6 grandkids, all under 7 years old.
Oh, wow. How was that?
Actually, no, all under 8. One's 8. It was a lot of work, Jer.
It wasn't a vacation then?
No, it was fun. It was fun. But
That's fun, but
a
it's
lot of work.
tiring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm good.
All right. So you're rejuvenated.
Yes.
I haven't had any vacation, but I feel rejuvenated because we're having a special guest today.
We have a great guest.
A good friend of ours that we've become friends over the last year or so, Doug Hoffman. For those of you that are in the mold remediation or mold certification, or just in the mold industry in general, I've probably heard of Doug. He's been around the industry a while and kind of made a good name for himself, especially in the last several years as a quality instructor on how to mitigate mold, how to build your home such that it's going to be less inclined to grow mold. He's got a book on that we might talk about here a little bit later. And so I'll give a little bit. Doug, you're already online, but we're going to give you a little introduction here. Doug is the founder and executive director of Normie. So, we've talked about Normie a time or two on here, I think, but there are a couple of organizations that do training and certification for mold remediators, and Normie is one of the top premier organizations out there. It stands for National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors.
Is it mold inspectors or microbial inspectors?
It's microbial inspectors.
Oh yeah,
Ah.
that was a change, right?
Good catch, Mike.
It was a change, yeah, about
Yeah.
a year and a half ago.
I forgot about
Good
it. Well,
catch.
Just when people think I'm not paying attention in the world. Yeah.
yeah,
I surprise them. Yeah.
that is we won't go into it, but that's an important distinction, right? Right, Doug?
Yes,
It is. It is.
So, his life passion has been helping people understand how to live healthier indoors and empowering them with the ability to have clean air. I remember you saying one time in your book, I think, that you spent part of your career building homes that made them moldy, and then now you're doing the rest of your career to reverse the effects of some of those early mistakes that you saw in the industry.
Yeah,
so-
that's exactly right. Yeah.
But anyways, Doug, we've been glad to get to know you, and we're glad you've come on the podcast. We found great synergy with Doug, and we kind of have that shared vision of trying to help people live happier, healthier lives by helping the microbial, load in their homes and things like that. So welcome, Doug.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Mike and Jeremy, great to be with you today and excited to share some information. I think one of the things that I love doing is teaching and training. And I think I've always believed that the person that's the best trainer is the one who can take complex subjects and make them easy to understand. And that's what we try to do in our training programs. And I appreciate your recognizing that. And hopefully today we're going to take a subject that's sometimes a little complex and make it simple so that we all understand how it can affect our health.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah. Well, I guess if you had to encapsulate the topic of what we're going to talk about under one umbrella, what would you say? Because I've read through.
Well, it's definitely under the indoor air quality discussion. And we're talking about how our houses become contaminated. We don't often think about air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, but that's one of the most common ways that houses get contaminated indoors. And then because we don't deal with it correctly, we build little toxic soups that we live in. So yeah. I think if that helps kind of focus on what we're going to be talking about, that's the idea.
Yeah, I like it. And let's jump right in there. We've talked about this on the podcast before, but the construction, because that's kind of your background, construction background. Let's talk about some of the changes that you've seen in that construction industry that have either contributed to or possibly helped with, microbial growth indoors. But what have you seen?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm going to go back really old because I'm an old guy, but I can go back into the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And I remember when I was growing up, I grew up in Florida, and I grew up in the construction industry. My dad was a plumbing contractor, as you know. And so I grew up in the construction industry, started working over the summers. This was back before they actually had child labor laws. So when I was 13, 14, 15 years old, my dad told me, he said, I'm going to teach you the plumbing trade, son, and you may never use it, but you'll never go hungry. And he was exactly right. So I learned the construction trade. And back then, we were building block houses, essentially, concrete masonry unit houses. And believe it or not, they didn't even have any insulation on the inside walls. They would put up furring strips and then drywall right over the top of it. So I remember in the 60s and 70s when they started insulating houses, well, so they were moving toward tightening them up. And as they began to tighten them up, and that's one of the big changes that's happened, they've gone from that now to houses like the one that I built for myself. As you know, that's a monolithic foam home, incredibly tight house. That difference has made a huge difference, not only in the way we live indoors, but the way we react to our indoor environments, because now we've really tightened them up. And that's why I addressed this subject so comprehensively, I guess, in my book, in Mold-Free Construction, because that's probably one of the biggest change. The other big change, of course, is the products that we're using. And it used to be we were using wood and concrete, and now we're using plastic. Almost everything is plastic and PVC and petroleum products and off-gassing stuff. And, so yeah, completely different kind of view of homes today than it was certainly when I was growing up.
So, with that tightening up word, we tighten up our homes. I've thought about that wording. I think it's kind of funny, but yeah, we do. We, like you said, the insulation is part of that tightening up, right?
That's
what
right.
You're saying. And then,
that's right.
And the
weather stripping,
weather stripping, the whole wrap that we do around the homes, that came about, the Tyvek wrapping that they do. When did that start?
That started in the late 80s, early 90s. So this was all as a result of the Jimmy Carter days when we started. There was an oil embargo and everybody was concerned. I remember getting gas and it being rationed,
Yeah, we waited for hours for gas. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Get gas every other day, based on your license plate or whatever it was.
Yeah.
My point is that the Carter days is when they really started tightening things up. Weather stripping was hard to buy. I'll tell you a funny story, Jeremy. I don't know if you know what a jalousie window is, but when I was growing up, my house had jalousie windows. And what that was essentially strips of glass that are 4 inches wide, and they just kind of sit against each other. It's like they're layered, almost like a cabana shutter.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So you open it up or you close it, and there's this huge gap between each layer of glass.
Yeah.
Well, I remember at our house in the late 70s going through and putting weather stripping between every single one of those panes of glass.
Yeah.
Wow.
All the way around the house.
We did a church house in Kauai that had those windows around the entire church house.
Yeah,
Hawaii.
exactly. Yeah. Which was great for ventilation, but
yeah. Well, and isn't that how it goes? As you see innovation, even still, I mean, they're innovating in the construction industry, in the plumbing, in all the industries, there's innovation. And you always have to wait to see.
Well, the pendulum always swings too far.
Yeah. Yeah.
They want to fix a problem and it goes a little bit too far this time fixing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you don't see it for the, you don't see it immediately. It might be a few 5-10 years down the line before you start to see the effects of maybe that decision.
I think that's right. And it's, I put it in the category of giving the absolute benefit of the doubt that the motivations are right for the changes that we make. It's the unintended consequences. It's the things we don't know are going to happen when we make this choice. And I think that's what happened then, because there was this conflicting interests, basically, between energy savings and how is it affecting our indoor air quality. And there wasn't ever a consideration about both.
Yeah, so let's launch into that. Tell us about the unintended consequences. Yeah, because our homes are definitely much more energy efficient. I can attest to that. I live in an older home right now that was built in the 60s, and it feels drafty. Right now in the winter, we're in the 30s, getting down into the 30s Fahrenheit, and you can feel the draftiness in certain parts of the home.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not quite as tight as the newer homes, but yeah, what are those unintended consequences? Let's talk about those.
So I'll tell you one thing that's interesting, Jeremy, you may or not know, but there are some cities now, San Antonio is one of them, that requires that you do a blower door test when you build the house. After you finish the house, before they'll give you a certificate of occupancy to prove that you've constructed a very tight home. So it's becoming part of legislation across the country to build these really, really tight homes. And so there's good to it. And as long as it's balanced, as long as you understand exactly what you're doing, I think there's some real benefits to having a house that's really tightened up, where you don't have a lot of the air infiltration issues that are going to contaminate our indoor environments.
Yeah. So,
I was going to throw in this is off the subject just a little bit, but along the same time that we started wrapping the houses tighter, like, late 70s, early 80s, we also, maybe it was in the 70s, that huge switch to sheetrock or drywall as opposed to lap and plaster walls. Yeah. And then also particle wood or particle board or, pressed wood came along.
Yeah.
And I often think that stuff just led to all kinds of mold problems. You put a drop of water on a piece of lumber, a good piece of lumber, that water just sits on it, right? You put a drop of water on sheet or on pressed wood or particle board, it immediately soaks in. Yeah. And so we've done some dumb things as well
with the building materials.
With the building materials and the changes with what we've done. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Doug?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. I think obviously you're not going to build a house out of stainless steel, but the bottom line is if you don't consider what kind of products that you're using and where you're using those products, absolutely, you're going to create some problems with them absorbing moisture where otherwise other products absolutely wouldn't. So yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. And so, with air infiltration, that's kind of where we're going, air and moisture filtration, but with the tightening of the homes and minimizing the air infiltration from outside to the inside, because this is actually something I want to hear your thoughts on this. I want to hear the negative consequences of it, but because you do often hear, and I actually, in many cases out here in Utah where it's dry air, I've kind of, there are many cases when I think, yeah, we do need that fresh air to come in, and it kind of helps. Fresh moving air, can often be a good remedy for some issues. So talk us through a little bit, because it sounds like you're saying air infiltration, generally we want to mitigate from coming inside. Talk about the consequences of that and what we need to do about it.
Sure. Well, the air infiltration issues that we're talking about, I think, are a little bit different in the South than they are in the North. The different in dry climates versus high humidity climates where we are. But I guess what's common with all of that is that, yes, fresh air is a really important addition to our having, I think, good air quality. You've got to dilute the contaminants. I know that's one of the things the EPA says the answer to indoor air quality pollution is dilution. And there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, if you take a glass of oil and you put it in the ocean, it's not going to have much of an effect. But you put a glass of oil in your sink, now you got a problem. So the idea of just the volume of air that you could bring in from the outside makes a big difference in terms of diluting the contaminants. But from an air infiltration issue, I think what we don't think about, Jeremy, are the things that you don't see that's coming in with that air on the airstream itself. And even if you're in the north and you're dealing with dry air, so you don't have a relative humidity problem, which we have in the south, when you're bringing air in from the outside, you're bringing in high relative humidity. much
Yeah.
higher than you want indoors, 70, 80% in some cases. But
Yeah.
besides that, what about the stuff that you can't see? The pollen, the mold spores, the microbes that are floating on whatever it is that's outside that's floating around in the air, those nanoparticles that you can't see. You see them in a shaft of light in the morning, you know, when you're looking at your bedroom window. Well, all of that stuff is in the air outside as well. And so now what's happening is that, like a little magic carpet ride, it's riding on that stuff, and the microbes are riding with that stuff as it comes in through those cracks and crevices in the windows and the doors. And so that's what I think actually needs to be mitigated. And there are a couple of ways to do it. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have so tight a house that you have no air infiltration. That wouldn't be a smart idea. But the idea and the way we approach it, and I certainly did with my house when I built that, is to have a place where I am bringing fresh air in through a fresh air makeup. And now I'm controlling the air that comes into my house. So I'm still bringing air in from the outside, but in my case, and the way we train on this, and my thoughts are, yeah, I'm going to bring it in, but I'm such an indoor air quality geek that I'm going to make sure that it's cooled or heated and filtered and purified before it ever comes into the environment. And you can't do that if you're just allowing the cracks and crevices to bring that fresh air in.
I see.
You know, years ago, I was a maintenance manager for a pretty good sized company, and we had a big fancy computer controlled HVAC system for our plant. I think our plant was maybe 80,000 square feet or something. It was a big plant, but I could control. I think they call them the economizers. I could control the economizers and decide how much fresh air I wanted versus how much do you want to try to save on your electricity bill, you know?
Right.
And I was always like, look, man, we all just seem way more productive if we get lots of fresh air in here. So I it wasn't my money. So I didn't worry about the electricity bill. I just turned that thing up and got as much fresh air in that building as I could. And it paid off.
Especially a plant where you've got chemicals and
Right,
all kinds of stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it
Jeremy,
does
if I
kind of
could
sound.
share-
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to share a concept with you. I'll talk about just kind of making it easier to understand. When your house is under negative pressure, if it's a vacuum and you're sucking air in through the cracks and crevices from the outside, one of the ways that you could mitigate that is by opening a window, right? Because all the air is then going to go through the path of least resistance. It's going to go through that window before it ever goes through a crack or crevice.
Yeah.
So that's the concept of fresh air makeup. If you can control fresh air coming into the HVAC system, like Mike just talked about, you're bringing air in from the outside, but you're controlling it. And because it's the path of least resistance, then it's going to lower the chance of it coming through those cracks and crevices.
Yeah.
You know, Jeff and I were just down in California helping a lady out, remediating her home. She hadn't been able to live in this home for a couple of years. And we treated it, and she said it's better, but it's still not quite right. And I didn't think it was. I left the day we treated it. I left and I thought, well, I don't think we got it, Jeff. I told Jeff, I don't think we've got it. Went back the next day, started to really look around because it was rainy the first day and kind of later on in the afternoon. So we really started looking around, and we had treated the crawl space, but I hadn't really looked at the crawl space that close. But what I did the second day is she had two hatches that went into the crawl space from the inside of the house. One was in the master bedroom and one was by the front room. I took both of those covers off and just put clear plastic over the covers and taped them tight. That plastic blew up like a balloon. I mean, so it told me all of her crawl space air is ending up in that house. It was incredible.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, you know that the pressure, negative or positive air pressure on a home. So you talked obviously if it's negative, that means it's kind of
it's a vacuum.
Your inside is the vacuum, right? It's pulling in from the outside.
Your door's going to slam shut when you open it.
Yeah. Now, is there an ideal pressure you want on your home, and what is that?
There is. The ideal pressure would, and some of this depends on where you live in the country, but ideal is either balanced where it's zero, or it's a little bit positive. And if you go into a hospital, almost all of their surgical centers in that hospital is under positive pressure. And the reason is because they want to blow the microbes out, believe it or not suck
Yeah.
them in.
Right.
So
Just all
positive
about
pressure.
the waiting room.
That's right. Yes. That's right. Where we're sitting waiting on our
Right.
sick patients. Yeah, I think a little bit under positive pressure is a good idea. That's not always easy to accomplish, and it's got to be done right from the beginning. But balanced is what my goal has always been, and that's what I did in my house, was to make sure that it was absolutely zero balanced. And so then if it does go under negative pressure, when you turn on a bathroom fan, or you turn on the range hood, or you turn on the dryer, anything that's going to suck air out of the house, now is pulling fresh air in through that fresh air makeup. So that's what I think, from my humble opinion, is what we really want, is just a balance of not negative or positive.
So Doug, is it safe to give this advice to people who they don't want to spend a lot of money, but they want to know, is my house positive or negative pressure? If you turn off all of your appliances in your home, your HVAC, everything off, and just open your front door with everything else closed, that probably should not want to open farther, or probably should not want to close. Would that be accurate, you think?
I think that is accurate. Unfortunately, though, Mike, I think a lot of the times a negative pressure or positive pressure is as a result of the HVAC system.
Yeah.
And it actually running. And so if it's sized improperly, then it can put the house under negative pressure or under positive pressure, where if it were turned off, you might end up with just a balance, zero.
Right. Yeah.
So sometimes it's the biggest contributor, especially if it's sized improperly, the biggest contributor to creating that pressure differential.
So is it it's the size of the HVAC unit that contributes to the positive or negative pressure? Is it also the amount of returns versus supply registers? Does that play into it? So it's kind of an equation of those things combined.
Yes.
I can see how that could get kind of complex. I don't know how to, I wouldn't be the one you'd call to say, help me fix my pressure per se.
Come balance my house, Jared.
Come balance my house.
Yeah.
But I can imagine it being complicated. Like, I need to figure out if you got the right size first. Yes. And then, okay, maybe you only have one return, and I don't know.
And where is the return located? And
It is a complicated process, but fortunately, there's a lot of science behind it. And unfortunately, a lot of HVAC guys don't know that this exists. But you probably remember in my book, what I did for my house was I hired a mechanical engineer, and it only cost me a couple of $100, but he ran what's called a manual J and a manual D. The manual J calculates the load calculation on exactly what size air conditioning system you need based on that house, that specific house sitting on that specific lot. That's the manual J. And then the manual D designs the ductwork. So when you do that, now you're kind of in the commercial arena. They always do that for commercial environments.
Yeah.
They just don't typically do it for residential environments, but that's how you solve the problem that you're talking about. Retrofitting is not easy. If you have a house that's under positive pressure or under negative pressure, it can be done. It's just not easy. It's not nearly as easy as to do it from the start, which is another one of those unintended consequences. I saved a few $100 because I didn't hire a mechanical engineer. Now I got to deal with the consequences for the rest of my life,
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let's move.
Let me ask one more thing that keeps sticking out in my mind. On this house I talked about in California, it was a fairly modest, just a Rambler house, one level, but they had just a ginormous air conditioning unit on the outside.
Yeah.
Is that as big an issue as an undersized or oversized furnace itself, or how does that play in? Is it the furnace you're looking at, or is it the air conditioner, or both?
Yeah, it's actually the air conditioning, the sizing of the air conditioning system itself, I think, is probably one of the most neglected areas addressing indoor air quality. And the way I think about it is this way. If it's oversized, an air conditioning system is primarily designed to dehumidify it, to take moisture out of the air. That's what it's primarily designed to do. If it's oversized, then it's going to short cycle and it's not going to run long enough to get the moisture out of the air. So you got a moisture problem.
Yeah.
On the other side, if it's too small, it's going to run and run and run and run and run and never get the moisture out of the air. So you've got the same result, which is what you and I deal with all the time, mold. You've got the same problem on either side. If it's undersized or oversized, you're going to have a moisture problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in that crawl space example that Mike gave, you know, because that's technically not, you know, a living space usually. And so, you know, that's almost a whole nother deal, right? Because the HVAC system, if it's not plumbed, you know, down into the HVA or down into the crawl space, you've got the living space that, you know, say you get that under a neutral or positive pressure, that crawl space could have its own dynamic in and of itself, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's an artificial environment. Yeah, it's an artificial environment, Jeremy, almost like your attic, you know.
Yeah.
It's your attics are typically much hotter than it is outside, right?
Yeah.
It's like your crawl space is much wetter than it is outside. So it's an artificial environment that's creating problems. And now if that's not sealed off and isolated from the conditioned space, from the living space, then you're going to have all kinds of issues inside.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, is there any way, because, you know, we've talked about this in the podcast, how often that moldy crawl space, you know, causes issues inside the living space, right above it. I mean, it's just impossible to keep the mold and contaminants from coming up. Stack effect, or maybe it's pressure issues. I'm not sure what it always is, but is there any way to mitigate that, you know, from pushing up into the house? And what do you suggest there?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think so. Here's a concept. I know you'll really like this. You'll grab onto this, but we always tell our guys when we're training them that, especially on the assessment side, if they're doing mold assessment, they need to go to a subdivision somewhere where they're building houses and look at those houses and the crawl spaces under construction and see how many holes there are in the floor. Holes for plumbing, holes for electrical, holes for the tub, you know?
Yeah.
And if you don't seal those up, what's going to happen? All that stuff in the crawl space is going to come up into the environment.
Yeah.
So yes, it's not an easy task retrofitting. But what we think in terms is you really only have two choices with a crawl space. You either isolate it from the conditioned space, which means sealing off that floor and subfloor in some way so that crawl space is truly outside air and not contaminating the inside, or you incorporate the crawl space with the living space and make it conditioned space, so that now you've sealed it from the outside and it becomes part of the air that you breathe. And that's the concept of a conditioned crawl space, where, you know, you've got the floor sealed, you've got the perimeter wall sealed, and now what you're doing is you're essentially air conditioning the crawl space.
Right.
Yeah. And you know, the other thing I thought about was the vents in the crawl space. I think that's incredibly important. This house did not have vents that I'm talking about. We had them cut vents and then go back and treat the house one more time. And she's back in the house now. But that crawl space had no vents.
Well, and that's something we talked about too, because, you know, here in Utah where we're dry, it really in most cases is a great idea just to get ventilation in that crawl space, because it's dry air.
Right. Yeah.
But we talked to some of our guys in the South and they're like,
well, that makes it worse. Yeah.
That makes it worse. You're just inviting all this humid air into the house.
Yeah.
So I know some of that's regional, like you're saying, and probably situation specific.
So what recommend down in your area, Doug, down in Louisiana? Do you recommend
for crawl space vents or?
Yeah, we highly recommend that it be completely a part of conditioned space, a part of the living environment, that you isolate it from the outside. I think the problem is, like you said, in the South, you're dealing with 80+% relative humidity outside. You can't get enough vents to get that air exchange underneath the crawl space. Even if it's on pilings, it's really hard to get the air moving underneath that crawl space and getting rid of the moisture. So what we always recommend is if you're going to have vents, which some people are not going to go the conditioned route, if you're going to have vents, then you need to figure out a way to isolate that floor, somehow seal it underneath so that you're not bringing those contaminants indoors.
Yeah,
I see. And sorry to go back to the sealing up the cracks and stuff in the subfloor and flooring between the crawl space and the living space, but is that not standard protocol for a construction a contractor, or is that something you need to request if you're building a home? Or
well, I'm sure that's probably a regional thing as well. I'm sure there are probably some municipalities where they require that, like I said in San Antonio, where they're requiring blower door testing. That would be part of things that they would require as their local code. But that's one of the reasons why I wrote Mold-Free Construction, Jeremy, because I think a lot of things are different in different parts of the country. Some places they will allow things where they wouldn't allow things in another part of the country. Short story, I built a house for a friend in Atlanta. I was actually living in Florida at the time, had a Florida license, had all my licenses in place. It was actually Rome, Georgia. It wasn't Atlanta. I went to Rome, Georgia, was going to build this 3,000 square foot house for this guy. I went up there in a suit and tie, took all of my licenses and all my credentials, sat down with the guy that was going to approve the drawings. And he said, "You ever built before?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, okay, well, you can build this one." I said, "Don't you want to see my licenses?" And he said, "No, son, if you don't build a good house, you'll never build another one here." And so
interesting. Yeah.
yeah. So, different parts of the country do different things in regards to minimum standards.
Well, in different parts of the world also. I was just on a phone conversation with one of our licensees in Australia. And he said it's unbelievable in Australia what they get away with,
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to just talk about a couple more things, Doug, while we have you. I know your time's precious, but kind of, we're talking about air infiltration. We haven't talked about water infiltration too much, but the air coming into our homes can bring in contaminants. If you do it right and filter it, that fresh air makeup can be a good thing. Mike talked about, commercial settings. It's pretty common practice, am I not mistaken, in commercial facilities to have some kind of fresh air makeup coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's required by code.
Yeah.
It's required.
Maybe let's talk about that for a second. Why is that? And then why is it different in residential, or why is there that difference there?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll tell you what, it's like a question of the ages. It used to be back in, again, going back to the 70s and 80s, one of the big changes that they made in regards to these energy concerns was that they lowered the amount of fresh air that was required to be brought into a building. Prior to the 70s, they actually had a standard for commercial buildings, how much had to be made. And there were suggestions at that point that maybe they should actually do that with residences. And then because of the energy crisis and on the commercial buildings, they lowered the amount of air that was required to bring into the outside. Then the discussion from an international building code standpoint was, well, do we even really need to address it on residences? And so it never really got addressed. And it's a little frustrating to me because even though now it's required on commercial, it's not required on residential. On commercial, the manual J, the manual D I was talking about, that's required, but it's not required on residential.
Interesting.
So I don't know all the politics. I hate to use that word, but I don't know all of what went into those kinds of decisions, but it's certainly not the way I think that houses should be built, because you can, again, mitigate a lot of problems by doing some pretty simple things.
Yeah. So you'd be a proponent of getting that more in the residential setting where you can get more fresh air in there, as long as you can filter it, right? Filter
Absolutely.
it. Make sure it's good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I think, of course, my view of this whole thing from my book and the standpoint of the construction side of the industry, my whole view of this is looking at the house holistically. It's a living, breathing organism, and you can do one thing and screw something else up. So what you need to do is you need to think in terms of, how does this whole thing work together as a system? And I
Yeah.
think that's the really important steps that need to be taken when somebody is either building or retrofitting.
So let me just, I know this next question could be a whole nother podcast. In fact, we're planning a podcast.
I know
on
where
this.
you're going with this already.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
You're going ERV, HRV? Yeah.
ERV, HRV. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm a believer in certain situations. Again, I think it's kind of you have to look at the holistic view of that particular environment and find out whether or not that actually works. If you're retrofitting, they absolutely, I think, have a place if you're wanting to go to a positive pressure environment or you want to go to neutral pressure. Those kinds of things really work. I think that, again, it's almost, I don't want to say case by case, but it's almost, that's kind of the way I view it. So in the HVAC industry, they call those appurtenances. They're things that you add on to the air conditioning system, just like a dehumidifier. I'm not a big believer in adding dehumidifiers to the HVAC system. I think if the house is designed properly and you have a manual J and a manual D run on the house and it's sized properly, you should never need a dehumidifier. A dehumidifier is kind of a Band-Aid,
Yeah.
And I kind of feel that way about ERVs. It's like, I can see a place for them, but it would be under certain conditions.
Just, and we don't have anything but just a little bit of anecdotal experience with these. My personal opinion is I think you need to be careful with these things because I think you can build up a mold load within the core of that thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, we have a house we're dealing with right now, and it's very moldy, or it feels moldy. We're picking up mold on tests, and there's no sign of it in there. And then we kind of dissected the ERV the other day, and it just felt
awful.
Awful in there.
Yeah.
And
once
so
we opened it, in fact, once we opened it, I started getting physical symptoms. Like it was not.
Yeah,
good.
and so again, we're kind of on the beginning end of the journey. We've researched it quite a bit on the internet, but we haven't, all we have, like we said, is just a couple experiences with some customers. And so we're trying to figure out, but I like what you said. I mean, if you figure out the right, system and size for the house, maybe that's the better way to go than trying to get.
And every case is its own deal.
Yeah.
You can't.
Tell you a quick story about an interesting HVAC system that I saw. I'd never seen this before. I went out to an oil rig, BP oil rig, and it's about 6,000 square feet. And one air conditioning system cools the entire rig, 320 rooms, individual rooms. And at the end of every single duct run to that room, at the grill going into the room was a VAV to control the volume of air going into that room and the temperature. So every single room had its own thermostat. Now they had a computer running this thing that took up a whole room. But the point is that when somebody went into their room to sleep and they wanted it 65 degrees, they could have it 65 degrees and the person next to them have it at 72 degrees. So that particular appurtenance, that piece of equipment, you can imagine throughout that entire rig, every single one of those was unbelievably contaminated with mold problems because they all have a coil, they all have fins to direct the air, and it was just a massive cleanup job. And so you're exactly right. I think that's the kind of thing you're looking at. Now, in that environment, they didn't have a choice. They had to do that because of the way the thing was constructed and what they wanted to accomplish in terms of keeping the rooms separated. But my goodness, what a major problem, mold issue.
Yeah. So kind of our last question then, Doug, let's maybe talk. I know you're in the, you're the founder and CEO of Normie. You also have gotten into the air filtration industry, because obviously that fits really well with what you do with air quality. So maybe let's kind of conclude with talking about what can you do to mitigate your air quality infiltration issues. You could, I don't know if you want to mention air filtration or any other ideas you have for people that we haven't mentioned.
Yeah, I would. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to put the chicken before the egg here. Actually, I got into the indoor air quality air purification equipment business prior to Normie. I got involved in that actually in 1996. And that's when I wrote my book, in the late 90s. And so I was actually selling and designing air purification and air filtration equipment before the turn of the century, as they say. And then Normie was created in 2004. And so it obviously only made sense as we were doing training on mold remediation for our guys. They would say, well, what kind of air purifiers should we use? And what kind of air filters should we use? Well, why is that important? And it was a really easy connection between Normie, which was the training and certifying agency, and Best Living Systems, which was our products company. And of course, full disclosure, I own both. But we do a lot of really cool stuff with air purification. We've got some really unique trademarked patented technologies that nobody else in the country has. And what's cool about that, Jeremy, and I think what's really important to this discussion is that we were talking about mitigating air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems. They can't be 100% mitigated. I mean, I have air purification technologies in my house, obviously, and air filters, good filters. So every time you open the door and walk in from the outside to the inside, we're like Pigpen. We're bringing stuff in behind us. And so you're no matter what you do in terms of effectively dealing with air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, you've still got the everyday contaminants that we're dealing with, the flecking off of our skin and odors that we get from cooking and all those sorts of things. So we're big believers in air purification and air filtration technologies, high-tech stuff, and that's what Best Living Systems is all about. And I appreciate your giving me an opportunity to talk about that because it's some pretty cool stuff. We just won a honorable mention innovative award from ASHRAE on some of our air purification technology. So it's a big deal. And of course, our members have opportunities to make those available to their clients where it seems to fit.
Yeah. Yeah. We've began using some of your Best Living Systems products. And I'm a big fan. I think it's a great addition to what we do in our work, especially with,
one concept that we've always tried to share with our customers is after we're done, we want to make this home very inhospitable to mold. And that's kind of the idea there. Just arm your home.
Yeah.
That mold does not like to hang around in there.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, that's why we get along so well, man.
I know it. We're kindred spirits. We talked about that. Yeah.
I know. I've been saying for years, when we tell our remediators and our assessors to go out and do mold projects, it's not just about fixing the problem. It's about fixing the problem and then making sure you're creating an environment in which that problem is not going to come back.
Yeah.
And, that's way beyond just a hit and run kind of approach that a lot of these guys take.
We had a guy come to one of our conferences and he was speaking about how to get repeat customers. And we were like, no. We don't want repeat customers. We didn't do our job if we have a repeat customer,
That's right. That's exactly right. We do it right. We don't have to have them come back to us.
Yeah, exactly. So we could do a whole nother podcast on some of the cool technologies.
Let's do in a while.
Yeah, maybe if you want to come back again, Doug, we could do on the PCO technology because we've mentioned it here and there, and I think it's kind of an exciting thing. And I guess I will say this is a caution I always have to make because I do run into a lot of people who think that they have a legitimate mold issue in the home. And they mistakenly believe if I put this device in my home, that's going to fix my mold issue. It's a couple step process. You got to really mitigate the mold or do a really comprehensive sanitization protocol like we do.
Mm-hmm.
And then that second step of putting in some air filtration devices or some of this PCO photocatalytic oxidation technology. And some of the ionizers that you guys have come up with and probes and things, I think it's a very, anyways, it's just a great way to, like you guys have said, to make the home inhospitable. If you'll come back, we'll have you tell us all about it. But for now, Doug, every guest we have on the show, as a token of gratitude, we let you kind of advertise for yourself. Maybe mention some websites, or if anyone listening wants to know more about Normie or Best Living Systems, how do they get in contact?
Well, thank you very much, guys. Love working with you, and look forward to many years of fixing people's unhealthy homes, which is kind of exciting to do. So Normie, our simple website is www.normie.org. Normie.org. Very simple. We've got a great staff of people that can answer your questions. If you email us or call us directly, that's pretty easy to do. Best Living Systems' new website is blsproducts.com. blsproducts.com. And we just put in place, in fact, introduced last week, a new affiliate program for guys who want to build a team of people to sell some of these products and represent that company, some of the neat stuff that we're doing there. But that's where it is, and we're just happy to help. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of blow our horn. We think we've got something that's unique and something that is definitely needed. We always say that we're all about helping people have cleaner, safer, and healthier environments. And I think when you look at these multifaceted problems and you've got a multi-strategic solution, you're on the right track. And that's what we're trying to do.
And let me just say in conclusion, because parts of the mold remediation and sanitization industry have a reputation as being quite closed-minded. I wouldn't say all of it, but it's been very refreshing getting to know you, Doug, because you do have kind of this expansive vision and you're pushing innovation, I think, which is very much needed. There are so many gaps and holes in some of the current protocols out there that we're, and I wouldn't even say we have all the answers completely yet ourselves. We're all figuring it out, but it's been good to get to know someone like you, where you're
great. Yeah.
Where you're open-minded, you're pushing the innovation, trying to figure out, better ways each day to improve the mold remediation protocols out there. So hats off to you, and to many more years as we try and navigate this world and figure out how to make homes healthier. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jeremy. I think we got a big market out there. I always tell people the only people who need what we have to offer are people who breathe. And so I think
that is true.
I think we're going to have a big market for a very, very long time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Doug.
Thanks for joining and for your expertise. I learned some good stuff today. I do need to learn more about HVACs, and that's something I should put on my to-do list. So thanks for your time, Doug.
Guys.
Okay.
We'll be in touch.
We'll catch up down the road. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Welcome to IAQ Basics 101, Managing the Air We Breathe. My name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. IAQ Basics 101 is a class offered through besttrainingschool.com. This copyrighted presentation will discuss the problems of indoor air pollution as well as solutions to those problems. There are multiple ways to deal with indoor air pollution, and I suppose this picture addresses one of those. The EPA and other government agencies suggest removing the source of the pollution, but as we will see, that's not always possible and is not necessarily a viable option, especially since we ourselves are the source of much of the pollution indoors. Dilution with fresh air makeup is also suggested as an option, but that's not always possible, and in many cases it allows us to bring even more pollution from the outside into our living space. This class is designed to talk about the seriousness of the problem, the sources of the problem, and the real holistic solution to managing indoor air quality. Whether in a residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional environment, the solutions are the same and effective to reduce microbials, particulates, and other contaminants that pollute our indoor breathing space. Several years ago, Normie.org started a national survey asking homeowners in particular to rank their indoor air quality from 1 to 10, 1 being poor, 10 being excellent. And so the question, how would you rate the indoor air quality in your home? Now, with several thousand responses, the evidence is clear that most people, in excess of 90%, rank their indoor air quality at a 7 or below. That many people recognize that they have a problem, but not quite sure what that problem is or who to call to resolve it. This short course should help put those concerns to rest by suggesting the sources of the problem and the solutions that are effective in improving indoor air quality in virtually every single case. We are not unaware of the problems in our homes and offices. Many people react to the contaminants that exist in our indoor environments, and there is even an entire segment of the medical industry that now recognizes and treats the symptoms of environmental illness. The AAEM, American Association of Environmental Medicine, has been a leader among doctors in training and helping them resolve the problems that people experience as a result of indoor air pollution. No longer are those affected shuffled off to a psychiatrist or disregarded as a hypochondriac, because more and more evidence is coming to light every year on the devastating effects of long-term, low-level pollutants on our health and general well-being. Allergy, lethargy, overall unproductivity are now being associated with many of these contaminants, and property owners, managers, and doctors are interested in finding solutions. This class allows you to take a giant leap toward a holistic approach to dealing with indoor air pollution. But first, you must understand what comprises or makes up the contaminants that we breathe every day indoors. You could classify every single component that affects indoor air quality into one of these 7 components. And if you know what the problem is, the solution is easier to understand. As I've said many times, prognosis without diagnosis is malpractice, and so it is with indoor air pollution. If you don't understand the problem, then you don't have a solution. If you do understand the problem, and you understand that it's multifaceted, then you will understand that the solution must then be multi-strategic. There is no one-size-fits-all, or just put this machine in your house and all will be well approach to solving these issues. It's about dealing with all of them in a synergistic way. So let's talk about each of these as we see them in our environments and as they pollute those environments. Particles. That's a dust mite. 32,000 of them on an ounce of dust. And there are a lot of people who are allergic to dust mites because dust mites love to eat organic material, dead skin. And when they eat that dead skin, they do what other animals do, and that becomes aerosolated. And that dust mite feces has enzymes in it that makes people allergic to it. And so dust mites obviously are a problem, and what they do after they eat becomes a problem. But there are other things in the environment floating around as well, pollen and mold spores, particulates that need to be taken out of the air that we breathe. There have been multiple studies about submicron particles and how they actually get past our natural filtering systems, the nose hairs, the hairs in our lungs, and actually can even be brought into our bloodstream. And so dealing with particles, of course, is an extremely important way of dealing with indoor air quality.
Unfortunately, in the indoor air quality business for the last few years, so much emphasis and focus has been put on particles that some of the other problems that are in the environment have been ignored. And so a lot of effort has been made to make really good and efficient filters. But that's only one solution to one specific problem. Odors. In our environment, we have odors, all kinds of odors. Sometimes those odors are symptomatic of gases. Sometimes they're symptomatic of other things like cooking odors or secondhand smoke. But odors are a tremendous allergen, and it's an indoor air quality issue that needs to be addressed. Gases. Of course, I tell people in our indoor air quality classes that we have enough chemicals under our kitchen sink to kill a couple of elephants. But the truth is that we have all kinds of things in our environments that are off-gassing different types of chemicals. If you think about walking into a room that's just been painted, that room smells. There's your odors. But those odors are actually coming from gases from the paints and the VOCs. Those gases will continue for years and years, sometimes up to 10 years, after the smell of the new paint has gone away. Formaldehyde, glues, OSB, carpeting, all of these things put off gases. Some of them we smell, some of them we don't smell. Usually at this point when I'm talking about indoor air quality, I talk about these three as they're really evidenced by secondhand smoke. A single cigarette produces over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And in most cases, when they try to take cigarette smoke out of an environment, like in a bar or a restaurant, they use a filter, and so they're successful at taking the particles out, but it still smells like an ashtray. And that's because they haven't removed the gases and the odors that remain. So if you were going to have a multi-strategic solution to secondhand smoke, you'd have to have something that would deal with not only the particulates, but also deal with the gases and with the odors. And then, of course, we have biopollutants, and we think about mold because it's something that's very obvious, and there's been a lot of press about it, but there's all kinds of biopollutants in our environments. E. coli, salmonella, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, all kinds of things going on in our environments that actually become air-slated. Now, that's not because the bacteria has wings and can fly around, but it does in fact travel on the dead skin cells and other things that are floating around in our environment. When I talked about particulates, one of the things that I didn't really mention but is one of the biggest pollutions in our environment is our cells. We actually put off dead skin cells. And if you look at a shaft of light in the morning and you see all of those things floating around, 80% of that, according to scientists, 80% of that is dead skin. Well, that dead skin becomes a little magic carpet ride for bacteria and for viruses and other types of biopollutants. And so biopollutants are a major issue not only on surfaces but also when they become aerosolated. That's the fourth component of indoor air quality that needs to be addressed. Temperature and humidity. Obviously, as the temperature gets high and the humidity gets high, much greater chance of mold growing. Even when the temperature gets low and the humidity gets low, there's a good possibility that bacteria will grow. And so one of the things that we do in our trainings is we talk about trying to keep the relative humidity between 40 and 60% so that there's a less possibility that contaminants will actually grow in that environment. But these two components obviously need to be addressed. In the air conditioning industry, they talk about combining these two, and they deal with what's called psychrometrics and how the two actually work in environments to keep air cleaner and how they can make the air conditioning systems more efficient. Temperature and humidity. And then the seventh component is comfort, and that's how air moves in the environment. You know, when you're in an environment that's got stagnant air, where it's hot at your head and it's cold at your feet. It's extremely uncomfortable. By getting the air moving, by using ceiling fans, leaving the air conditioning system on so that it's actually moving the air, not only are you keeping a more comfortable environment, you're taking away the false positives that a thermostat might give you, false readings that you might have about the heat or the coolness of that particular environment. And if you're using proactive air purification technologies or passive technologies, as we're going to talk about in just a few moments, moving the air is vital to keeping good air quality. By moving the air, you're trapping the particulates, you're taking the proactive air purification to the surfaces, cleaning the bacteria, killing the mold, you're dealing with odors and VOCs. All of that has to do with air movement. So these 7 components, and again, we're talking about particulates, odors, gases, temperature, humidity, and comfort. All of these have to be addressed if you're going to have a multi-strategic solution to this multifaceted problem. Particles, biopollutants, odors, temperature, humidity, gases, and comfort. You need to address all of them. So the first conclusion that should be drawn after understanding the many facets of the problem is that solution is not just about filters. Filters play a very big part in resolving many issues, but they certainly don't address many of the pollutants like odors and gases, and they are restricted by the difficulty of trying to get some of these pollutants to the filter. We'll talk about the value of good filters and the shortcomings of bad ones shortly, but even before that discussion, it's clear that it's not the whole answer to IAQ management. It's not about source removal. If we are producing much of the dead skin that's in any environment, removing us is not the answer. Yes, we can give our cat to Aunt Sally and tell our wife to smoke outdoors, but there are so many things in our environments that simply cannot be removed. After all, who wants to live in a stainless steel house? So many of our construction materials are great feeding ground for mold and bacteria, and how do we fix that problem? And it's not about dilution. Certainly adding fresh air into the home or office is a good way to dilute some of the contaminants, but as I suggested earlier, in some parts of the country, the last thing I want to do is bring so-called fresh air into the environment. At least I wouldn't want to bring it in without it having been cooled, filtered, and purified. Again, certainly a part of the solution, but not the entire solution. Our solution, the Normie approved solution, is a multi-strategic approach with these 3 prongs: air filtration and purification, surface protection, and lifestyle changes. When I wrote my book, Mold-Free Construction, and that's available at moldfreeconstruction.com, I suggested a sanitization protocol, and it incorporates this 3-pronged approach. Take a look here at a recent table that I found that suggested the top 10 solutions to indoor air quality issues. It's interesting because the 3-pronged approach is included right here. You've got utilize air purification, utilize air filtration, dehumidify or humidify, reduce carpeting, revise your cleaning schedule, use hypoallergenic bedding, use green cleaning supplies, reduce volatile organic compounds, respond quickly to leaks or moisture, manage plants, and clean your pets. It's interesting that this 3-pronged approach is included. Lifestyle changes that include decluttering, scheduled maintenance, and so forth is incorporated in the revised cleaning schedule. Respond quickly to leaks and use hypoallergenic bedding. Using green cleaning supplies that are low in VOCs deals with surface protection, and I have many more listed in my sanitization protocol. So we want to now close in on air filtration and purification technologies, which is probably the most technical of all the solutions. There are so many air purification technologies and so much marketing hype, that it's often difficult to understand exactly what works and what doesn't. So let's simplify the approach. Every piece of air purification equipment in the market today is either active or passive in its approach to resolving indoor air pollution problems. By passive, we mean that, like a mousetrap, it's bringing the pollution to the solution. A filter is a good example of a passive technology because the filter sits there waiting for the air to be brought to the filter. The other option to take care of that pesky mouse would be to buy a cat. That cat is on seek and destroy mode, and she's going out there to take the solution to the pollution. That's a proactive approach to solving the problem. So in that context, let's talk about the different technologies in the marketplace and talk about each, how they work, and the advantages or disadvantages of each. What you'll quickly see is that a synergistic approach utilizing multiple technologies in a combination of passive and active is by far the best and most effective way to deal with all of the potential contaminants in the indoor environment. To take this a step further in evaluating technologies on the market today, all of them, that is, all of the equipment on the market today, utilizes one of 5 technologies: either filtration, ionization, ozonation, ultraviolet, or ultraviolet with target plate. The very best equipment utilizes several of these, as you'll see in a few moments, but we must first understand the value and limitation of each before we have a clear understanding of the efficiency and effectiveness when these are combined. Filters would include all of the different media that we see in the market. They might be fiberglass, foam rubber, carbon or carbon impregnated, polyester, but each serves a different purpose based on its density and configuration. HEPA, high efficiency particulate arrestor, filters, probably the highest quality filter on the market today, incorporated a pleated configuration and is usually appropriate only in commercial environments where the air handlers can handle the tight density of the filter media. For the average consumer, anything above a MERV 7 or 8 rating, according to ASHRAE. Now, ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, could negatively impact the efficiency of the air conditioning system and even, in many cases, damage blower motors and other moving parts of the system. MERV, which is the Minimum Efficiency Reporting Value, a standard set by ASHRAE to determine the effectiveness and efficiency of a specific media. Ionization sends an electrical charge into the environment using several different types of components to charge particles and make them flock together or aggregate so they can be carried to the filter. In many cases, submicron particles are so light that they are never brought to the filter, and these are, by most studies, the most harmful to our health. Bypassing the natural filters of our nose and lungs, these particles can wreak havoc on our health. Ozonation is produced by a couple of different methods. Ozone can be very effective in reducing microbial pollutants in the air and on surfaces, but it must be closely monitored and is problematic for a small percentage of the population. Ozone production is regulated by some states, and in particular, the state of California bans air purification technologies that incorporate ozone production in their machines. Fortunately, there are now other technologies that are just as effective without the harmful side effects. Ultraviolet has been widely used in the air conditioning industry, but unfortunately it seems as though many technicians really don't understand how it works, or doesn't, and so many have lost faith in the effectiveness as an air purification technique. With the advent of target plates, the photocatalytic oxidation technology is one of the newest technologies addressing airflow and has proven to be extremely effective in keeping air and surfaces clean of many contaminants. Let's talk about each of these in a little more detail and discuss whether they are active or passive in their approach to air purification. This is a good example of a traditional pleated filter. There are some limitations that inhibit the effectiveness of filters, and much of that has to do with the type of filter that's used and the maintenance, or lack of it, that's required. We've talked about the variety of filter media that can be used, but all filters are limited by the air handler itself in terms of the amount of air that actually gets to the filter. Air exchanges are a way of describing the effectiveness of the filter, but it ignores the reality that much of the air in any environment never actually gets to the filter. Just like the swirling leaf in a swimming pool that never gets to the pool filter, the air in any environment has pockets of air that never move. At least that air never gets exchanged and therefore is never really filtered. Maintenance is probably one of the biggest issues with filters because people often will leave their filters in for a very long time. So long that the media is so full that it actually sucks the cardboard frame of the filter away from the edges of the return, causing blow-by. And again, the air is not filtered. If filters are not changed regularly, they can become a media for mold and bacterial growth, a syndrome that we in the industry call bionesting. The solution is a good MERV 7 or 8 filter, frameless, impregnated with a good antimicrobial. And if you view Best Living Systems module at the end of this module, also attached to this lesson, you'll see the value and efficiency of the perfect fit filter for most 1-inch applications. With all this understood, the filter is still passive, waiting for the contaminants to get to it. We highly recommend a good filter, but it should be only one of the parts of the solution, and it should be one that doesn't cause the very problems that you're trying to solve. Ions are invisible particles, either molecules or atoms, which bear an electric charge. Atoms, for instance, consist of an atomic nucleus that contains neutral neutrons and positively charged protons, as well as orbiting electrons that are negatively charged. And when an atom is in neutral condition, the number of protons and electrons, which are negative, protons positive, electrons negative, is equal. When the number of protons and electrons is not the same, the particle becomes an ion that is either positively or negatively charged. Negative ions can be artificially generated by electrical devices such as ionizers, which use an external power source to generate large quantities of negative ions. Virtually all particles in the air have a positive charge, while negative ions have a negative charge, in which case negative ions and particles magnetically attract to one another. When there's a high enough concentration of negative ions in the air, they will attract to floating particles in large numbers. This causes the particle to become too heavy to remain airborne, and as a result, the particle will fall out of the air and will then be collected by normal cleaning activities such as vacuuming or dusting or even in the filter. The ionization process has been used for years on the construction sites and other locations where particulates need to be removed from our breathing space. Negative needlepoint and pulsating ionization simply charge those particles that are then attracted to one another and either dropped out of our breathing range or taken to a filter. The newest ionization technology is the dielectric barrier ionizer. This component actually creates what some call a bipolar ion or clustered ion, where both positive and negative ions are combined in the same charge. This sounds counterintuitive, but testing has shown that this actually happens, and that the clustered ion, though safe for humans, is lethal to microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, and mold or fungus. This is a completely natural process, utilizes low voltage, so it's an energy-saving process, and effective on a variety of IAQ contaminants. When combined with other components, this technology produces a powerful oxidation process, and Best Living Systems trademarked it as multi-cluster ionization, MCI. It's just a better way to address many of the contaminants in the indoor environment because it produces very low levels of ozone, nearly immeasurable and safe. Best part of all, this technology is proactive. It sends the solution downstream to the pollution and will therefore help keep air and surfaces clean, even quite a distance from the equipment. There has been much concern about ozone, and I just have to say that much of it is inaccurate. Though there is no need now with the newer technologies to incorporate ozone in the air purification technologies, the production of ozone is as natural as lightning and actually causes the clean, crisp smell that we get after a thunderstorm or at the beach or in the mountains. Called nature's cleaning product, ozone can be a very powerful oxidizer and when used correctly can be very effective. Though highly efficient for smoke cleanup and fire restoration projects, more IAQ professionals steer customers away from the use of ozone, even at low levels, due to the sensitivity of young children, the elderly, and immunosuppressed people. I'm thankful that there are technologies that have advanced beyond our need for a discussion about the value or limitation of this specifically proactive technology. This brings us to ultraviolet lamps, the darling of the HVAC industry. It's long been known that UV light at the germicidal wavelength, 254 nanometer, is extremely effective against microbials. The food processing industry, the post office, and other applications have been fully convinced of its effectiveness and utilized it for really tough organisms like E. coli, anthrax, to name a few. Unfortunately, in the air conditioning system, the limitations of the technology enable it to be very effective in cleaning the surfaces on the inside of the air handler, but not very effective in sending any of that cleansing power downstream into the airflow. Why? Well, the UV technology has two major limitations: time and proximity. How long is the microorganism exposed to the light, and how close is it to the light? In most cases, air conditioning contractors have found that due to the high rate of speed with the air racing past the UV light, that the bugs hardly get a sunburn. Ultraviolet light is great for the surfaces inside the system, but not very effective in the airstream. It really is a passive technology, waiting for the bugs to come close to it so it can zap them, change their DNA, or neutralize them. Over the past few years, scientists and engineers have learned the power of a combination of UV, the germicidal wavelength UV, and a target plate. This UV becomes a catalyst for producing a much more powerful oxidizer than actually does get into the airstream, clean the air and surfaces downstream from the air handler. When combining these two, the UV and the target plate can then be coated with multiple coatings of different metals, its shape altered to expose more of the surface to the UV, and in turn produce a powerful clustered ion similar to the dielectric barrier ionizer we discussed earlier. This proactive technology is becoming the choice for all air purification technologies, and when combined with other components, as we'll discuss in a moment, air purification technology has now taken a turn toward becoming the foundation for creating clean, healthy environments indoors. No longer is this technology an option, but a must for anyone who's interested in addressing all the pollutants now found in indoor environments. This concludes our training on IAQ technologies. IAQ Basics 101. Remember that the combination of many components into a single product is the very best way to address all of the contaminants in any environment. You've got a multifaceted problem, you need a multi-strategic solution. If you have a greater interest in the products that have been developed around the clustered ion, multi-cluster ionization trademark, we have provided a module on your page entitled BLS Products to help you better understand the options you may have for your own use or may want to offer to your clients. The trademarked MCI multi-cluster ionization technology are incorporated in all of these products, from HVAC probes to standalones. They're affordable, effective, and efficacious for air and surfaces in virtually any environment. Safe for humans, but lethal to microbes. Thank you for taking the time to get better educated on the basics of IAQ. We offer more advanced trainings in the IAQ field, which includes specific trainings on mold, formaldehyde, as well as more trainings in the indoor air quality field itself. And we look forward to providing more information in the classes ahead.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology, rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement, or the mold under the sink, or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NC RSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the NORMI schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
I'd like to welcome my guest today, Keith Gangitano, who is the founder and CEO of the manufacturing of a product called Airwall. And I'm going to bring Keith in here in a second, but you'll see in the background one of the air walls, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Keith, how about a quick hello?
Hey there. How you doing, Lance? I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad to have you. So I'm going to get right into this. And I got a few questions right off the bat, because when I see your email come to me, it says Zeppelin guys. And I'm kind of curious as to, we've always called you or associated you with the Airwall product, but the name of the company is Zeppelin. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Zeppelin. You know, it's when we first founded the company, you got to find a name. And since it's inflatable, Zeppelin just kind of seemed like a cool name, and we went with it, and we designed a logo for it. But then the product needed a name, mainly because if it's going to have a line item on Xactimate and other things, it needs a name. And so it became Airwall, and then over time it became Airwalls by Zeppelin, which is containment from A to Z. So it's just kind of one of these things. But if you look us up, you'll find us both on Airwalls and Zeppelin.
Okay. Well, so where did this concept come from? Because in the remediation and healthcare and restoration type of industries, this is something completely new.
It is new. It evolved is what it did. It started with me helping a friend with his restoration company back in the summer of 2017. And I was in a crawl space. It was a miserable experience. I spent 3 hours trying to build a chamber so that we could get the subfloor dry. And among other things, I got bit by a spider and bruised and battered, and managed to only build marginal containment, a chamber. It was terrible. And so I invented the crawl space tool. It was just kind of one of those fully formed ideas in my head. I just knew how it had to work. Convinced a friend who's now a part of the company, and pretty much has been since the beginning, because without him, a lot of this stuff wouldn't exist, just because he's the one that knew how to build it. His name is Cole, and I convinced him to build our first prototype for crawl spaces. And one thing led to another. You know, we started thinking, what about a doorway? I wonder if we could use this very tool in the doorway. And so I repurposed it, and it was very ugly. And we thought, well, the concept works. It's just not going to work, you know, in the sense that it's really gross and ugly looking. So we designed something for that. And then we moved on to windows. And then we realized at some point that, because we met a fine gentleman by the name of Mark Cornelius, he's among other things, he's a member of the board on the IICRC. He's a trainer for years. He's been in the industry for almost 40 years. And he loved our product and just asked me a very simple question. That he was looking at the doorway unit, our X, and he said, so how do you get out? And I looked at him with a very kind of lost look, and he goes, how do you get out? Where's your doffing chamber? You know, when you're doing a mold job, you got to have a doffing chamber. And it just never occurred to me. And so that's, you know, kind of what started my wheels spinning. And we went round and round and round. And the other question was always about power failure as well. What do you do about a power failure? Because the crawl space unit and the Airwall X, which is built for doorways, and the window units as well, they're all constant air kind of appliances. They require air from your air movers or your HEPA filters and things like that. And if the power goes out, well, then they deflate and they stop functioning. And so we went around for a long time before we settled on what we ended up with. And you'll actually see that behind me. You can actually see that's the full system. That's 2 Airwall Nexus on either side of me, and behind me is the front of the.
Let me interrupt you real quick,
yeah.
Because we'll talk about all the different types of configurations and products and stuff that you've come up with, because yeah. I know your mind just works continuously on this stuff. But I mean, the simple question is, how do these work? I mean,
air.
Air. Okay.
They inflate. You know, and you're right. I tend to get, you know, I love my stuff and I think about it all the time, so I go fast. The 2 that I talked about first, they require constant air. You connect them to your air movers, your negative air machine, and you do what we call pre-cycle the air. You capture the air coming out of the machine directly, and then you take that air and do what you want with it, whether it's to exhaust it from the structure and create negative pressure, or to create a manifold where you're actually directing the air to a subfloor or maybe the perimeter of the building.
But these are different. This is different. That's behind you now, right?
Yeah. So this is the latest. This is very different. In fact, what you'll notice again to either side of me is the Nexus, and the Nexus consists of 5 separate inflatable air bladders. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see those little round those are valves. And so you inflate each of these chambers separately. The idea being that if there is a power failure, first of all, these are inflated and they don't require any more air. But if there was any kind of damage done to one of those bladders, although we did a lot to design them so that they're very durable, but if something did happen, that even the loss of an entire or even two chambers would still maintain your containment. So that's the design we came up with. And yeah, they're very different, but they both work on air and they both work on pressure. The whole reason that they function as negative air containment and as a chamber is because they're pushing against the surfaces of the building, up and down and then sideways, so that they seal up.
Okay, so now I did cut you short before. I just want to get back to, you were starting to talk about the different types of products.
Yeah.
I just wanted our viewers to understand at least how these things work.
Yeah.
What else have you designed? I mean, this is for, it looks like you got a chamber behind you and a whole wall, but I know there's problems with, different heights, different types of ceilings and floors. How does that all work? Or do you have special products for that?
So we wanted simplicity was the key. We didn't want a bazillion parts and things that could get lost, broken, misplaced, or just adding complexity. What you see behind me essentially is four things. It's a nexus on one side, a nexus on the other, the dust curtain that joins them, and the doffing chamber that zips to the dust curtain, in a nutshell. So it's really, really simple. If this room that we're looking at were 8 feet tall, or 9 feet tall, this is an 8-foot configuration, that were 9 or 10 feet, you would simply add a 12-inch extension to the very top of that wall. And because the air bladders inside are actually 10 feet long, then you're not doing anything else. Those air bladders simply roll out the next 12 inches and then stop. They stop because there's a piece on the top that makes them stop. And then if you had to go to 10, you would do the same thing, add another 12 inches, and then those bladders go up the next. So so it's very simple. That conversion can be done in just a couple of minutes. Very simple.
Interesting. So how about like width, or if you're dealing with different heights, like it's a slanted ceiling or something like that?
Sure. So for width, not a problem. These walls that you see to my sides are 5 feet nominally. And again, 8, 9, or 10 feet. They can be adjusted. Well, let's talk about width first. So you can put as many together as you want. You can zip these things together. They join to each other. It's all modular. Everything goes together and connects. So you can put 4 or 5 of these together, or 2. If you happen to be in a space that, again, these would be 10 feet joined. If you were in an 8-foot space, you could do a couple different things. You could just simply change the shape of the wall into a curve. Think Hoover Dam. You could do something like that. You could also run them straight across the room, and then when you get to the wall, you simply underinflate whichever bladder would be at the bend, right? And then bend the wall. That's it. And now what's touching the building may be 1 or 2 bladders as opposed to just the edge, but that's the way you shorten it. So you've got a bunch of different options on how you can do that. As far as an uneven ceiling, I'm gonna point here. Let's see, how do I do that? These right here, these little black dots, those allow you to actually put straps that also attach to the very top of the wall, and you can actually change the pitch of the wall if you need to. You can actually slope it to a certain extent, and you can also adjust it not just to 8, 9, or 10 feet, but if you were, let's say, in a drop ceiling, a T-bar, they're not standard, right? They land sometimes at 8 feet 3 inches, or just under 9 feet, whatever ceiling height. They're never really standard because they're not set by 2x4s. They're set by a contractor who puts wire, hangs them, and that's where they land. So you can actually adjust these things really, really kind of a micro adjustment, anywhere between 7 at the bottom all the way up to just over 10 feet. So yeah.
Will fit just about anywhere, it sounds like.
It will. The only thing I don't think we're ever going to really do, and that kind of brings up another one of our thought processes here, we're probably never going to do like the vaulted ceiling scenario. So in a vaulted ceiling, you're probably going to have to either commit to plastic fully, which, you know, it is our goal here to try to get as much plastic out of this industry and construction as we can. Or you're going to do a hybrid. And to be clear, we really did always design this product to be, when it's necessary, hybridized, merged with the plastic that everybody's using now, because there are going to be certain environments where a vaulted ceiling or some weird cutout is going to prevent these walls from, you know, creating the appropriate seal. So you may use 90% air wall, and then that last little bit you may connect, you know, to plastic. And because these walls work well with tape, they don't come off, which is great, because you can't say that about tape and walls, right? When walls have, you know, water literally dripping down them, or years of cooking grease or whatever, they don't stick, right? That's why a lot of failure happens with traditional containment. But these walls are designed to work with tape and not leave residue. So you can tape plastic to it for as long as the job takes, and then peel it off, and you won't have to worry about it leaving stuff behind. And certainly, whenever possible, you want our walls to be, or the air walls to be, touching the surfaces of the building, because that's going to create the superior seal without the problems of you know, damage like peeling paint or whatever else that comes with using tape.
Well, I know that with some of the Normie training that we do, we've actually incorporated some of the air wall technology into some of the types of hands-on training that we do, especially like when we go to the experience trade shows, where people are able to touch and work through all the new different technologies and products. And they fit into structures that we basically build on site. So we're able to adjust them, you know, in real time to fit into these structures. And it works out very well for us, because we're able to put those up with plastic, show the differences, and, you know, how you can make changes and everything else. So it does work, and it's adjustable, like you were talking about, to whatever structure we build at the time.
Right. And it brings me joy to hear that, Lance, because, you know, I had this awakening. It was kind of late in coming. I've been doing this for 5 years, but I had this awakening about 5 days ago, where I realized, when I made my first shipment to Australia, that these things exist without me, you know, in different time zones and on different continents, and people are interacting with them, and what I spent years thinking about and designing has to work, and I can't be there to help them. I can't,
So,
you know.
so you send your children off to school for the first time, basically.
That's what it sounds like, right? Absolutely. Yeah. That's what it felt like.
Put them on the bus to Australia.
Exactly.
So let's go a little bit further into this. As far as like vertical markets and stuff, I mean, I could see it in the remediation industry, restoration, asbestos. How about like medical, or all of the above?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually one of the most exciting things about what's behind me here, is that when this came, all of a sudden, exactly what you're talking about just changed totally. So medical, if you have someone who has who's a burn victim, or is receiving cancer treatments, or is in some other way significantly immunocompromised, positive pressure environments are how you deal with that. And a hospital environment can create that, but that's very expensive. This can do that very, very easily, very simply, and doesn't require any permanent modifications to a building. On the flip side, we're all very familiar with negative air pressure because of the pandemic that we're all emerging from now, and the need for negative airspace, which is the exact opposite of what I just described. Instead of pumping clean, fresh air into an environment with people who have no immune system, you're instead drawing air in so that the bad boogies can't get out. So that's medical. But even more so, there's really, really strict enforcement when you're in a hospital environment, because of, you know, generally who's in a hospital. People are sick when they're in a hospital. So if any kind of building modifications have to take place in a hospital, they have to do things to prevent dust and everything else from getting to people who might be unwell. And so it's not even just the direct medical application, but medical facilities, and because maintenance has to happen and modifications must occur, this can actually be a very, you know, a significant improvement to what they're doing now, which is putting up plastic. It takes sometimes hours or even a day to set up the containment to move a machine from one room to another, simply because of the restrictions on a hospital and what can and can't be done without containment. So that's a big deal. And then, just I've been told mining. In fact, the folks in Australia, because mining is a big part of Australia's economy, mining is one. High tech, both chip manufacturing and also in like server farms, things like that, where very sensitive equipment is very, can't be exposed to dust. So that's another big opportunity. All the construction trades could benefit from it. Basically, and then there's also, of course, the potential need for first responders and militaries, around the world. What if there's some kind of an outbreak, some kind of maybe a terrorist attack, a biological terrorist attack, and first responders and military have to show up and contain it best they can. This stuff, I mean, this what you see behind me fits into basically 3 duffel bags, so that's the kind of thing that a military could really benefit from. So, yeah.
Well, while you were talking, I jotted down 3 quick questions, and you were just starting to touch on one. So let me ask it to you. But instead of 3 questions, I'll just do it as 1 question now. What I wrote down here was portable, durable, and cleanable. Yeah. Especially you started talking about mining and then, bacteria outbreaks and viruses and stuff like that. So as far as it being portable, I mean, they're pretty big. I mean, easy to move, and, cleanable. And how durable are they? All 3. You got 3 questions there.
Okay, so let's start with portable. We already started on that. Yeah. Basically, it's a gym bag. One of these walls fits in a gym bag. Of course, each one comes with said gym bag, and it's very, very easy to lift. I mean, the Nexus, fully loaded Nexus, is 25 pounds. That's it, right? So it's well below the lifting weight of any of the trades. I mean, most equipment is that or a lot more. So very, very portable, small, compact, lightweight, easy to use. It looks huge right now, but it fits into an itty bitty space, right? So that's really good. As far as cleanable goes, we were very intentional on that. And in fact, along the way, we had it pointed out. In fact, a well-known person in the restoration industry, Rachel Adams, had pointed out in 21 that she thought it needed to be a little more cleanable. And so I said, okay, let's do that. So we just simply reversed the fabric that we're using so that what you see on the outside is actually a urethane. So it's much, much smoother and much easier to clean. The stuff before was also very cleanable, but it had texture. And so there was a concern that maybe some of the fibers and things like that might stick. But so we designed it to be smooth, easy to clean. They're all machine washable. They're all designed to be totally machine washable. If you really, let's say, are in a Cat 3 environment and you really want to make sure that it's clean, you can do that. All the biocides, no problem. Antimicrobials, no issues there whatsoever. You can spray away and it'll be just fine. So cleanable. And then durable. And I say durable for the end because durable, all this stuff is important, super important, but durable, because we're claiming to be better than plastic, we better deliver, right? Because this stuff isn't cheap, right? It takes 3 to 5 uses to pay off the investment in an air wall, which is really fast because they last for years. But, if I'm going to say I'm better and I cost more, then I better be better. And so durability was huge. We made sure that the outer shell, in the case of this one here, anything that's getting constant air, you could stab it with a knife and it wouldn't matter. I mean, we designed them with big open holes. So they're pumping out air all the time and they still work. Not so with this, right? If this gets a leak, there could be an issue. So the outer shell is very, very durable. It's resistant to snags and punctures and things like that and cuts and all the rest. And then the inner bladders, we actually spent a lot of time finding the ideal material for those bladders. They had to be lightweight. They had to be inherently fire resistant because these are going into a built environment. They cannot burn. They had to be as puncture and tear and cut resistant as possible while maintaining lightweight and portability, right? I mean, there's all those things are in direct conflict with each other, right? Lightweight usually means flimsy. So we were actually very blessed, I believe, in the discovery of this particular material that we've used, and it makes this product extremely resilient. And again, because we recognize that nothing is perfect. I mean, if you open fire on this thing, it would go down. I mean, no question about it. There are things it cannot handle, but it's meant to be durable. If something does happen to it, as I mentioned before, if you lose a bladder, first of all, we've had it happen. We've in the early days, we had some bladders with some defects, with small leaks, and even when they have a small leak, they don't fully fail, and you can actually air them up and continue the job if you need to. We also designed them to be repairable in the field. I'm going to do this finger thing again. You see that line right there? That's an access zipper. And if you open up that zipper and remove the valve just below it, you can actually remove that air bladder, either repair it in the field, because we do provide patches just for that, or you can replace it with a new bladder. Depending on how many times you've done it, it might take you 2 minutes, it might take you 5. The point is, it can be done. It can restore your containment to full rigidity. And I make that point because restore containment, it never lost it. Even though it's lost an air bladder, it still maintains containment, which was key. Because again, if I'm going to claim to be better than plastic, one of the biggest problems with plastic is that it falls down, right? You get up in the morning and, or worse, your owners get up in the morning, the people living in that house, and they see this plastic crumpled on the floor, a big hole, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, all that bad stuff they told me that they're keeping behind that plastic, where is that now, right? So if my stuff doesn't do a lot better than that and not fail, then I failed. So this was a big part of our design.
I remember the first time that we used one of your air walls in our training, and again, believe it was at one of the experience shows. You were there and gave us a training on replacing one of the bladders. Mm-hmm. And during the demonstration we were doing with the class for the hands-on, we actually opened the valve up and let it deflate, and it still held containment within the area.
You didn't tell me that.
No, it was my job is to break things. So, that's what we do. We try to find out things that are going to happen. Someone's going to accidentally open a valve or something. It stayed in place. It did its job. So, when you mentioned before about replacing plastic, or poly, I see the value in that. I'm just curious. I'm not holding you to it. Have you done any kind of cost analysis as to how much poly you can actually replace by one of these over the longevity of the type of system? Because I know poly is expensive.
It is expensive. The closest we've gotten to that is by calculating how much tape, how much plastic, the labor that's involved with not only the initial setup, but also the tear down, the waste removal, and then the repairs that inevitably happen with most plastic containments. And we figured that it was a 3 to 5 usage to offset the initial investment in the air wall. That's as close as we've gotten. The numbers you're asking for are, I want them so bad myself. And I don't want to pull it out of thin air. I want it to be a real number. And okay. It's a difficult number to quantify. I've struggled with that because that's a number I would love to take a picture, just give you a visual of a mountain of plastic, and say, this is how much plastic you would use in a year instead of, this, right? That type of thing. So short answer is I don't know what that looks like. I do know that I've seen a lot of containments go up. I actually am AMRT certified. So I've been to a lot of AMRT classes. So I've seen a lot of containments just set up just for pure instructional purposes. And when we take all that plastic and we throw it in the dumpster outside the building, it takes up a quarter of the dumpster or more.
Yeah.
So I've seen it, and that's just one class, so the amount of plastic and tape and everything else, I wish I had a solid number for you. And someday that the plastic industry that we hope to disrupt may come up with just that number for us, because we're going to upset them at some point. And I'm okay with that.
Well, I'll make it easier then. Longevity on the product. How long do you predict or have data on showing these things lasting in use?
Okay. So that's a a question that I can only answer by extrapolating. And I do that because I'm looking at the materials we've used, not because of the product having existed long enough to go through a life cycle. We just haven't been around long enough for that to have happened. But that said, I'm going to bring up Cole again, our builder, our in-house engineer. He is, this is his space. So when he sees a problem, he solves it with fabric. My history is more carpentry, so I solve my problems with wood and nails. And it's funny that we have this different perspective on things. But the point is that at one point he took some of our material and covered an outdoor sprinkler valve control or something like that on the side of his house, and that was about 5 years ago. It's outside, it's been exposed, it started life black. It's now a funky kind of a rust color because it's just been bleached by the sun. However, color gone, 5 years of direct exposure, the fabric is completely sound. So that's what this outer shell is made of. So that's the first thing. The other thing is the air bladders themselves. The manufacturer that we buy the raw materials from won't even take something off the shelf for sale unless it's been there for more than 10 years. Because at that point, it's begun to do, they have a name for it. It gets a little bit chalky on the surface. And they have a name for it. And I can't recall how they refer to it, but it's got a 10-year shelf life before the manufacturer decides that it's probably not a fresh enough product to sell. I can't get more specific because we haven't been around long enough to say, but the materials that we use the highest quality zippers, the highest quality, everything we can find. We spend the most we can because I know that the users are going to be hard on it. The environments that they exist in are brutal. And my goal is to not build in obsolescence. One of my proudest moments would be if someday I've actually filled the industry and I have nothing left to sell because all my stuff doesn't break anymore. And I just don't, and I'm going to put myself out of business. That would make me happy,
It's kind of like the battery industry. They're made to break or run out of energy at a certain point, so you buy more. You're doing the opposite of that.
I'm doing the opposite. Yeah.
But you know what? I recently had a water loss in my house, so I personally was involved with some of the stuff here. But I understand there's something really interesting about yours. I've never been able to experience this, but I had 2 air scrubbers running at my house for, I think it was 16 days that they were working. Those things are loud.
Yes.
From what I understand, and I remember talking to you about this, these things have a sound blocking quality to them.
That's one of the coolest things. And I really wish I could say that was my plan because it works so well.
Well, I wish I would have had them for my 16 days, but.
Oh, you totally do. You totally do. Yeah, I for as well as it works, and I can't claim it at all, it's annoying. But the fact that it does is phenomenal. It's crazy. We discovered it. It's actually funny, a little story there. We discovered it in 2021 when we met you and Doug and all your team at the experience in Vegas in September. We met you guys at that show, and that's where we realized what these things could do. And I'll tell you how we did it. So far as we know, and no one's ever contradicted us, we were the first ones to ever run negative air pressure on a convention floor, right? We actually built a chamber out of our stuff and ran negative air on the convention, which was very cool. People were very like, nah, so it was one of those moments, right? And we did that by just, I won't describe the structure because it's too much. But anyway, we built this chamber. People could walk into it and experience being inside of our decon chamber. And it was constructed of these Nexus walls. And when you went inside, I don't know if you've ever had your hearing tested, but when you go into that room and they close the door, you go, whoa, it's quiet in here, right? And a convention floor is never quiet. So to walk into this chamber and suddenly you have this intimate conversation space. In fact, I remember walking in with Michelle Blevins from CNR, and we walked inside, and she was asking me questions as the reporter, interviewer person that she is. We had this little conversation in there, and it was fantastic because we didn't have to yell. We could hear each other perfectly. It was great, but I really realized it when clients or potential customers would walk in and they would be in that space. And I'm gonna be honest here. I would try to eavesdrop. You know, I'd like to, you know, see what they might be saying, see if they're good, bad. You know, I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear a word. I couldn't even hear mumbling. It was nothing. So it started us on a path of exploring what could we do with that. And it turns out that a single barrier is good for 15 decibels. And if you know anything about sound and decibel ratings, it's not a linear measurement. 15 decibels is phenomenal. We actually did two barriers. In fact, the video is on our website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. But that video, we did 2 barriers and it was 25 decibels. And just for a point of reference, it was 50 to 75. 50 decibels is considered quiet. 75 is considered very loud. If you look at any scale, and you can look them up on the internet. So it's absolutely shocking how much it does. And I think it's going to change the way restoration is done, because people shut down the machines when they're trying to sleep. They do. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand that by taking an 8-hour shift off of those machines, that they're stretching that period that they're suffering by a third or more, right? I mean, so it's bad news, but if they're not sleeping, they're not sleeping. And I think every restoration contractor out there has experienced it more than once, where they come in and the machines are either still not running or they've just been turned back on. And they know that because the dehues aren't even operating temperature. They know they just flipped them back on, right? So we think that, you know, that's going to be a huge benefit. And then, you know, let's take office spaces or worship spaces. I mean, no built environment is immune from a water loss. And so you may have a church that needs to run a service and dry the building at the same time. And if you have something that can block that sound and allow the service to continue at the same time the drying is happening, then you've done something, you know. And in an office that needs to be able to operate and still deal with the water loss, that's a huge deal.
Well, like I said, I had that, you know, 16 days at my house. I would have definitely been an advantage there. But the company wasn't using those. They weren't familiar with it. And that's another story. So I'm looking at the image behind you, and I'm looking at valves across the bottom, zippers you talked about, hooks, things like that. How much training is involved in using these things?
Very little. You could probably attest better to that, because you've actually monkeyed around with them and you didn't build them. So, you know, this is that thing. I let my child go and someone else had to figure it out. I had one guy tell me that they're deceptively simple. And what he meant by that was, you know, I show these videos and there's no trickery in my videos. You know, I don't rehearse these moves. I just do what these things do. So I'm not trying to make it look easier than it is. I'm just performing a function and setting them up, but it looks super easy. And he said it looks so easy that people are likely to not think they need any instruction, or to even open the instruction manuals, as many men are wont to do, even when it's difficult IKEA furniture, you know, like, I can do it, you know, right? So training, I think there is some need for training, but not so much because it's hard, but because we've designed so much into it that, you know, you can't possibly know what these things are capable of unless I take a moment to explain it to you. What are the D-rings for? Well, one guy told me that's perfect for training my electrical cords. You know, I keep my cords up off the ground. I can run them around the perimeter and they're off the ground. That's a big deal. You know, I don't have to tape them down. I don't have to deal with all that stuff. Not a trip hazard. Great. That's what he thought they were. You know, I had another guy say I can hang a light from it. Oh, you sure can. You know, all these different uses. In fact, and in reality, they weren't designed for that. They were designed so that I could shrink that wall if I needed to, or I could fine tune the height if I'm in a drop ceiling. That's what they're for. But there's all kinds of things they can be used for. But if I didn't tell you could do that, you wouldn't know. You know, if I didn't tell you that zipper is there, not just so you can load the bladder the first time and then forget about it, but so that it's placed where it is and configured the way it is, so that you could do a field change, right? And change that bladder, a field repair, right? You know, it's zippers, it's snaps, it's hooks. There's not a lot else going on there. But if I don't teach you these things, you'll be missing a lot of features. You might be able to get the basic function out of it, but you'll lose a lot of the really cool stuff that it's capable of doing.
So with that being said, with the configuration behind you, what is that? 2 5-foot sections or 3? What is that exactly that's there?
Yeah, that's exactly. This room is about 15, just under 15 feet across. So you're seeing two 5-foot nexus, and then the dust curtain is also about 5 feet. And then the doffing chamber that you see behind me, it looks bigger because it's in the foreground. That actually has a square footage of just about 12 square feet. 14 square feet, because of the state that you live in has this most stringent requirements. They require 12 square feet, enough for 2 men to stand, or 2 people to stand inside and be able to don and doff properly. So that's a 14 square foot space.
So you being trained and very comfortable with this equipment, how long would it take you to set up a configuration like that to block off a 15-foot opening with a decon chamber?
What you see behind me takes about 20 minutes, roughly.
One person?
Yeah, one person. Yep, one person. You need a little ladder to a little step ladder to connect the dust curtain. But yeah, no, one person can set that up. If you're brand new to it, it'll take you 30. But yeah, 25. I've done it so many times, I'm down to about 20 minutes.
And that's no damage to any of the walls, ceilings, floors. It's just held in place. And it doesn't move under positive or negative pressure, you said, right?
That's right. Yeah, no, the surfaces, in fact, what you're seeing behind us has actually changed somewhat, very small stuff. Basically what we have now is that we have all the edges are black. And it kind of clearly defines the edges, but it also, it's filled with this very soft, your couch pillows, that's called polyfill or Dacron. We fill those things up with that. So it's very, very soft. So when it touches the building, it's like putting a pillow against the wall, which means that it can adapt to irregularities in the surface, which is important, but also not put anything rigid or hard on the wall or the ceiling, so that we are preventing any damage. In fact, you'll notice in this room, there's crown molding, right? You see that up in the corners. Well, the edge seals, which are on the edge of these walls, they're the black things that you can barely see there. Those are actually longer than they need to be, so you can actually pull out a little bit out of the top and protect, things like crown molding and things like that. And then you asked about the negative pressure and can it hold. I just want to tell you one little story short. We did a comparison. We were invited to a flood house. Jeff Cuthbertson in Chattanooga, Tennessee, invited us to his flood house, very generously opened it up to us and said, whatever people or equipment you need, let us know. It was fantastic. We were there for about 4 days. You and Doug actually got on the call with us while we were there and were advising us on some of our containment techniques, so we could show how to build containment for people with high sensitivity to mold. Because what we did was we built a 2x4 compression to 2x4 containment, right? As well as a steel stud version as well. But this 2x4 version, we put it under negative pressure just to make sure it was working. And of course it was. And then we had this fun idea. If anybody's familiar with the movie Myth or the show Mythbusters, where they just ramp things up until things just break. We like to break things too, Lance, not just you. So we all had the idea, let's break it. Let's see how much negative pressure it takes to break it. And keep in mind, what we built was the gold standard of containment. I mean, I don't know how many times a year someone builds compression timber containment. It isn't often. It's going to be in schools and hospitals mainly, and everything else is going to be zip pulls if you're lucky. So this was good containment. And it failed at negative 41 Pascal. That's when it failed. And when I mean failed, I'm talking, we had 9-foot 2x4s about to fall on us. So it was coming down, and it was coming down fast. So it was a big failure. We put mine up and we said, well, we got to do the same thing. And so we ran up the negative pressure, and it basically maxed out our 500 CFM NAM. Couldn't do it. So we had to call up another piece of equipment from the warehouse, got another 500 CFM unit up there and turned it on. And only then did we get failure. And the failure was only that the doffing chamber that you see behind me started to get sucked into the chamber. The walls themselves weren't falling. It was just that the doffing chamber was too light and it and its internal frame were being sucked inside. The number was 57. So from 41, using the absolute gold standard of containment, to 57. So when everybody kind of tries to figure out how it's possible without tape and without the things they're used to, how is it possible to create such high quality containment? Well, it works. You know, it works the same reason your car can drive on the road. Air pressure and friction, you know, it's just a lot of it.
So if our listeners want to get in touch with you for more information, how do they do it?
Lots of ways. You can call me, 408-247-9255 or area code 408 Airwall. You can get us on the website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. That's ZEPPELINGUYS.com. And you can email me directly, Keith@zeppelinguys.com. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I will make it easy.
Okay. Well, I thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. I mean, I think it's a cool product. We've used it. We're going to be using it at the upcoming Experience show. Again, we actually use that as part of our a booth that we have there as part of the display system. So it's kind of interesting the things that you can do with this, thinking outside the box, you know, so really, really good stuff. Again, thank you for being here, and I look forward to seeing you at the next trade show.
Thanks, Lance. It's been great. I really appreciate your time.
Take care.
Thanks, you too.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, you know, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting two and two together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About a year and a half later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
I want to welcome everybody today to another episode of Fire, More Than Flames and Smoke. And we have a special guest today, Alan Johnston. He's the founder of Green Tech Environmental, and he is a wealth of information on the science and technology side of controlling odors, controlling airborne and surface contaminants. And I just find it a privilege to have him here with us today. So Alan, if you'd like to say a quick hello, we'll get started.
Hi, Lance. Privileged to be with you as well today.
Thank you very much. Can you give us a real brief background, a little bit as your background of where you've come from and how we got to this point today?
Sure. My background is engineering. I'm a graduate of Purdue University in Indiana in electrical engineering, and I worked in the aerospace industry for 15 years on some exciting programs involving NASA, the space shuttle, and a lot of different missile systems that protect our country. I had the opportunity to enter the air purification industry in 1997, now over 25 years ago. And it was really a combination of factors, but one that really drove my interest was the loss of my mother, who ultimately passed away from mold exposure in a school that she taught in. And as an aerospace engineer, I had a hard time understanding how something like that could happen in the world that we live in with such great technologies available to us. And so I've dedicated the rest of my professional career to finding technologies that solve the problem of indoor air quality and do it in a way that really mimics the way that the nature cleans the air outside.
Well, I don't know if you really know how many lives you've actually reached, but just from the technologies that you've worked on and put out into the market, it's countless. So I want to thank you for that. I know how it's affected my family, my friends that use these similar types of technologies. So again, thank you for all of that. But speaking of the technologies, why don't we get into some of them? I mean, the central and eastern part of the United States over the last week or so has really been impacted by fires coming out of Canada. And, out of sight, out of mind, we think of Canada hundreds, thousands of miles away, depending on where you're located, but it's having a direct influence on us. And the technologies that you've worked on and are familiar with are really the lifeline for many people that have breathing issues or just regular people that are reacting to the smoke. So I don't know if you want to just start talking about some of them, or if you want me to request. Why don't we go with what you're comfortable with?
Well, the technologies are obviously something that I am passionate about. I'm the founder of Green Tech Environmental and started that company almost 15 years ago now. And the object of the mission, I'd say, of our company is to find technologies that truly solve the problem or not just a Band-Aid on them. And there are technologies that, as I said earlier, mimic what nature does outdoors. And I'll share some of those with you. This issue that we're having recently with wildfire smoke is certainly a significant, and it's a problem that pops up periodically, certainly every month of every year, somewhere around the world, and the United States had a chance to experience it, affecting as many as 100 million people here just in the last few weeks. It is toxic.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because what you just mentioned affecting, 100 million people in the United States, this is a part of the country that's not normally affected. But one of the things that came out of this, because of the thickness of the smoke, we actually got a glimpse into what the starting of a nuclear winter would look like. And, it affected the overall climate. In New Jersey, which is where I'm from, the average temperature this time of the year is normally 80, 85 degrees. When the smoke was as thick as it was for those 4 days, we barely got to 70 degrees. It lowered the temperature almost 20 degrees a day. So it made a big difference, and that affects things going forward.
makes a huge difference. And we see the same from volcano eruptions, although not something that we often see here in this country, but in other parts of the world, not uncommon. And it's a scary situation. But from what affects you and I and what we're really concerned about, our health, the effect of what the constituents that make up that wildfire smoke, more than just what we can see, it's the chemical compounds that are inside of that smoke that are of real concern. I have the privilege to be on multiple boards of committees with ASHRAE, and ASHRAE is the standard that is set for heating and air conditioning and indoor air quality. And one of those standards is 52.2, which is the standard for filtration. And what you hear most about when someone talks about the concerns over health and wildfire smoke is PM 2.5 or particulate matter at 2.5 microns. And that is just one size particle. Obviously, wildfire smoke contains particles of virtually every size, up to particles that we can see very clearly. But scientists have really focused in on that one size because it's one that they measure and have identified as one that can get into our lungs and get absorbed into our bloodstream and have a dramatic health effect. And so filtration becomes an important part of a solution to dealing with wildfire smoke indoors. I know that people are talking about setting up safe rooms within their homes, a place that they can go that will allow them to breathe and have a minimal effect from the wildfire smoke. And for those that have technologies that they put into these rooms, congratulations. It's something that we should all have to be able to have a safe haven. We never know when wildfires can hit. I'm sitting in Northeast Tennessee, not far from Gatlinburg, a beautiful, one of the most visited national parks, but was struck by a wildfire just a few years ago that took out thousands of acres and burned thousands of homes, something that was unheard of because we just don't have many wildfires in this area. And we got a glimpse of what that can mean. It can strike anywhere, and preparedness is important. So as we've worked as a community within ASHRAE, developing standards for filtration, high quality HEPA type pleated filters that are able to filter out these ultrafine particles is very important. Most people don't have filtration in their home other than maybe on their HVAC system. And a lot of people are going out and buying 50 cents filters from Walmart. And one of the things that I would like to say right up front is don't do that. Invest in a quality filter that is pleated. And there are a number of them out there that are MERV 7 rated filters, and that's generally what a typical HVAC system can handle. MERV ratings have to do with the effectiveness of the particle capturing ability. The higher the MERV rating, the tighter the weave, the less air flows through the filter. And one of the things that we can't do is typically on most systems put a HEPA type filter, which is MERV 13 and above. A true HEPA filter is MERV 16. HEPA type filters start around MERV 13. But those are very restrictive to airflow, or can be, and most of your systems can't handle it. But if you can go from just a dust bunny catcher, which is a typical cheap 50-cent filter that is made of fiberglass that you can see through, to a quality pleated filter that would be a MERV 7, you're going to be light years ahead for that. But a filter doesn't take out another problem with wildfire smoke, and that's chemical constituents.
That's one of the things that we talked about, especially when COVID hit, that people were wearing masks, and the masks were fine for particulate, but it wasn't stopping something at the size of a virus. And the same thing with smoke. It'll stop the particulate, but nothing to do with the gases.
That's correct, Lance. The gases are of significant concern to health. Inside that wildfire smoke, there are toxic gases, chemical compounds that are harmful to our health. And for the most part, we're able to deal with lots of issues, lots of chemicals that we get faced with. Our bodies are wonderful at being able to deal with those, but as we get exposed to more and more chemicals, which we are, chemicals that come through our skin from laundry detergent, chemicals come from the cleaners that we use in the indoor environment to clean, to sanitize, which is great, but those chemicals get in the air and we breathe them in. And it's not a surprise that today the CDC and EPA are saying that over 15% of our population have chemical sensitivities. In other words, they've been exposed to so many chemicals that their body is no longer able to deal with it. And now they become what is often referred to as hypersensitive to chemicals and have an adverse reaction to them. And now they have to be extremely cautious because their body can no longer take that exposure. And so it puts them into a downward spiral. So those people are using hypoallergenic laundry detergent, for instance. They're using things that are for people who have chemical sensitivities. If you want to avoid becoming chemically sensitive, you want to remove as many chemicals as you can from your environment so that your body doesn't become overwhelmed. And certainly wildfire smoke with all the chemical constituents in it create a problem that do put people at risk in that way.
One of the episodes that we're doing, we're talking with a professional forest fire fighter, and he talks about the different types of forest fire smoke. A lot of people say, well, it's like a campfire. We do that all the time and we have a fire pit. Well, that's when just the trees basically and the brush are burning. When it burns through an area with warehouses and homes, everything that is going airborne is toxic, beyond just the regular smoke from the firewood. So, it's a completely unknown situation as to what you're breathing. You can't just say, oh, it's typical campfire, which I'm used to all the time. And just like with contaminated water from a flood, everything is in that water. It's no longer drinkable. Well, this isn't really good to breathe, though you can't stop doing that.
That's true. But there are technologies that exist which are able to deal with those chemical constituents, and whether it's from wildfire smoke or just cleaning compounds that we use, there are technologies there, and ones that I have been focused on in my career in indoor air quality for over 25 years. There are.
Could you tell us about a few of them?
I'd love to. One that I have focused on primarily is something called photocatalytic oxidation, or another term is photocatalysis. Photo refers to ultraviolet light. Catalytic refers to the catalyst, which the ultraviolet light activates, that creates a reaction. But by definition, the catalyst itself never changes, it never gets used up. What's happening is the photocatalyst, typically made of a compound that has a very high band gap energy, which titanium dioxide is the primary one that is used. It allows for the UV light to create enough energy to break the bonds of the electrons that rotate the nucleus of this titanium dioxide, leaving behind electron holes. Now, I'm getting a little deep in the technology side of it, but it's fascinating to think about because these electron holes that are left behind. I mean, the titanium dioxide, which has a lot of, it's a very strong material. It has a lot of energy that holds the electrons to itself. So when it loses it, it has a strong pull to get them back. Well, as molecules come into contact with the surface of this photocatalyst, those electrons do get pulled away, and now it breaks down something called molecular dissociation, breaks down these chemicals, and the chemical that existed prior to reaching the surface of the photocatalyst is no longer. It's broken down into its subcomponents, and it literally no longer exists. And that's the beauty of a photocatalytic system, is we can take things which are harmful in the atmosphere, put them through this system, and actually eliminate them. People do things like spray chemicals in the air to make the air smell better because they don't like the smell of the wildfire smoke or other odors that may occur in the home. But that's just adding more chemicals on top of the chemicals that are already there. Photocatalysis is able to break those down. In addition to that, it also creates oxygen and hydrogen-based compounds like hydroxyls, HO, hydrogen peroxide, in a vapor form of H2O2, other types of compounds, hydroperoxides, HO2. They're all made of hydrogen and oxygen, but those compounds, also referred to as oxidizers, as they travel out, they oxidize molecules as well. So it's not just working inside this photocatalytic system that is used and put into HVAC systems as well as standalone products, but it also creates things that travel out and clean the air actively throughout the ventilated space. Everywhere the air is, it's cleaning the air. So we can create that safer environment by using that kind of technology. There are some other technologies in addition to photocatalytic oxidation, or also referred to as PCO, such as bipolar ionization. Now that can be used with needlepoint ionization, where you have both a positive and negative electrical charge, and it puts these electrical charges in the air that can come into contact with water vapor and break those down and create oxidizers in the same way that photocatalysis does. There are also DBI, dielectric barrier ionizers, which do not use needlepoint. They use a different kind of technology, but it creates this plasma of positive and negative electrical charges, which tend to last longer than just a bipolar ionization technology does. But these two travel out and are able to break down contaminants. So if we look at what all of these technologies I've just described do, it mimics what happens outdoors every day with the sun creating the energy that interacts with compounds that create this photocatalytic reaction, the sun creating these electrical charges that are in the air and cleaning the air actively. I often say there's no giant vacuum cleaner in the sky with a filter on it that purifies our air outside. And in spite of everything that we do outside, whether nature does with wildfires or we do with automobiles and cars and airplanes producing pollutants in the air, all the outdoor air is constantly being polluted, yet the outdoor air generally is 5 to 10 times cleaner than indoor air. And that's according to the US EPA. And the reason for that is nature has these systems in place that clean the air and create a healthier environment outdoors than we have indoors, in spite of what you might do to keep things clean. So our goal is to bring those technologies indoors.
Alan, I got to interrupt you for a second. I mean,
Sure.
you had said about getting too technical. I don't think you did, but I want to point out that all of these technologies are available. This is what is commonplace today. And, you know, we've talked about in other trainings, I use the term science fiction becomes science fact. It may sound like science fiction, but this is all what's working nowadays, and it's affordable. It's something that everybody can get their hands on. You don't have to go to NASA to request something like this. You know, it's there. You just have to know what you're looking for and asking for. We get a lot of people that say, oh yeah, I have an air purifier. Well, what do you have? And they tell you, and it's a inexpensive filter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we know with filters, filters only filter what makes it to the filter.
Correct.
The proactive technologies you're talking about go out and find the problems and take care of it wherever it's at. So that's a big difference. And I applaud people for wanting to do something, but they really need to get the information to know what they're getting. Just like the people that wore masks when COVID hit. I mean, how many people did you see wearing masks made out of paper towels? I'm wearing a mask. Well, yes, you are. However, you know, whether it works or not. So where do you see this industry going with, like, the technologies that are there right now? They're not brand new. They've been enhanced. They've been combined together. But moving forward, especially with the changes in our environment, smoke conditions, temperature, relative humidity problems, where do you see we going, or us going with that?
Well, the technologies are slowly being accepted. One of the reasons that I became heavily involved with ASHRAE and on a number of committees was there has been an overall resistance to electronic air purification, the technologies that I just described. And some of the testing that has been done on them, the way the tests have been set up, the results have not been positive. The problem with the test and their protocol was that they have done what is referred to as single pass testing. In other words, they'll put some kind of a challenge gas and put it through the photocatalytic reactor and measure what comes out the backside. And in this breaking down of the molecule, in some cases, the molecule that comes out the backside is worse than the molecule that came in. It's what is referred to as a cascading process. So you start with one molecule, it breaks to another, breaks to another. But if all you do is measure it after one pass, well, that's not really a good indication, because we don't put systems in our homes or businesses or factories that just go through once. We are constantly circulating the air through the room, through our devices. It's working continuously. And unfortunately, the people who can create these protocols for testing try and control it to a level that we end up with these protocols that make just a single pass. I'm very thankful at our international meeting in Atlanta in February. There was a great session with a number of PhDs that worked tirelessly on this subject, showing the results of what we refer to in the industry as electronic air purification can do, and the benefits of it, and really putting holes in what has been the standards, the protocols that have been used up until now. One of the other subjects I'll just throw in was that ASHRAE has a mandate to decarbonize, which means to save energy. And up until now, and still today, really, people have thrown their arms up as to how to deal with this indoor air quality problem, other than just to ventilate, which means bringing fresh air from outside inside, because we know that the outside air is cleaner than the inside air. So the solution to indoor air pollution becomes dilution, which it is true. It does make the air quality better indoors to bring a lot of fresh air in, but you have to heat and cool that. So we're spending more money, we're using more energy in order to heat and cool, when we can get the same results through using this electronic air purification that really mimics what happens outdoors. We're making headway, and I'm thankful for that. But the technology exists today. NASA has used photocatalytic oxidation technology in the space station since it was put up in the air. It's been critical for them in the growing of plants, but it also helps to purify the air throughout the space station and break down chemical compounds that are being used there. And so when people say, is it safe? Well, it's mimicking what happens outdoors, one. Secondly, NASA has been using it for decades successfully, and it has been key to the International Space Station, will be key to a Mars mission in the future.
Some of the issues that you were talking about, how some of the technology is not accepted, the testing data, things like that. Unfortunately, politics gets involved in this. During one of the episodes with the firefighter from California that we were talking with, he had been involved with a lot of litigation over using fire retardants on forest fires, where they're dropping these retardants from planes.
Yes.
And putting out the fires almost immediately. The problem is a movement out there saying that it's polluting the watersheds doing that. Well, here's the problem, the way he described it, that if you can attack the fires quickly with this retardant, yes, it can affect the watershed. If you don't attack it quickly and let it burn, there is no longer a watershed. And, it's, I don't want to say the lesser of two evils, but the politics gets in the way of putting out the fire, basically. And that's unfortunate. The stuff that you're talking about, people not understanding the technologies and not being mainstream, is because of, like you said, the testing, the way it's done, the cascading effect. Everything goes through that process. Another component of indoor air quality is radon. Now, it's a radioactive gas. The difference is that it's not actually radon that causes the problem. Radon breaks down into three other components that are the radioactive material that actually cause damage to the human lungs. Nobody talks about that. They just say radon, and radon is not really what's even being detected. So the politics, the buzzwords, I guess that gets in the way.
It does. People grab hold of a small point and run with it and discount technologies, processes, without really understanding them. We have here at Green Tech spent almost $2 million on testing over the last 3 years. Some of that was on COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which was important, obviously, during the pandemic, but testing on mold, bacteria, on VOCs, looking at monitoring formaldehyde and toluene and some of these other chemicals that are harmful to human health, yet are found frequently in the indoor environment, and been able to show through the use of our photocatalytic technology, the use of dielectric barrier ionizers, bipolar ionization, unipolar ionization, that we're able to reduce the chemical load in the environment over a matter of hours and days, that even when we inoculate the space with compounds that, when they get broken down, create things like formaldehyde, that we actually don't even see an increase in formaldehyde as we monitor that. We see it go down continuously from one day to the next, and it stays down as long as the technology is running in the space. So it's, we don't have the luxury of that in a laboratory environment. And that's the reason that the data is not able to show the true results, because typically tests are run for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, but not longer than that. And that's not the way that our products operate. We're running continuously, and they're constantly breaking down and getting down to a level where the contaminants in the space, whether they're chemical, whether they're particles, whether they're biological, that we have reduced them down to a level that allows our bodies to deal with the remnants that always exist. You never get 100% of anything out of the air, but if we can get them down to where our natural immune system can deal with them, that's the key. And that's why people that have COPD, that have asthma, respiratory issues, get such relief from the use of this electronic air purification technology that I've described today.
How about odor control? Because that's another big component of the wildfires that are affecting people now. Again, they see it, so they're reacting to it, but they also usually smell it before they see it.
That is so true.
I did here in New Jersey. It was like all of us, the morning was fine. The afternoon was like, I smell a fire. And by that evening, it looked like sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just so dark. So what's available out there for odor?
Well, and some of the odor gets dealt with through the use of the technologies I've described, photocatalysis, dielectric barrier ionization, bipolar, unipolar ionization, but not 100%, especially because wildfire smoke, the smell from it is so overwhelming. I am really excited about a technology that I learned about that was developed by a tiny company up in Kentucky. And my company was able to get the exclusive worldwide rights for applying this technology to a filter. It's the trade name is called OdorGuard. And by the name, it is something that deals with odors, but it goes way beyond that. But it's used in different areas where odors are a big problem, like inside of trash bags today. Glad has an odor reducing trash bag that uses the same technology applied inside the bag. Adult diapers that obviously we understand the issues with odor there. It is so fast working and so complete at being able to break down lots of different odors. And what's even, to me, even more exciting, because the odors are something that are offensive, but it's what's causing the odors, the chemicals behind it that concern me. Its ability to break down VOCs as well is important. It's a totally non-toxic chemical. It is very safe. It has no odor in itself. It's applied to a filter surface. And we have put it into a number of different products, including just regular HVAC filters. So I started talking today about the importance of having a quality filter for your return air of your HVAC. We do apply these to pleated filters, MERV 7 pleated filters, and so that not only can the filter trap those particles that are so important to be trapped, but they can also, the coating on the filter can break down the VOCs that are important to be broken down, as well as breaking down the odor. And so we've used OdorGuard in assisted living facilities where we all know what the smells can be in those kind of facilities. We've used them in dormitories where the smell, body odors can be a little bit strong. It is effective in so many different applications where odor is a problem. And what's exciting is it's not dealing just with the odors, but also chemicals.
Can I just change the path here a little bit? I mean, all of that sounds like there is hope. And for the next forest fire or next airborne contaminant, I mean, there are technologies that will absolutely protect us and help us breathe easier, if you want to call it that. But we also have fire situations out in California. And I mentioned before about the politics of, like you said, the testing and things like that. Can you touch on quickly why California, that has such a large air pollution problem between smog and fires and everything else, is so aggressively against air purification? it's just, I don't understand that. And I think our listeners would want to understand that a little bit too.
Well, I have a lot of experience with California and air purification. In 2007, I was the representative of all manufacturing of electronic air purifiers in front of the California Air Resource Board, also referred to as CARB. And they had a law that they were wanting to put into effect, and they had the Air Resource Board spent 2 days reviewing whether or not they needed to pass a law which basically outlawed the use of electronic air purifiers that produce ozone. And I think there was a misunderstanding because California has had a big issue with air pollution. I spent the first year of my college education at a school in California before moving to Purdue to finish my college career. And I remember so well just being 4 miles from the mountains north of Los Angeles and not even seeing them for the first 2 months that I was at the school. And all of a sudden, one day they appeared on the skyline. Pollution used to be and this was in the 70s, much worse than it is today. So I give a lot of credit to California for taking steps, whether it's car emissions, whether it's factory emissions. They have done everything that they possibly can. But there was the misconception was that pollution oftentimes is measured by measuring ozone because it's an easy gas to measure. The nitrogen oxides that are created through automobile smoke, much harder to measure. And what's interesting is that other pollutants, as they rise, ozone rises with them. It's I call it the fireman that fights the fire. Ozone is created naturally in nature as pollution rises because the ozone helps to break down the pollution. So it's by wanting to get rid of ozone, it's kind of like saying we want to get rid of firefighters because every time we see a fire, there's a fireman there. So obviously, if we got rid of the fireman, we wouldn't see any more fires. But the comment that was made to me by a number of the Air Resource Board members, these are also government officials in the different areas of California from San Diego to north of Sacramento. And I sat down with every single one of them in their offices to talk about this. One of them mentioned to me, I said, I don't understand why we would want to generate ozone when we've been working so hard to get ozone out of our state. And I had to correct him to say, you've been working to get pollution out of your state. Ozone is not the pollution. Elevated levels of ozone aren't good, but the elevated levels of ozone are there because of the pollution that you have. They ultimately decided to pass the law against air purifiers that generate ozone. And therefore, that is one low-level ozone. We're talking about levels that the EPA said are safe and natural, that are found outdoors in very pristine parts of the world every day. There's no place around the world that doesn't have a low level of ozone except indoors, that they would not allow ozone to be generated in air purifiers. And you know, as much as I disagreed with that, you know, we just looked for ways that we can still help people through other technologies to be able to purify their air. And our photocatalytic technology, bipolar ionization, dielectric barrier ionization, they're all able to do that without generating ozone. But the one thing that was a challenge was odors, because one thing that is really great about low-level ozone, I'm not talking about high level, I'm talking about ozone that's so low you can't smell it, which and the levels that are safe and acceptable by the EPA and OSHA and WHO and any other health organization you can name. It's great at breaking down odors. And that's one of the things I loved about it, and not having access to it for people who live in California was disappointing. But that's one of the great things that we found with OdorGuard and the ability to break down odors. So we're able to create products that people in California can use with high quality filtration, with odor reduction through the use of our OdorGuard technology, and then incorporating these other technologies like photocatalysis and bipolar ionization.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for answering that question. We're almost out of time here. Is there anything that you'd like to sum up with? I know we covered quite a bit and extremely informative. The technology side, I think, is something that people need to hear and understand so they don't just wear the paper towel mask and think they're protected.
So true. I mean, one of the things that I say about technology is nature uses a lot of different mechanisms to keep things clean. Don't get locked into just one technology. Filtration's important, but it's not the be all to end all. Use a multi-technology strategy, and there's a lot of wonderful technologies out there. I'm proud of what we've been able to put into products, but there's some excellent products out there. But look at what they do, look at their test data, make sure it's real, filter inside of a box. Is it doing something? Yes, but is it enough? Absolutely not. You need to do more than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Lance, and be on this this webinar, and hopefully this benefits some people that listen to it.
Absolutely, Alan. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with us, the great information. And I look forward to doing more interviews with you in the future.
Thanks so much.
I want to welcome today's guests, Kana and Ramu Sankara from Reusip. We've been working with these guys for quite some time. We've spent a lot of time at some trade shows together, and we'll get into that as we're talking through this. So guys, want to pop in here and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourselves?
Hi, I'm Ramu. I'm Kana. We're identical twin brothers and co-founders of Reusip.
Well, could you let us know a little bit about the company? I mean, we hear the name, we think we know what it's about, but give us a little bit more detail for those that don't know who you are.
Okay, so I think what we're best known for is our making the world's first reusable dust barrier zipper and the world's first magnetic entry strip, which is essentially a self-closing dust barrier zipper, also reusable. And it essentially works on a hook and loop system where you're just buying these things, which is essentially loop Velcro strips. This is the only consumable part. And then the other ones are reusable. So it's almost like the Dollar Shave Club of zippers. So I guess that would be the easy way to summarize it.
Well, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot in a little bit. I got a few questions I'd like to really go over with you to kind of set the stage here, but I'm gonna ask you to do some demonstrations if that's all right.
For sure.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so I know getting in touch with you guys, I've had some issues because you're always traveling. I know you're at all the trade shows all over the place, and you're always someplace. It's kind of like, where are these guys? So, how does it work out for you at the trade shows? Because I know I've seen you at quite a few of them.
Oh, I mean, it's almost like we need a triplet, because it's like we're always slammed at all these things. It's which is great. I'm not complaining, but we're exhausted after these things because there's always like lines, and we're demoing this thing over and over. And we're very grateful that it's something that's very that people care about. I know it's a small thing like a zipper, but we know on the job site they're interacting with this part of the containment all the time, and we're happy that we can provide some value there.
Well, I know at the experience show and some of the other shows we've been at, you've actually been with us in our booth, and we've set up walls and demonstrated containment with your equipment, which has always been a big draw. Like you said, there's a lot of people there with a lot of interest.
Well, I can say in the very, very beginning, we went to an experience and we're just, we didn't know what we're doing. you guys saw our product, and actually you're probably one of our first supporters. You took our magnetic strip and put it on your flood booth, and which was awesome of you guys. So we'll always be grateful for that. So thank you. And thank you for having me on.
Well, you're welcome. And you know what? It was a real good add-on because we were demonstrating containment and all the different ways that you can do that, and you have to access containment, and it was just a natural fit with what you do. Matter of fact, in our CMA and CMR classes, we demonstrate the reuse zip systems, I'm going to call it, or products, because you have several different ways of doing stuff, and there's no one size completely fits all. So we show your stuff. We do show a few other types of processes, and then pros and cons. And, you know, having that in there for the students to get their hands on it, touch it, use it, see it, experience it, makes all the difference in the world. So I'm going to thank you for allowing us to use that in our classes, because it does make a big difference.
Well, obviously, we're yeah. Thank you. Well, but well, I should, we mentioned what we make, and I think I should say why we made the zipper and what makes it different, because people think, well, there's dozens of other options like it. What we believe is that the entire restoration industry simply adopted what was around, and what was around was, we believe, remodeling and general dust containment zippers. And ours are designed, what we believe is designed for critical barriers, and it was born out of the restoration industry and made more specifically for this industry. But the quality is such, and the price points are such, that it's good enough for healthcare, construction, and mold remediation and more critical environments, but it's priced that all industries will benefit from it. So our mission is essentially to develop products for critical environments. And at the end of the day, it's going to benefit everyone.
Well, speaking of the critical environments, your system will work with negative and positive pressure, correct?
Yes. And in the beginning, people didn't actually believe, like when we showed the magnetic entry strip, people assumed, and I think it's because of the old way of what they're used to, is they're probably buying magnetic doors, that those don't hold negative air pressure. But we proved over the last 2 years during the pandemic that these things will hold over 5 pascals of negative air pressure. Probably, I believe that's double what's required for isolation rooms in healthcare. And these were used for self-closing COVID isolation rooms in hundreds of hospitals and medical facilities, like senior living, dental,
a bunch of government facilities.
Yeah. So we kind of went away from restoration for a bit, and went into really focusing on, and we got up in the morning to help, like, I don't know, we almost made it a personal mission to help with the fight against the pandemic. And because we knew we had the only product that can remove, not just hold negative air pressure, but works in open concept, because you can position this thing, anything on a barrier, and it works with any size barrier. So all the barrier constraints are eliminated. But it was great to be able to partner with the restoration companies that would listen, because we actually enabled them to get jobs, like lots of jobs, because they would just use their containment skills to build barriers of all kinds of shapes and sizes, and then just install our product. So it was kind of a big win-win.
Lock doors.
Yeah. And oh yeah, totally forgot about that. One problem that we're happy to have solved is when we put these on, and I'll show you the demo later, but we would solve the self-closing access through isolation rooms. And we were happy we were able to get the doctors and nurses away from using the zippers, but they had brought up, well, one problem we have is gurney access, with dragging the plastic over the gurneys and all that. And we told them, well, since we've eliminated the barrier constraints, you can actually use two of them, like side by side at variable widths, and you can accommodate, you can create the first ever magnetic flap door. So now we're doing flap doors and double flap doors, and our products open up all kinds of different containment techniques. And there's several. There's several, from even one feature. Oh, you got it.
You can go over the benefits and pros and cons.
Yeah, even the simplest thing like this, which is we added a grommet at the bottom of our zippers. So you can do lockout, tag out by overlaying here and putting a cable lock through here. And people were doing that in facilities where they were not fumigating, was it the gas treatments with the
sanitizing.
Yeah, sanitization. And they would put the zipper on, lock it out, and let it sit for an hour. And then with our system, you can actually peel off the zipper and put the magnet in its place. The zipper and magnetic strip are interchangeable.
On the same mounting strip that's already installed on the barrier.
Yep.
That's one of the things that I like about the system, especially for any kind of medical environment. You don't have to physically touch anything to gain access. You literally can walk, with your shoulder, it opens up, you walk through, you don't have to zip, unzip, and have that a touch point that becomes an issue with transmission of bacteria, mold, viruses, things like that. So as far as the different verticals that this could work in, I mean, you've named quite a few of them. It could go down as far as just a regular dust barrier too, not just, decon chambers and positive and negative pressure environments.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost countless. Every day we're getting different industries buying from us, from grow rooms, so that would be like mushroom farms and cannabis facilities, to people doing HVAC thermal control inside of trailers and RVs and retail facilities and food facilities. So
greenhouses and
outdoor greenhouses, which, another technique that's a good point is that we helped someone doing an outdoor greenhouse where they put the magnetic strip on the inside of the barrier, and then they put the zipper on the outside because there were severe wind gusts, but he still wanted to be able to go hands-free access. So he'd go in and out, and then just use a zipper on the outside. So you can actually use them in combination, which is yet another technique. And so we feel like we're going to open up the type of techniques and empower the contractors, because I mean, we've seen some skilled contractors and see how proud they are with the containments. And if we can give them, I mean, it makes us happy if we can give them more tools to do what they do even better.
So I was surfing around your website earlier. I just want to see if there's anything new since the last time I was out there. And what comes to mind is it's 4 terms, but you've answered some of it. I just want you to expand on it a little bit more. The words I found were reusable, reliable seal, cost-effective, and versatile. I know you've talked about versatile already. Can you touch on some of the others? I'll give them to you again. We talked about reusable. So you're only replacing the bottom piece?
All right. So let me just do a quick breakdown of the entire zipper.
Yeah, break down the
Okay.
zipper and points, what we saw with the reusability.
Okay. So with traditional disposable dust barrier zippers, the complaints that we see all the time are the zippers jamming, breaking, and separating from the barrier, and people having to use additional adhesive to keep it on there. We've eliminated all three of those, because with this, for break resistance, we have a 7-gauge zipper versus a standard 5-gauge, so it's higher break resistance. The 2-layer system. So this is the peel and stick mounting strip. This will be added on. The two layers are too thick to get stuck in the zipper head, so they're essentially jam proof. And you don't need a special knife that cuts a gap or anything to create that jam resistance. You just use a regular utility knife down this cut guide, and it is the poly sheeting is not going to get stuck in there and stuck in the zipper head. So jam resistance. And then if you look at the back of this mounting strip, it's 100% high grade adhesive. You're not going to have to put on additional tape and to prevent the zipper from coming down. We've heard about people who literally sent their technicians out to check their zippers to make sure the barriers haven't failed or the zippers aren't coming down. The other great thing is replaceability. In the worst case scenario, the zipper breaks. Well, with other containments, you have to redo the entire containment. With ours, peel it off, just replace the zipper, and you're good to go. This this zipper is probably the same, if not less in cost than a disposable zipper anyway. And then the mounting strip is about a third of the cost of a zipper. So continual use will actually help you continue to save money. I mean, people essentially make money off of our zippers if they're using it more than once. And if they use it only once, it's not like you're out of pocket like extra or anything, because it's comparable in price to a heavy duty zipper.
All right, one last question before I ask you to show us a little bit about how these things work. I see you have a setup behind you. Pressure and strength. As far as how much pressure can they really handle? Has it been measured? You have documentation on that?
We would say we had it field tested. We don't have it documented, but it's essentially been used in the field, measuring over 5 pascals. We hit 7. Some people got it to hold like 11 pascals.
I believe at one of the trade shows, just to test the disposable zipper strength and versus our reusable, I think we did hit over 30 pascals, and some of the other disposable zippers started separating from the poly and ours didn't.
Yeah, that's ripping down the containment before our zippers even coming off.
Okay.
With the Velcro, it's I can't say Velcro, it's hook and loop. There's a little bit of give that you don't, and adjustability that you get that you won't get with the disposables.
Okay. Well, I see, I mentioned it before, you have a setup behind you. Could you give us a demo on how this works?
Yeah.
Just remember, we may not be able to hear what you're saying if you're far away. That's all.
We're going to be moving the camera. All right. So, in the interest of time, we already put up the mounting strip. So the peel and stick mounting strip goes on just like a disposable Desperators zipper. You'll add it, you'll peel and stick this on, and what you'll do is just add the zipper and put it down. You'll open it up, and then you'll just cut down the cut guide, and then you got your zipper on. Alternatively, you can cut first, add one side at a time. And once you've got it on, you also got this feature, which that's where you can either put a cable lock through the front or pierce through here and do it all the way through. And then you've got the lockout tag out with the zipper. So here's, I'll show you how we can interchange between zipper and magnetic strip. So we'll just roll up the zipper, and it has these fastener tabs right here, fastener tabs that'll hold it in place neatly. And then we got this carry bag that'll go into. I'll show you that a little later. But here's how you switch from zipper to magnetic strip. So this is the magnetic strip. Same thing, has a hook on the back, magnetic columns. And the trick here is you'll put on the mounting strip, cut it first. This way you'll prevent from cutting the magnets. So you'll put that and cut it first. You'll fold this in half. So the magnetic columns are stacked. And then you simply by one side. Come down. Yeah. So yeah, and then this is right off. Easily fold back up.
How much training do you need to get that right?
Not very difficult. If someone's already using a Desperate zipper, it's pretty simple.
Very good. I mean, it does look simple. And when we've used it in class, I've never done a switch like that. I mean, we usually put one up or the other, but it's just as easy, I guess, to switch, which you just demonstrated.
Yeah. So the one of the first medical facilities that used our product was Orlando Regional Medical Center. And there, I believe there's a board of people that were discussing our product, looking for a solution because they couldn't hold maintain levels of the proper level of air exchange in the isolation rooms because the nurses and doctors were leaving the zippers open. They had initially they had access to our zippers, so they put those up, and they wanted the magnets. They're like, okay, we'll give it a shot. They went ahead and put on the zippers because that's what they had because they needed to get something up immediately. And he said, go ahead, do that because you're going to be able to switch out to our magnets. And then they did, and it ended up solving their air exchange issue. Obviously, because the nurses and doctors are not leaving it open. But then we also proved that it can actually hold the levels of air pressure required. Then after that, more and more hospitals started kind of catching on and doing it. So we've been trying to get the word out there, but right now it's a lot of individual locations. But we had like Patterson Air Force Base, HCA, Dignity Health, Kaiser, like some of the big names. And recently Canadian Special Forces ordered for their medical facilities. So, you know, it's out there. We've proven it all over the place. And, you know, this is going to help us hopefully get the word out more to industries you guys work with too.
Well, we're definitely going to have this out there for our members and our followers, so they will see that. So without putting you on too much of a spot, which I don't mind doing, is there anything new coming that you can talk about? I don't want any trade secrets here, but anything new that you can let us know what's coming. If you say no, that's okay too.
Let me maybe hint at it. Only because we're, you know, we're trying to be a little careful.
Enough said. Enough said. We can go with that.
Yeah.
So where can somebody buy this stuff?
You know what? Better to cut me off. Yes, there are going to be things, and I'll just say there are going to be things coming out. They're going to they're going to add even more containment techniques, and it's like we're excited about it. It's coming soon, but
yeah, you'll see it real soon.
Yeah.
Okay. So where can somebody purchase this stuff? Is it in the big box stores, to distributors, from you guys? You know, where do people go to get the reuse of systems?
So we sell it directly online and on Amazon, but we also just recently, actually as of yesterday, just launched with Wesco Hazmasters Connie Safety. So that's in Hazmasters in Canada, Connie Safety's in the US. There are several locations of Aramco that have started carrying it. So we believe it will start going more system-wide. And we have several big distributors testing this out right now. And so hopefully it's going to be everywhere soon. No big box yet, but we have companies like HD Supply and people like that reaching out to us to test it. So,
and we're in some locations in UK and Australia, and we're starting to spread. So,
but that's good to hear, because we've also recently been doing stuff in Australia, the UK, South Africa. So we're definitely having an impact in a lot of different locations too. And for us, it makes it easier when we refer to a system or a product or at least a type of technology, people are familiar with it, especially when we're going outside the US. So that makes a big difference. So that's a good thing. All right. How about contact info for you? What's your website for people to go to?
www.reuzip.com. You can contact us at email at info@reuzip.com.
All right. Any last question here? Any upcoming trade shows we can find yet?
I think next one we'll be at ServPro's trade show, their big one in Tampa Bay in June.
That's their national conference. That might be more exclusive to them, but yeah, nothing on the schedule just yet. We've been focusing a lot this year on the new products that we got coming out, but we'll be back in the circuit again probably next year.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you spending the time with us. I know it's a big time difference. I'm on the East Coast, you're on the West Coast, but I do appreciate you being here. And we'll do this again when you can tell us about some of the other super secret stuff that's coming out.
No, we'd love that.
We appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Lance.
I want to welcome my guest today, Jim Sefrin, who is the director of Infraspection Institute out of Burlington, New Jersey. He's also a level 3 thermographer, and he is qualified as an expert witness to testify in court on thermography issues. So, Jim, welcome.
Thank you, Lance. It's a pleasure to be here.
You know, I mentioned quickly about you being an expert in court and a level 3 thermographer. I'm a level 1 thermographer, so I know there's a great difference in knowledge between, you know, the training that I've received and certifications and what you do. But maybe just to start off, could you explain just the brief difference between the different levels? I know there's 1, 2, 3.
Correct. Generally speaking, in the thermographic community, there are 3 levels of training, appropriately labeled 1, 2, and 3. While I can't speak to the levels of other organizations, with my company, Infraspection Institute, we define level 1 thermography as the basics of thermography and heat transfer and qualitative infrared inspections, that is thermal imaging. In our level 2 courses, we build upon the subject matter that students have learned in level 1 and then add in accurate non-contact temperature measuring. In level 3, this is about best practices. And in level 3, we continue to build upon the skill sets that a level 2 thermographer has gained and teach them how to appropriately manage an infrared inspection program, even if they manage a program with just 1 thermographer. We talk about the safety standards, compliance with international standards. We talk about thermography as legal evidence and the things that thermographers need to be aware of in preparing each and every report, even if they don't intend for it to be used as a piece of evidence in pending litigation.
Well, what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to jump backwards a little bit. I mean, you explained the difference in the certifications, which clarified it to me because it's been a while since I've gone through that. But for the people that are watching this now, what's the basics? What is thermography?
Well, thermography, simply defined, is the art and science of detecting, displaying, and recording thermal patterns across the surface of an object. Thermal imaging utilizes a special electronic instrument called a thermal imager, or some people prefer to say infrared camera. Those terms are used interchangeably by many in the industry. These cameras are designed to work similar to a video camera. However, what they detect are the normally invisible thermal patterns that are present across the surface of all earthbound objects. So with a thermal imager, we are looking to detect, display, and document the thermal patterns across various structures, objects, processes, or even people at times.
My understanding from when I went through the course and the way I've explained it to people in the past is that regular photography is what the camera sees, visible light. What the thermography system is looking at is heat, and it creates an image that your brain can process.
That is correct. We as humans have evolved to see visible light, something we're all familiar with. Infrared behaves similar to visible light, and it is given off by all earthbound objects. So it's the heat that's given off or radiated or emitted by an object that the infrared imager sees and then turns into a graphic representation in the form of a video image, which appears on a monitor screen. Depending upon the instrument settings and its sophistication, the imagery that appears on the monitor screen of a thermal imager may be either monochrome, or black and white if you prefer, or it may be multicolor, wherein the various shades of gray or colors represent the thermal patterns across the surface of that object.
I mean, it sounds technical and I understand what you're talking about, but for people that aren't really familiar with it, how would you do thermography or thermal imaging? Maybe that would explain it a little easier.
Sure. Well, thermal imaging, once you know the basics, is relatively straightforward. If you can operate a video camera, you can probably operate a thermal imager. The equipment has become extremely user-friendly and far more sophisticated than when I got started nearly 40 years ago. You simply, under the right conditions, point your imager at an object, and the thermal imager produces a real-time image of the thermal patterns across the surface of that object. The important thing to note is that although thermal imagers operate similar to daylight cameras or daylight video cameras, there are some differences. For example, thermal imagers will not see through glass or plastics. In fact, they won't see through any solid material. So what you see on television, like programs like NCIS New Orleans comes to mind, where law enforcement is routinely pointing a thermal imager at a building and they're seeing the suspects moving around inside. Well, it's clever and entertaining for the TV program. It's wholly inaccurate. No thermal imager sees through solid walls or glass or nominal thicknesses of plastics.
So the black helicopters with the thermal imaging cameras can't see into your house from, 2 miles up?
Not to my knowledge, they can't.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that for everybody. So our industry, indoor air quality, which is a big umbrella over mold assessment, mold remediation, flooding, biohazard cleanup, all different verticals. How do you see this working in, let's start with the indoor air quality or assessment industry?
Okay. Well, the thermal imaging, first of all, can be applied to any situation where knowledge of thermal patterns across the surface will provide meaningful data about that system, object, process, or structure. Thermal imaging is routinely used in maintenance for inspecting electrical systems to detect hotspots, machinery to detect the defective bearings, high temperature applications to detect the defects in refractory or locate underground pipe leaks associated with steam leaks or high temperature hot water. It's used routinely to inspect flat roofs on buildings and also to look at buildings for energy loss. So here in all of these applications, knowledge about a difference in thermal patterns can help point out where there is a problem. Thermal imaging is also used for indoor air quality as a very powerful adjunctive tool where we can use it to assess things, help assess things like airflow or temperature of air being supplied to a living space or occupied space. Now, harkening back to something I said earlier, thermal imagers detect thermal patterns across a surface. It's important to note that air does not have a surface. So what we're looking at would have to be the registers supplying an occupied space or the heating units themselves. So you may look at baseboard heat exchangers or radiators or the air supply registers that are located in occupied space and look for temperature differentials there. The other place where thermal imaging can be used as part of overall indoor air quality would be to detect evidence of latent moisture associated with wet building materials. This could be drywall, could be acoustic ceiling tiles, or carpet. These things readily show up to a thermal imager when wet and the water is actively evaporating.
Yeah, you just mentioned a moment ago about, air not having a surface, but I've used thermal imaging to look at temperature stacking in a room where that's multiple levels where the air is not really circulating. And you can actually see not the air, but you can see its effect on the walls.
That is absolutely correct. And I'm okay with a layperson saying that you can see differences in air, but I want your viewers to know that there's a subtle difference, but a very important one, and you've pointed that out. So if an occupant of an occupied space wanted to refer to we're seeing air temperatures, I'm okay with it. I'm not going to correct them on the spot. But for those who are trained, they know that we cannot see different temperatures in air, but you can see the influence or effects, and that is toward the bottom of a wall. It may be particularly in the winter months, maybe cooler toward the bottom and then get warmer, a wall surface get warmer the higher you go within the room.
Yeah, it was a pretty powerful photo that I use in some of the training that we do showing stacking, because you try to explain it to people, they don't get it because you can't see it till you look at the results of it with thermal imager. And it definitely speaks volumes. So what kind of limitations are there on the thermal imaging equipment, at least that's available now?
That's a great question, Lance. Where we stand right now in 2023, with respect to equipment, there has never been a greater variety of thermal imaging systems available to the public. They range from very, very simple. In fact, for as little as $200, you can buy a module that go onto a smartphone or smart device. And with the software that comes with it, turn your your smart device, your cell phone, if you will, into a thermal imaging system. It can range up to hundreds of thousands of dollars for the top of the line systems that do very specialized applications. But let's say between the range of $1,000 US and up to $30,000 approximately, there is a wide range of equipment out there that will handle applications associated with mold investigation or indoor air quality. Now, one will always get what one pays for. It's particularly true in thermal imaging. You need to choose an imager with sufficient resolution and thermal sensitivity to carry out the task. A imager which retails for $1,000 may be adequate for something of large size in close proximity, maybe 6 to 8 feet of imaging distance, but it's not going to be adequate for picking out fine details from the exterior of a building from a couple hundred feet away.
I remember when I got my first IR camera, and it was 18, 19 years ago. I paid over $13,000 for it. Recently, I had an issue with it, and I called about getting some service, and I was basically told that it's too old, we can't fix it. But if you want to send it in, it would be $2,500 for us to evaluate it. I went and bought another camera for $500 to do a quick job that I had to do.
Right. And that's very typical of this business. The prices have fallen precipitously over the last 20 years. And meanwhile, the quality of the instrumentation has gone up. But concurrent with it, the falling prices across the board, due to advances in technology, manufacturers have come up with different price points for lesser quality instruments that are available. So now it's basically pick a price point, and there's probably an imager to meet your budget. But you'll find that for indoor air quality, for people who are serious, if you've got between $3,000 and $8,000, there is a lot of instrumentation available to you. And I think it's important to know, I don't sell instrumentation, and I will tell you that I teach people how to use it properly and within the limits of the subject equipment. But price is also a moving target, and I just give some generalities on giving people an idea for budget. Our family of companies have just acquired at least 3 imagers in the last year, and I think we bought equipment that was around $15K by the time we were done, because we added additional lenses so that we would have different fields of view with the same instrument. Gives us greater capability. But that's probably more horsepower than people need for your average indoor air quality inspection.
Well, that was one of the things that I considered when I bought my camera years ago, that I was a level 1 thermographer, and I was basically looking at heat patterns on surfaces for mold assessment, mold remediation, indoor air quality issues. But I went for the better camera. It was a few $1,000s more, because if I went further on in the industry into temperature measurement for engineering purposes and design and stuff like that, I would have to go out and buy another camera to do that if I didn't get the upgraded one. So I took that into consideration. You know, yeah, I bought the Lamborghini to drive to the grocery store to get the loaf of bread instead of the Volkswagen. But, you know, at the time, it made more sense to me to do that.
Absolutely. And we are faced with a similar thing here within our family of companies, where we oftentimes are looking not only at what is our most immediate needs, but what could we do additional with this instrumentation. So we tend to buy a level or two above our most basic needs always.
I got to get into the weeds on a question here that it was a big thing quite a few years back, where a lot of the cameras that were being produced couldn't be exported out of the United States until the manufacturers made a change in the speed of the cameras. Is that still an issue?
Let me take apart I think it was 2 questions. So let me take each one in turn. What you're referring to are regulations on the import or export of infrared technology. And what you are at present, back then and still to this day, if you have an imager with a frame rate of 30 hertz, which is considered real time, you cannot export that or take that instrumentation beyond the borders of the United States without authorization from the U.S. Department of State. If you do, you can wind up in very serious trouble. In fact, it's a felony. The change that you are referring to is that some manufacturers came out with imagers that had a frame rate of 9 hertz. 9 hertz is not considered real time, and it is not covered by such restrictions. Those can be exported readily without an export license. Now, the difference between a 9 hertz imager and a 30 hertz imager is if I were holding a 30 hertz imager right now and I were to pan it across the wall, I'm going to see a real-time image with no smearing, no ghost trailing. However, if you have a 9 hertz, depending upon how it's put together and its processing of signal, as you move quickly, you might get a comet trail or smearing until the imager slows down or you hold steady. So 9 hertz there's nothing wrong with a 9 hertz imager. Hundreds of thousands of these instruments have been made and used here in the US as well as throughout the world. But a 30 hertz imager is an imager where if you're doing a lot of things in motion or you're walking or you don't want to have to move as slowly as you pan across a wall, then the 30 hertz imager would be for you. So I would caution anybody who has an imager that if you were looking to do any work outside of the US boundaries, that you make sure that you understand the rules before you take it out or get permission if you have a 30 hertz imager to take it beyond the borders.
I guess the quick question that people are thinking about is why, and my understanding was because of it could be used as a targeting system for weapons.
It has to do with military technology. It's considered a high-end technology. It has military uses, and there've been a couple of instances where people have been up to no good, have tried to take sensors outside of this country, and they've gotten detained at the borders by law enforcement authorities. So I'm always mindful of this because if I'm going to the big house for any reason, it's not going to be for taking an infrared camera across U.S. lines. It'll be for something worthwhile, I promise you.
I actually got stopped once going through TSA security with a camera. They saw the case. It looked like a handgun case. They wanted to search it. They opened it. They searched it. They wanted to swab it, with gunpowder residue detection and stuff. And it was fine. They had no idea what it was. I had to explain it to them, but it was only once I had an issue with that.
I suspect that's probably some time ago because so many people are carrying imagers through onto airplanes. In fact, I'm going to be taking 2 or 3 next week for a class I'm teaching. I'm going to Kansas City for an on-site class, and I'll have 2 or 3 in a duffel bag. And I think the TSA people nowadays have probably seen an imager at least once a shift. I can't imagine that it's all that far into them. But for those who do travel, it's always a good idea to have a battery with your imager if you're boarding a plane and taking this as a carry-on, so that in case you are asked to fire it up and prove that it really is a thermal imager, you can do so.
Interesting. I always had the batteries with it, but just never for that reason. But good point. All right. So in my world, indoor air quality and mold assessment remediation, we have standards of practice, professional practices. Are there current accepted standards for thermal imaging?
The answer to that question is yes, there are. There are many, actually. My company, Infraspection Institute, actually publishes perhaps the largest inventory of applications and equipment usage standards pertaining to thermography. We have standards related to infrared inspections of electrical systems, mechanical systems, building envelopes, flat roofing systems, boats and recreational yachts, horses, photovoltaic systems, just to name a few. We also publish standards on proper use of the thermal imager, and all of these standards are taught in our courses. Those standards are also available for purchase by lay people or people with an interest in thermal imaging, and they can be accessed through the Infraspection Institute website through our online store. They're available for immediate download. Very reasonably priced, I might add. I say that because I'm a practicing thermographer, and I've seen standards published by ISO and other international entities that retail for as much as $200 to $300 each. Ours are nowhere near that in price.
Weren't you at one point involved with writing some of the standards?
I've been a co-author of most of the standards that are in place. I'm responsible for the content of the 13 or so that Infraspection publishes. I also am a member of ASTM International and have been since 1985, and have helped to co-author the standards that are published by ASTM. Those standards are later adopted by ISO, and I've also worked with the Roof Consultants Institute, to name a few.
In some of the classes that I'm involved with teaching on the remediation and assessment side, I talk about thermography. and the importance that it can play in the assessment, inspection process, and repair, making sure you got all the problems. But one of the issues or questions I get all the time, what should I buy? And to your point from earlier, there's different pieces of equipment you can buy for different things you're going to be doing. But I always tell people, get trained in thermography first, learn about it before you go out and buy it. It's kind of like saying you want to go buy a car, but you've never driven one.
Right. I couldn't agree more with your advice that you're offering. I use a similar analogy. I say buying an imager with no training or understanding of the technology is like sending your 4-year-old to buy the family car. They may only know the basics, and it's not enough. There are subtle differences that are key differences in the performance, and it's far too easy to make a purchasing mistake if you buy before you understand what you're doing. My best advice to anyone who is looking to join the ranks of thermographers is to get your training first from an unbiased source. And then when you see the different applications, it may change your mind about what instrumentation that you are going to buy, or you may see other business opportunities with respect to infrared inspections that will dovetail nicely with your existing business that would lead you to buy a different piece of equipment. My best advice is do not rely solely, if you're not experienced, do not rely solely upon web advertising or web pages. The infrared business is unlike many others in that many companies practice image substitution in their print literature and especially on their websites. That is, they'll take the imagery from their highest quality thermal imager and put it onto a web page for a much lesser capable imager. So it's like going into a car dealership and ordering a Corvette, and when you arrive to take delivery, you find, if you're old enough to remember them, a Chevette in its place. And you say, wait a minute, that's not what I ordered. I said, well, come on, they're both vets. I mean, they're both modes of transportation. There's photographs in the literature we shared with you are just for illustrative purposes. So here in the infrared business, and I mean this in all seriousness, image substitution is a widely practiced advertising technique, and it's one that seasoned thermographers like myself, we look at that imagery and go, that's nice, but I want a pre-purchase demo or be able to take it for a test drive first.
So while you were explaining all that, I was just thinking about, people not understanding the technology. And I remember being out on an assessment and the homeowner was following me around and watching me look with the camera on things. And I still remember them saying, is that a ghost? There was a tile wall and it was catching a reflection and it was bouncing back the heat pattern. And I said, no, it's not, but it's making me think about the Ghostbusters TV show that was on where they were using thermal imaging cameras.
Yeah, and to your point, thermal imaging is often portrayed in the mass media, but frequently it's misrepresented. My wife is a big fan of NCIS New Orleans, so I don't want to besmirch her favorite TV program while she's not around. But NCIS New Orleans is a program where I've noted that there's multiple uses of thermal imaging which are incorrect. But we see other forms of entertainment, ghost hunting programs where thermal imaging is used to find spirits. The topic of UFOs is another. Now, and we touch on this, by the way, in our level 1 course. And the reason I touch on it is because many lay people have been exposed to this and they come away with false impressions of what thermal imaging can or cannot do. And I advise our students, and I would advise your members the same that are using thermal imaging, is when somebody's wrong in their assessment or understanding, just be patient with them. Chances are they've just been misinformed and they've seen it misrepresented on TV. But I point out in our level 1 courses that don't believe everything you say because inaccuracies abound. Another good example, I was giving a level 1 class not so long ago, and I mentioned this on a Monday as part of our day 1 course content. And Tuesday morning, one of my students comes in, he has a bottle of Snapple, and he says, I want to share something with you. And he takes the cap off, and underneath is a Snapple fact, which I had no idea existed until I saw this one. And the Snapple fact stated that polar bears are covered with fur that renders them invisible to thermal imagers. And I found that interesting because it's 180 degrees from the truth. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service actually uses thermal imagers from airborne platforms to do census counts of polar bears. And in doing a little more research, I found out that there's somewhere on the order of 1,000 Snapple facts available to the public at large, but there are many things that are incorrect, including the one about polar bear hair.
Well, there's something we didn't expect to learn today. Speaking of learning,
bonus.
Yeah, bonus. Tell us about the Institute, Infraspection Institute.
Sure. Infraspection Institute, my company, has been in business since 1980, and as such, we are the oldest infrared training and certification firm in the world. Infraspection Institute provides training, certification, and support for infrared thermographers from around the globe. We do not sell or take commissions on the sale of infrared equipment. So it puts us in a very unique position in that we offer unbiased training. We are not manufacturer neutral, we're manufacturer or vendor independent. We stay completely above that. We also are recognized as an authoritative body in the business, in that we have written or co-authored many of the standards that are in place for the conduct of infrared inspections for infrared equipment use.
Like I mentioned earlier, you're here in New Jersey, where I'm located, southern part of the state. But if somebody wanted to take a course with you, can they do them online?
Absolutely. We offer training all across the country, and for that matter, throughout the world. We actually have a network of course materials licensees who are authorized to teach our courses. And at present, we have representation on 6 of the 7 continents. We just have not found anyone in Antarctica yet that is ready to set up and offer training there. But we have live instructor-led training available on 6 of the 7 continents. And we also have the world's most comprehensive inventory of distance learning courses for thermography. Those courses are professionally produced, and they are available as recordings, meaning that they are available to a student 24/7. And a student can go back during their subscription period for training, can go back and see those recordings as many times as they like. So it allows students to take their training wherever and whenever it's convenient for them.
Well, in a few minutes, I'm going to ask you to give us some information about where people could reach out to your school or you for more information about training and anything else. But before that, it just popped into my head and I don't want to forget about it. I remember talking to you years ago and you telling me about being called out to find the mysterious lights over the Gulf of Mexico.
Actually, I appreciate that recollection. I'm going to make a little bit of a correction there. I got a call from the National Geographic Society regarding a videotape that had been offered by someone in Mexico as proof that UFOs were visiting and operating over the Gulf of Mexico. The proof was a videotape that had been recorded by a combat aircraft flown by the Mexican Air Force. They were out on a training mission, and they were over the Bay of Campeche, which is in the southeast quadrant of the Gulf of Mexico. And during their flight, they noticed a group of hotspots that seemed to be shadowing them and flying in, and I'm going to air quotes here, flying in formation and shadowing these combat aircraft. And they were discussing it back and forth. The language was quite colorful, as sometimes military personnel are in their speech. But that aside, this videotape ultimately wound up in the hands of a UFO investigator who had offered this as proof that UFOs were operating over the Bay of Campeche. So the National Geographic Society had gotten wind of this and were putting together a documentary about UFOs, and they were looking for an expert to comment on it, and they had contacted me. Now, they originally had gone out and tried to get a thermal imager and fly the same area, but they were in a pressurized aircraft, and thermal imagers won't see through glass or plastic, so they couldn't see out of the window. So after a fail that was costly for them, they decided to get someone else to come in and work with them, and we offered to do so. And after reviewing that videotape, we came up with an alternate theory of the source of the hotspots in the video, and that was that these hotspots were more likely caused by the presence of oil and gas exploration platforms operating in the Cantarell oil fields, which is in the Bay of Campeche. These platforms have a flare stack, which is a large tower, which is used to burn off waste gases And these flares run up to 100 feet in height or more from the tip of the nozzle where they are burned off. And this creates a large hotspot when viewed with a thermal imager. The interesting thing about the hotspots was there was a big hotspot in the video, each one, and then had a much smaller, fainter one beneath it. And the thermal imagery dovetailed and correlated perfectly with the heat given off by a flare stack and the reflection of that same flare off the seawater, the surface of the seawater in the Gulf of Mexico. The idea that the group of UFOs were following the Mexican Air Force aircraft was really an optical illusion. Without a point of reference, you lose perspective, and it gives the impression or the illusion that something is following you. The analogy I use when I talk about this in our classes in the introductory part of thermography, the analogy I use, the experience I have firsthand, is when I was young. It's a long time ago. When I was young, I'd go out in the yard at night, and on a clear night, and the moon was out bright, I'd walk across the yard and get this sensation that the moon was following me. It's like I had my own private moon. Everywhere I went, and follow along. Similarly, without a point of reference, you can't know that it's not following you. Your mind gets tricked without that point of reference. So it's the same thing here. But that was the story of the UFOs. And I'm not saying UFOs don't exist. In fact, I think it's interesting that in the last week, our military has finally admitting to shooting down unidentified flying objects. It's been on TV. They just aren't. I don't think that those aircraft that were shot down, however, were extraterrestrials. They seem more like balloons to me.
Well, from back in the 40s, from Roswell, everything was just called a weather balloon.
That's right.
So, yeah, no, what you're referring to is the recent balloon from China that was shot down, and then 3 additional ones that were found in different parts of the world. But that's for another discussion, another day. But I think the key here is training. You know, the pilots were trained to a point, but probably didn't understand enough of thermography to be able to distinguish what they were seeing and what it really was.
I would agree with you. They did not go in pursuit of said UFOs, but rather continued on with their mission. As they say, it's really a very small video clip that was purported to be proof that UFOs existed, but in fact did not. And it's things like this that we caution our students, you know, be aware that these things are on YouTube, they're in the public domain, they're on television, they're in print, they're under Snapple bottle caps, these misrepresentations. And you just need to be aware of it and anticipate that others may have mistaken notions about thermal imaging. But to that end, the greatest limiting factor in any infrared inspection for any application is not the equipment. We touched a little bit on equipment. The greatest limiting factor is the operator and what he or she knows. One of the things that's most important is, in addition to using the right equipment, it's understanding infrared theory and heat transfer, understanding the system or object or structure that you're inspecting, how it's put together, and how it's interacting with its environment, and also being able to anticipate what type of thermal pattern is going to be indicative of a defect or an unwanted condition that you're there to detect. So all of that, it should be part of one's training, and also experience plays a part in this. But with proper training, a person should be able to go out and with their understanding of structures or electrical or mechanical systems or any other system that's being inspected, be able to apply that in a meaningful way.
You know, you mentioned something when you were talking about the pilots not going after or in pursuit of the lights that they saw. If we take that into the indoor air quality mold assessment arena, it's like looking at a wall and seeing a heat pattern or cold pattern, depending on how you want to look at it, and not verifying that it is a problem with like a moisture meter, going that next step to validate what you're seeing.
That's absolutely correct. In fact, one of the things that I stress in my class is that infrared by itself is not a standalone technology. Almost always, at a bare minimum, we are correlating what we see on the screen with our eyes, doing a cross-reference visually. Now, step beyond that, which is oftentimes required, would be the use of moisture meters, whether it be invasive or capacitance type moisture meters. There's always additional confirmation that's necessary. You cannot know that a certain pattern is caused by the presence of moisture or an air leak until, or missing or misapplied insulation, until you have verified it with the next level of verification. And with indoor air quality, most often it's first visual and then touch. Sometimes it's touch. You reach down, touch the carpet, and it's wet. Or it could be just that simple, or then moving on to moisture meter, or in some cases, physical disassembly of a structure, a wall structure, to look at what's inside, or even using a bore scope. That's a lot less invasive, but that's a possibility as well.
I mean, it could even be as simple as just a nest from a squirrel inside of a wall, or mice or something, just generating heat on that surface.
Yeah. Or under cold weather conditions, if the squirrels or rodents have removed the insulation, it's misapplied insulation. That's a possibility. We have seen in some cases where insects, in particular termites, can bring enough moisture back to the nest to create a cold spot on a wall. And you look at that, and yes, it's moisture causing it, but it's not because of a leak. It's because you have an insect infestation. And that is also a possibility for detection with a thermal imager under the right conditions.
So because of the specialty way that you get information, or specific way that you get information back from the thermal imager, it changes some of the legal requirements, I think, or liability requirements on the assessor. I mean, we work normally under what we consider within view. You know, if you can look at it and see it, okay, that's what you're really liable for making assessments on. But this gives a little bit extra, but you're really not seeing through walls. I mean, you're still looking at the surface that you can see. So does that change the requirements or the legality of your assessment or your liability?
We suggest to our students and through the standards that thermal imaging is a visual inspection, albeit a different wavelength of light. It's a visual type of inspection performed at a specific point in time. What we see today doesn't mean that that's what we'll be seeing tomorrow. So if you stick to your square of expertise and follow the standards, it is an inspection at a given point in time. We do not suggest that people offer opinions beyond the scope of thermography unless they are so qualified. And they also should not misrepresent what the imager and the imaging system is capable of. So we're not going to see into a wall. A good example is thermal imager does not detect mold. Now, I've seen many people offer that verbally. I've seen it written on websites and I've seen others allude to it. But thermal imagers do not detect mold. Rather, they detect thermal patterns across the surface. One of the things that can create a detectable temperature differential would be the presence of moisture. And when building materials become wet for a prolonged period of time, we all know that they can be conducive to mold growth. So unwanted moisture in building materials goes hand in hand with the presence of mold, but that doesn't mean we've detected mold. The confirmation of the presence of mold requires other tests which are beyond thermography. So as far as the legality, I think that if one sticks to the square of expertise, and we're very clear about this in the courses that we teach, is tell them what you know. I see a thermal pattern that is typical of latent moisture in the exterior wall. Visual observation noted a discolored stain in the latex paint in the same shape. Carpet was wet to touch. That's fine. Moisture meter indicated presence of moisture. That's fine. But just tell them what you know. I never offer opinions beyond the scope of what I am doing in thermal imaging if I'm actively doing an inspection. So I don't say that you have mold without there being a test for it. I think you have wet building material, you have wet wall, wet ceiling tile, wet carpet. You should have that investigated as to the cause. In fact, the universal recommendation that we offer to our students is this: investigate cause of thermal anomaly, take appropriate corrective action. That's all you ever need to say. And if you say that and nothing more, I don't see where there's any legal pitfall for you.
Interesting. So with that, other verticals, as far as I know, we deal with a lot of home inspectors, electrical inspectors, health inspectors. I mean, Is there a place for thermal imaging in there?
Absolutely. When you get into larger properties and beyond the single family home, you get into multifamily units. We have electrical systems, which are sizable. Those are candidates for infrared inspection. On many sizable multifamily units, we have the roof. Oftentimes it's low slope, or if you prefer to say it's flat, that is a candidate for infrared inspection. With greater interest in energy awareness and energy conservation, infrared inspections is part of a building energy audit conducted either from outdoors or from indoors to detect evidence of excess heat loss or air infiltration or air exfiltration if you're on the outside, and of course always latent moisture in building sidewalls. Latent moisture for the mold investigator and mold remediator, we typically are concerned with indoors, inside the building, but there are places where we can have latent moisture in the building structure, which is undesirable, but it may not be creating a mold issue on the inside. A case in point is in our home state of New Jersey and the surrounding states, EFIS, or EIFS, as some people prefer to pronounce it, is also known by the trade name Dryvit, is a building material which uses acrylic stucco that allows a builder to create stone or masonry facade appearances using very inexpensive building materials. This material is notorious for developing leaks over time, and when water gets trapped in an EIFS clad system, an EIFS clad building, the moisture does not dry out between storms. And if it is over a wooden substrate, it can create all kinds of problems in causing the substrate to become compromised. Wet itself, of course, can be attractive to insect pests due to the moisture, can be conducive to mold growth, but it can also cause significant structural damage.
We've dealt with that quite a bit, and we deal with that all through the South too. There's a lot of homes being constructed that way also. So yeah, very prevalent. All right.
I'm just going to say one other thing on the verticals. We talk about energy loss. Another one that thermal imaging really excels at, as far as energy conservation, is on IGU windows. IGU, also known as thermopane or double glazed windows, particularly in commercial structures or even multifamily structures. When these windows become compromised with age, that is, they lose their air seal between the panes. Many times it's filled with argon, but sometimes it's just dry air. When that seal is compromised, moist air gets in from the environment and contaminates the space between. And under the right conditions, when you look at these windows, if they have failed and are contaminated with moist environmental air, you will see with a thermal imager what we call a bullseye signature, either a hot or cold bullseye in the dead center of the window. And that indicates that window has failed. I've recently been involved with a large pharmaceutical here in the state of New Jersey, where they are renovating their properties on a regular basis. And we were inspecting for them annually from the exterior of the building under energy loss conditions to detect excess energy loss, either in air leakage or missing or damaged insulation. And we found in the first year, a certain number of windows, getting about 20 years in age, exhibited this bullseye pattern indicating they failed. Next year, far more. The third year, almost every window exhibited that. So they went through and replaced all those windows as part of a major renovation. We came back as part of a QA, and most of the windows looked good, except for the inspection I was on. 3 of them, right out of the box, were failed. And on our web, you'll find the imagery on our websites showing this big bullseye signature indicating a failed window right out of the box. Lance, I've lost your voice. I'm sorry.
You can't see the window that I have here in the office, but there's a slight crack in it and the bullseye is there. So
Okay.
Yeah, that does happen. Could you tell our viewers where to find you?
Yes, you can find us online at our website, which is www.infraspection, infraspection.com. There you'll find information about our company, our courses that we offer both in person and online. You'll also find information about all of the standards that we publish. We also have a second website, which is unlike Infraspection, which is a catalog site, talks specifically about infraspection. We have an online thermographic community website. This is a content-based website called irinfo.org. There you will find a number of resources, including directories of thermographers, which I would invite your members to get their company listed if they haven't already done so. There's no charge for that. We also have a number of technical articles published there, somewhere around so there's over 200 technical articles and about 300 tips of the week, which are short essays pertaining to thermography. So all of these things, these resources are free, and I would invite your colleagues and viewers to tune into our online frequencies, infraspection.com and irinfo.org for more information. Of course, we are a real company staffed by real people. So if anyone has a question, they're welcome to just pick up the phone and simply give us a call, and you'll find our telephone numbers listed on our website.
You mean somebody you really can talk to?
Yes.
Isn't that novel?
I find it seems to be getting more and more novel these days, but it's something I insist upon. It's perhaps born out of habit, maybe a little bit with a touch of gray I sport these days, but it's something I insist upon. We're in a people business, and personal interaction is extremely important.
Jim, I thank you for spending the time with us today. I really appreciate it. And maybe we'll do this again. I know I want to talk to you more about search and rescue and a few other uses for the thermal imaging. So look forward to doing that.
Lance, I would welcome the opportunity anytime. Thank you for letting us share with you, and have a nice day.
You too.
Hello there, my name is Robert Pettyjohn, coming from you to beautiful downtown Wake Forest, North Carolina. My daddy said years ago that we are known by the company we keep. And I'm very thankful that 45 years ago, I was able to keep company with this young lady here beside me, Karen, out of Easley, South Carolina, and what a difference that has surely made in my life over the years. We're also very thankful that 35 years ago, the Lord let us start Pettyjohn's Cleaning and Restoration here in North Carolina and Wake Forest. We're very thankful for that because over the years, Karen, we have now got almost 7,000 customers. Isn't that incredible?
That's wild. That's great.
My goodness, that's just amazing. And the reason for that is, and we started out cleaning carpets and upholstery and water damage restoration and all that because we were doing this for the health of our precious customers. Fortunately, we had the ability to sit under Dr. Michael Berry at the Research Triangle Institute there not too far away from us. And he impressed upon us the importance of cleaning for health, not just to preserve your investment or not just for appearance. And thankfully now we are cleaning Oriental rugs and have been for the last 35 almost years now. And we have the finest Oriental rug washing plant in the state of North Carolina, almost in the southeast, I'm sure of that. And we've got that reputation because we have kept good company. One of the companies we've kept with is an organization called the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, also known as NORMI. This group is a perfect fit for us and for anybody that cleans for health because of the importance that they stress on us doing every single thing to improve the indoor air quality of our precious customers. As a result, I've kind of branched off and become an indoor air quality assessor and teach mold remediation and assessing throughout the Southeast, and I'm very, very thankful for that. But the reason that's important to us is because of the fact that we're keeping good company. NORMI is a good company to keep. And I'm thankful to be associated with them, as I'm sure they're thankful to be associated with Pettyjohn's. We clean for health.
The
Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normi.org and normiproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story.
Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain, near a river, or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app, but make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long-sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, and there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type, a tube tent, pliers, tape, compass, matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe. Photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, Social Security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed. But if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
I want to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner from GBAC to to join us today. And I'm just saying GBAC, but that's just a tiny piece of what you actually do. So could you say hello and kind of let us know who you really are?
Yeah, that's a good question, Lance. I'm not sure whether I do work for a living or I just follow a lot of great hobbies. I think what really makes everything worthwhile from my professional opinion is the people I work with. So I'm very fortunate within the entire cleaning industry. I just work with wonderful people, whether it be cleaning on the front lines of a commercial building, a school, an airport, a hotel, or working with remediators, restorers, whether they're dealing with mold, or we're trying to focus on the science of drying, for example. So it's just a fascinating industry. I don't know how you're doing, Lance, but at the moment I'm flat out. It's really busy.
It has been, and it's kind of increasing at an exponential rate. It's really strange that there's been so many weather events so far this year that have affected so much of just the U.S. alone, that we are extremely busy. Not complaining, but it's just like you said, flat out, I think is the term you used.
Yes, it is. It's been really interesting, Lance. We've seen on the news, all the focus on tornadoes, and we've seen an enormous number, an exceptional number of tornadoes in the last few months. But what we don't realize, Lance, is that where there's a tornado, there's a much larger severe thunderstorm. There's a rain event, there's a wind event. And so while we focus on the very critical needs of focusing on the impact of a tornado and the disaster and the catastrophic damage it can do, we start to forget that there's many other communities suffering from unusual rainfall, severe thunderstorms. I don't know what your night was last night, but we had power outages here in Washington, D.C. And that's really where the industry is looking at right now. There's so many opportunities for us based on these weather events.
Well, every year in May, Normie does a training for its members on hurricanes. Hurricane season starts June 1st. So we try to put it in everybody's mind again. This is what's coming, be prepared, stock up, all that stuff. And we do that. And sometimes you get the reaction where it's almost like people become blasé about the whole hurricane effect until it's going to happen. It's kind of like every year you see people that live in hurricane-prone areas lined up for 6 hours to buy plywood. Well, if you live there, why wouldn't you have plywood, or supplies you need? So this is the kind of thing that people don't really take seriously until it's going to affect them. And to your point, it doesn't have to be a hurricane or a major cyclone event. I mean, just from a severe thunderstorm, golf-sized or baseball-sized hail will puncture roofs, causing lots of water damage. So there's a lot of other effects that really happen from these major storms, which, as we know in the last month or two, from Texas all the way up to the Midwest, up to the East Coast, has been heavily affected by severe weather, and not from tropical weather systems.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And that preparedness that you just sort of outlined is opportunities for all of our colleagues in the cleaning industry. I'm seeing some great examples, especially this year. I do a lot of disaster preparedness, emergency management preparedness work, as well as response and recovery. But during that preparedness phase, as you really correctly outlined here, I've seen some really good examples, but they haven't gone to scale, and it's not enough, where actual cleaning professionals have been part of the planning process. But it's happening at a much smaller level than I think it should happen at, and at both at the state level, the local county level, the city level. We've got to be more involved as an industry in that preparedness planning process. As we saw, over the last couple of weeks, Lance, with those storms in Texas, the Midwest, and now we're seeing some stuff on the East Coast as well. When that piece of hail goes through your roof and it lets all the water in, or the rain is so torrential that you've got flooding, or you've had wind damage that's opened up half your house and you've got more water damage, where do you go? Where is it a Google search? hopefully that's not what it is, but that I know that's what's happening. But more importantly, how do we position ourselves in the clean industry to be part of preparedness so that we're on the list, so that when the damage has happened, when the disaster has occurred, they just go down the list and go, here are all the cleaning professionals that have followed, say, an IRCRC standard. They're certified. They've done the normie training. They're certified for that as well. And that we know that they have the skills, the knowledge, and the abilities to, again, do what is professional.
Well, let's get into that in a minute, but let's set the stage here, because you and I were talking a few days ago, and you had mentioned Colorado State University, I believe is the name. And I actually have a graphic here I'm going to bring up on the screen in a minute. And this is talking about weather modeling and forecasts and predictions for upcoming seasons. And we basically talked, and you said, and I looked in, and you were correct. It looks like it is the worst forecast ever on record that they're predicting for this season. So let me bring it up on the screen. I don't know if you want to just talk about this real quick, or mention a few things to people, but you can also explain about the modeling, because most people use either the US versions or the European models. And this is, to me, it looks like a hybrid. So let me just share my screen here for a sec. You should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, I can, Lance.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Colorado State University is forecasting with their whole atmospheric prediction center, and the numbers are staggering.
Yeah, it is. So hurricane season is real. It happens every year. It's no one takes bets on it, Lance, because it's just going to happen. We know that. But when it comes to modeling, and this is where we need to appreciate how that science of modeling has advanced so much. And again, it won't be 100% accurate, but it's going to be pretty damn good in the fact that we've now got science, we've got so much data available to us, as well as the mathematicians, the university professors, the scientific experts that then can use massive amounts of data now in their algorithms, in their systems, to come up with a forecast like this. So really, we see a forecast from the government come out, oh yeah, that's the government. But when you see it from an independent body like the University of Colorado, which actually matches exactly what the government did forecast as well. But when they look at it, there's the opportunity for all of us in the clean industry.
You're absolutely right. And I think it's the preparedness side of it and the triage side, which we can talk about in a minute, because what do you do when you come into a disaster area? I mean, they're talking on here, the predictions for 2024 are almost double the average for the last 30 years.
Well, it is
in every category.
When you look at named storm days, so don't just look at the storms themselves, the number of storms and how long that, remember Hurricane Katrina and how long that hung around, and remember the flooding and the disaster we had in Houston. That storm lasted for many days, not just hours. So we've got on this graph, on this table here, Lance, we've got the number of the named storms is higher than normal, but look at the named storm days. That's 115 in a season that runs from June to November. And that is double the average.
Yeah, it's pretty staggering looking at that. I mean, they talk about the energy of the storms, 210 compared to 123 over a season compared to 30 years of data. It's amazing the numbers they're looking at for this year.
So how do we define a hurricane? It's a rain event. It's a wind event. We're going to get damage to buildings. We're going to get water penetration. We're going to have drying issues. We're going to we know everything happens. Location is so important here. We know that those hurricanes will hit areas of high temperature, high humidity. We know what that leads to. Again, the possibility of increased growth of microorganisms, germs, and especially mold. So again, that science of drying is so important that it's done properly and appropriately. And again, we can now pre-position ourselves. This is what's so critical. I've seen so many examples from our colleagues in the industry going, I'm now moving from, and I'm giving you an example here. I'm moving from Virginia or North Carolina, and I'm going to put some of my workers, my assets, my business in Alabama, in Texas, in Florida. Why? Because they saw that forecast. And it's so important, Lance, that as we see that level of preparedness from some of our colleagues, that we try to expand that to many of our colleagues, because a forecast like that, is going to show that there's going to be a real need for the science, the evidence, but more importantly, to ensure that those people that do respond are certified. And again, so, those southern states, they're going to get hit, possibly the East Coast. We've seen those storms come up the East Coast, like Sandy did, Tropical Storm Sandy did, 2011 or thereabouts, when it hit New Jersey, where you live, as well as when it went into, left hook into New York, the damage it caused. It was the water damage. And if there's a group of professionals that have the knowledge, the skills, abilities, and the expertise in drying, it's us. And that's something that we need to do better in our advocacy, our awareness, our marketing, to ensure that the emergency managers know that we exist and who we are and who's credible and who's reliable.
You're absolutely correct. And, it's thinking of the issues that develop that aren't, I guess, the common themes that people think about, like you just mentioned, the water, the wind, things like that. Well, if you're sending a crew into this area, there may not be power. What are they going to do? There's only so much you can't dry. There's no power for it. So you need generators. Well, there may not be fuel. You may have to bring that with you. I mean, all of these things just keep getting larger and larger as you're trying to prepare for it. Are your crews prepared for the weather conditions they're going to be in? I just saw last night they're predicting for Southern California and parts of Las Vegas, Nevada area, 111 plus degrees in the shade for the next few days. We're not at summer yet. We're 2 weeks away. And, how do you send a crew into work in an environment like that? And yes, it's the desert, but you can have flood damage. You can still have problems there.
Yeah, this is interesting, Lance. In the work that I used to do in like biological weapons, I used to respond to Ebola outbreaks in West Africa. You're in a hot, humid environment, and you're required to wear personal protective equipment. Actually, not required, you have to wear. You get Ebola, that's a death sentence. It's, this is a disease that doesn't have a cure. So let's look at this now. We know where the hurricanes are going to most likely hit. We know those states, those locations. Yes, they're hot and humid. We know that our essential frontline industry workers are going to have to wear personal protective equipment. You can't clean these up in t-shirt and shorts. So how do we then train? How do we move quickly to ensure that they can work safely, they can work efficiently, and they can wear the personal protective equipment that's required in what I would really, these are hostile environments. And after a storm, it becomes even more hostile. And, so hostile or steer, whatever sort of terms you want to use, these are tough environments that I think we really have to go into that rapid training process right now of going, okay, guys, this is going to happen. We just saw the forecast. Lance just showed it. We've all seen it. We've heard about it. And we don't just wait now. We go into training mode. And how do we train people to wear personal protective equipment, to clean and dry and remediate, restore the way that is based on science, but to do it in a way that's safe for them, which is really, really important, so they continue and work the next day after that. And that's a critical need right now. It's going to be a tough summer. There's no doubt about it.
Well, it's also training on how to approach this disaster area. If you're sending a crew in, what do? You run to the worst looking spot, you run to what you can manage. Are you going to be tied up for weeks on one job? You need to manage all of that stuff against your resources and what you're going to have down the road available to you. It's like triaging a terrible accident scene. You need to know where to put your resources.
That's a really interesting point, Lance. Relationships matter.
Yeah.
And the point is that I just spoke to some colleagues, some good friends down in Texas. They've had some big storms. They've lost power. And even though they're in the industry, they're on a Google search looking for a remediator, a restorer, a mold assessor. They're using Google. Why haven't we done better in creating those lists and sharing those lists with the key emergency management personnel, both at state and local level, the mayor's office, for example, the commerce of chambers, the business development community, so that people know that when that happens, and we know it's going to happen, the forecast is not just make-believe, it's based on a lot of information with good algorithms. So we are going to get hurricanes this season. That's going to happen, just like we did last year and the year before. But more importantly, be better prepared as an industry to say, here's the list. Here's the list of people that have been, that follow the IRCRC standards. They're certified. They've done the training through Normie. They've got the necessary skills and abilities. You don't rely on Google to fix these really critical problems that we're going to see based on water and wind damage.
You say water and wind damage. I just want to mention something, and I've seen this over and over with not hurricane-sized stuff, at least by me, but with other types of major storms. People throughout the country have a perception of it's a Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4 hurricane. Well, that's a number. That's all that really is, and it's really looking at the general wind strength. But you get a Cat 1 storm up here on the East Coast from where you are in DC up through Maine. That is devastating compared to a Cat 3 down in Florida, Louisiana, where they don't have 200- and 300-year-old trees, that are, 200 and something feet in the air that are all going to come down, take out your power grids, or New York City with subways. It's all underground. It's below sea level. This is shutting down mass transit. And for those of you not familiar with New York City, you don't just get in your car and drive someplace in New York City. You crawl in traffic when everything is working. So when you lose your tunnels, your bridges and things like that, everything shuts down. So planning for that stuff, to your point, staging things is really the only way to really deal with this.
It is, Lance, and I've been, involved in emergency management and responding to disasters for many years. And when you actually go and meet the people in that location that have just experienced a tornado or the hurricane, the first thing they say to me is, we'll never do this again. It shouldn't take a real world example to change people's behavior going, no, next time I'm going to evacuate, or next time I'm going to be better prepared. That's not how life should work. And so it's really important right now. The question that I threw out to a group the other day when they were going to respond to some tornado damage and some big severe thunderstorms was, which car park are you going to? Where are you going to meet the mayor's office? Where are you going to meet the emergency managers? Where are you going to meet the people that are coordinating the response and recovery efforts? In what car park are you going to meet them in, so you can then be part of a coordinated professional approach? And no one knew this. They're going to drive into town and start making random phone calls or knocking on doors in the middle of a disaster. No, you've got to do better than that. And so part of our preparedness is to go, okay, if this hurricane hits New Orleans or Mobile, Alabama, or if it hits Galveston or if it hits Miami, Florida, this is where you go to meet where the emergency manager will be to coordinate the response, which is not just hours and days, it's weeks and months.
Well, the utility companies do that all the time. You see when they are expecting these high wind events, especially, they're moving resources from all over the country and staging them north, south, east, and west of where they're expecting problems. They can't put them in the area because then they become part of the problem, but at least they're staged to respond in.
That's a great analogy, Lance. We often see photos in the media of the utility companies, especially the power companies, all lining up, meeting outside of the disaster area, getting ready to go in, because electricity power loss is so critical for so many people that we have to restore it as quickly as possible. Something similar like that might help our industry. We may not have to go in the day of or the day after the disaster, but we need to be there pretty soon after. And so where is that staging area? How do we become part of the community is really a good conversation to be having right now.
You know, there's different stages, as you're aware of, when you have these types of disasters. And the first one is rescue. You know, that's what you're dealing with first. Rescue, you're trying to save lives. Property takes, you know, second seat, you know, or third, depending on what you're dealing with. But that process could take several days. Going in there because you want to go start drying out somebody's house, you're in the way of rescue efforts. So you don't want to be part of the problem either. When it switches over to, you know, recovery, you know, it's still not quite at that repair stage. Recovery is now salvaging what can be salvaged. And then you get into the repair and the build back and, you know, restoring lives. But that's got to be coordinated. And you can't just go rushing in because you become part of the problem. You know, we kid about it, but we say when you go to these types of storms, you know, you don't want to fall into one of those two categories as a victim or survivor. Neither one is really where you want to be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Lance. But a lot of the work that I'm involved in is under the umbrella of critical infrastructure protection. So it may not be going into a residential house or home to help. It's maybe the stadium that was acting as the evacuation center, or the school that needs to be up and running, or it may be a commercial building, or the airport that's been damaged, or the hotels or the convention center. So it's really, again, based on your risk assessment, based on your damage assessment, what are those buildings that fall under, say, critical infrastructure protection and needs, those buildings that we need for society, for the community to function, that have been damaged, that at least our industry can go in and help with immediately. So I understand that the cleaning of the houses, the drying the houses, that could come later, but the critical infrastructure stuff has to be done really soon after the disaster.
One of the things that we found when Hurricane Sandy came through the New Jersey Northeast area was there was a lot of publicity about all the gas stations. They're ready to go. They're fueled up. There's plenty of gas. Nobody had power. There was no requirement for the gas stations to have generators. So they had full tanks of gas. Nobody could pump them. And that became an issue which caused new ordinances to go into effect, forcing gas stations to put in generator systems to be able to pump gas. Because they could get the fuel, they just couldn't give it to anybody. Same kind of thing. If you're going into these areas, you need to make sure you can get resources.
Yeah, that's exactly, that's so true. One of the things that I saw in Florida, I went down to after Hurricane Ian. Yeah, it was hot. It was humid. There was a lot of people removing debris in shorts and t-shirts. I saw a number of skin infections, and that seawater had come in. That's the surge was pretty spectacular, and that brings in a lot of different germs, microbes, fungi. So we saw some pretty nasty skin infections because it was either, people hadn't been trained on how to wear personal protective equipment, didn't know where to get it, didn't have it. The idea of going into buildings that have been closed for days and even weeks in a hot, moist, humid environment and opening the door without any eye, nose, mouth protection.
Yep.
It was like I was in one area where I had a team, and I went, and they were gung ho, ready to work. They were working really hard, and they were about to go into a building. Went, stop! This building's been closed, guys, for nearly 3 weeks. It's hot. It's wet. What's in there, I don't know, but we aren't protected to go in there. But that took a little bit of a discussion and conversation to look at the risks and the hazards we're about to face, slow things down a little bit until we got the right protective equipment. So those staging areas are important. Having the knowledge and the knowledge and the abilities to understand what protects you, or what can, first of all, what can hurt you, and then what's needed to protect you, is all part of our training. So it might be probably something that you've covered in your normie sort of hurricane preparedness courses, Lance.
Well, we do talk about that, and we actually have a website up for the public, hurricane.normie.org. It's there. It's always available for people to watch. We also have flood.normie.org. And, they cover a lot of the major issues. But from the cleaning industry, which is more specifically to what you do, any, I want to say general, instructions, but more of a recommendation for what people should do as business owners and homeowners, the two different things there. What should they do from the cleaning side?
Right now, and this is something that I think both Normie and We Can Help at ISSA is make those connections. Again, if you've been certified, you've got the proper training, knowledge, abilities. You follow the standards like the IRCRC standards. You follow the training like Normie provides or ISSA provides. If we know that you're trained and what you do is professional, then we're more than willing to help make those connections at the local emergency management agency level, the mayor's office, as well as the emergency management agency, to start creating those that awareness that's lacking at the moment. As I said, I've seen some great examples where I was doing exercises, tabletops and drills in the last couple of months, and there were cleaning professionals at those exercises. That's really unusual for me. They usually don't turn up. They're not invited. And I'm starting to see them become invited, Lance. And that then leads to that when the tornado hits, severe thunderstorm, or the hurricane hits, at least those decision makers in the community have a list of trained, professional, credible cleaning industry professionals. And that's what we can do right now. It's June. There's no storms, no hurricanes on the horizon just yet, which is a good thing. So now is time to make those relationships, share your credentials, your expertise, and get on the list so that when that disaster happens, they come to you for the business.
Absolutely. And we have our Normie Pro site where people can locate Normie members throughout the country. But I want to just mention something to the general public that, would be seeing what we're talking about now. Quite often when these major disasters happen, especially in the states that have licensing regulations and things for people that are allowed to do this type of recovery work, sometimes they get overwhelmed in these states and they suspend the licensing laws and they let any contractors come in and do this kind of work. Then it becomes the responsibility of the homeowner, the business owner, to make sure these people are trained. To your point, who are you trained by? Look, then go Google them, make sure it's a reputable organization, because anybody with a pickup truck and a bucket doesn't become a cleaner and a remediator overnight. There's training, there's experience, there's working, kind of in a learning process that you must go through to know how to handle this stuff and safely.
And that's what's so critical, Lance. Drying a building is based on scientific principles. There's so many different surfaces, substances, materials in that building that you have to use science to dry them properly and safely so that people can go back and live in them safely and healthy and be healthy. Mold remediation is based on scientific principles. Again, so as you correctly said, we have seen in the past relaxation of the licensing requirements because there's a need for a surge. That's not good for the industry. That's not good for science. It's not good for what we do. And it doesn't guarantee that what you're doing works, doesn't guarantee it's effective, and it doesn't guarantee that that building is safe for when the people start using it again. And that's our job. Our job is to guarantee safety. And so that's why, you go through the certification programs, you go through the training, you go through continuous education to ensure that what you do works and creates a safe indoor space. It worries me. It really worries me when I see relaxation of anything in the middle of a disaster for a matter of convenience, and that then leads to problems.
Well, absolutely. And part of the problem is when a government entity issues an executive order or a bill is put through that changes the status quo, even if it's a short-term thing, people don't normally read the full impact or read into the full impact of what the bill says. I know with Texas, there was an issue where they suspended licensing laws. I think it was in the Houston area last time because of the massive flooding. They had like 40 inches of rain or something like that. But part of the executive order that was put out said that before the project could be finished, even if you weren't licensed to do the job, a licensed assessor had to clear it and guarantee there'd be no mold. But people weren't reading that far into it. They just said, oh, we don't need a license. Let's go do the work. And people were getting in trouble with that.
Yeah, and I think what you've highlighted, though, Lance, is critical. That the list that Normie holds is important. The list that ISSA have of our members. We know what training they've done. We know what they do. We know their capabilities. So it's really important that right now we work together to help our members be part of the team, be part of the disaster response and recovery teams. I think that's, for me, having been in the emergency management, disaster response industry for a number of years now, that's the biggest opportunity before the hurricanes hit right now, is if you're not part of it, then become part of it. If you need help in becoming part of it, reach out to us.
Absolutely. Call us. We're here to help, whether, you're more focused on the cleaning side or on the remediation or assessment side. And truthfully, they complement each other. So it's not really different sides. It's just different pieces of the same, solution. And I think the word you used before, team, really sums it up.
Yeah, and again, there's so many of our members that have got themselves organised. They're good case studies for us to look at. They're good examples for us to spread the word that this is how certain companies within our industry have got themselves organised to be part of that team, that disaster emergency management response team. But again, what I'm seeing, Lance, in the real world, there's so many more gaps and so many more opportunities to fill.
Absolutely. Well, I know we had started off talking earlier about, the alligators or crocodiles snapping at our heels here. We got so much going on. So I'm going to really thank you for taking your time out of what you've been doing to do this interview. There's a lot of information here that people need to hear over and over, not you hear it once and I'm good for 10 years. You need to stay on top of this, hear things over, and, 2 years from now, oh, that's right, I do remember hearing that. And that's the whole reason for training and for being prepared and staging and working as a team, because somebody else may remember what you forgot.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And if a company, an organization, if someone has had success in being part of that emergency management team in the response to disasters, share that information with us. We'd be more than happy to tell that story to others and spread the word.
Absolutely. Gavin, I appreciate the time. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Lance. That was fun. Have a good day.
You too.
Come to the blind presentation after we're finished with the interview. So for 5 minutes, we're going to be doing the blind and window treatment. And if you would like a raffle ticket, find the train engineer.
Hey, everybody. We are back live from the Experience Show in Chattanooga again. And I have Michael Pinto with us. And we've talked many times on these different TV platforms that we're broadcasting on now, but he was doing a presentation today, actually following the presentation I did. So I want to bring him in to say hello and talk a little bit about what he was talking about. How you doing, Mike?
I'm blessed. Lance, thank you very much for having me in, and appreciate being here at the show. Of course, I got a Normie shirt on because I'm here as a volunteer instructor for Normie and just trying to help out.
Well, I kind of felt like I was the warm-up act for you this morning because you went on right after I did. And, you had a big crowd there. You were talking about mycotoxins and such.
That's good. I don't know if I've ever had a warm-up act before, so I'm impressed by that. I think I'm moving up in the world.
Well, I actually, they had me sandwiched in between Doug starting his presentation. His ended, mine went, and then, you following what I did. So it was a good group that I had, and I think I saw yours was much bigger even.
Well, and I think the rationale for what they did actually makes some sense, all kidding aside. So Doug started off this morning talking about assessment. You were then talking about how to market a mold business. And then I was talking about a more specific aspect of the mold remediation industry, which is the mycotoxin cleaning and even getting in a little bit into the sensitized individuals. And so if if somebody had been on the normie track, that actually made logical sense in terms of how to proceed in that area. You start with a general assessment, then the general marketing of the business, and then if that's successful, and one of the things I was trying to explain to people is that you have to take another step to get good at the mycotoxin cleaning to help the sensitized individuals.
Oh, absolutely you do. But this just clarifies that I was wrong about that it was a rock, paper, scissors thing getting the order set up. It was actually a rationale to it. So what did I know?
No, I thought it worked really well. But the reality of the situation is that for somebody who really wants to take on mold remediation for the mycotoxins and for the sensitized individuals, they should be good at the general remediation first. It's a tough way to do it, to come into the industry brand new and say, okay, I'm going to focus on the sensitized individuals, or I'm going to focus on mycotoxin cleaning, because there's so much, background level stuff that they need to know to then add on to get there.
Well, it kind of would be like somebody going to become a specialist in medicine before they became a doctor.
Exactly right. Yeah.
You
You don't
need the
want-
basic skills first.
Yeah. You don't want somebody who doesn't know the pinky from the toe to, be a specialist. You've got to work your way up through all that. So
Yeah.
good analogy. I'll be using that in one of my classes, I'm sure.
That's okay. I'll send you an invoice. with
Yeah,
it.
that's fine. Like
Yeah.
that's ever going to get paid, but go ahead, send it to me.
Yeah. Just as somebody that cares. I know how that works.
Right, that's right. Love you too, right?
Yeah, there you go. So another experience show, you've been to many of them. We have, this is their smaller event, but we know that the one coming up in the fall, late summer, early fall, that's their big event out in Las Vegas,
Correct.
which they're already selling. And I think they told me more than a third of it's already sold. So it's going to be a big show.
Well, and it's interesting. I've been at enough of these things. I don't necessarily ever downgrade just because it's a smaller number of attendees. What that means sometimes is that you've got a little bit more time to talk to people, and you can do a bit more education, whether it's here in the booth or whether it's in the sessions. I was blessed this morning because my session ran right up until lunchtime, and that allowed people to stay another 20-25 minutes and ask questions.
Yeah.
And you know what? My feeling was, if the experience thinks I'm an expert enough to be there as a speaker, I'm going to stay there as long as people want to ask me questions.
Absolutely. The one thing I noticed here, and this is they're smaller of the two shows, is you get a show like this, you have more time to talk to people, like you said, and the people that are here are the ones that are truly the followers of the industry. Not just somebody that because it was a show and a bunch of people are going, they're going to go. These are the people that are at all the shows.
Well, and I'm certainly not knocking Chattanooga or anything like that, but there isn't the hole away from the convention hall like there is in Las Vegas, where people can immediately walk over to the casinos or whatever it is. And there's just so much more bright lights and attraction. Here, you have to kind of dig for a little bit for the local attractions. And so as a consequence, I think you get people that stay in the show longer. And I thought it was really good attendance at the educational sessions this morning. I thought that,
there was,
even at Doug's at 8:30 in the morning, had a lot of people in it.
Yes. But in reality, to give it the feel of Las Vegas, we have David DeGraff here wearing his fluorescent orange suit, which hopefully we're going to get him to stand still long enough a little bit later on to be able to talk to him also, because he's part of this industry. He provides very valuable service. He's not on the educational side, but he provides the manpower.
And also, doesn't he have something to do with the chemicals too, or no?
No. He's more of a manpower provider. You have a major job or disaster.
Okay.
You need 200-300 people. That's what you call.
Okay.
He sends the crew in to help out with that. But, you know, back to you and what you were doing, everything you talked about this morning, the people that come to these types of things are starving for. They want that information. They're hearing it from the customers about mycotoxins, endotoxins, all the types of problems like that.
So, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but one of the things that I really work hard at in these presentations is to make sure that it's not only good information and credible information, but it's digestible. So several times I noticed during the presentation today, I was talking about studies, as in medical or environmental studies that get published in peer-reviewed journals, that a lot of times the layperson just isn't going to take the time to get into that, or B, is going to get lost in it. And so being able to read those, extract the 2 or 3 core items from it, link it to core items that I've taken from other studies, and then make sense of it all. That's what the process was all about today. And it was, as a speaker and as an instructor, I think you're familiar with this as well. When you're up in front of people, whether it's in a classroom or in a presentation setting like that, you can look at their eyes and you can figure out most of the time whether they're getting it or not.
Absolutely.
And it was, to me, that was the most gratifying thing today, is I'm looking out at the people in the audience and they're getting it. And that, again, is not because I'm such a great instructor or anything, but because I'm working hard to give them factual information. And a couple of questions at the end, I had to tell them, I don't have an answer for you, and I'm not going to make one up just to sound like I'm an expert. But I will go back. I took some notes. I will go back. I'll do some research, and I'll be prepared for that question next time.
Yeah. And you know what? Again, back to the point I made earlier, the people that are here because this is their industry. They want to be here and they want the information. They want to be in front of the customers, asking them questions that they can't answer. They want to have those answers. That's why they're here. That's why they come to listen to you talk.
Well, and I think the other thing too is, particularly in mycotoxins, where it's kind of a cutting edge, newer subject matter in the industry and stuff. How do you separate the fluff from the reality? And I think that's, and hopefully they know that if it's me as a speaker or anybody from Normie, that's what they're going to get. They're not going to get the fluff. They're going to get the facts. And so I think that's one of the reasons that Normie has a whole track of sessions here. They don't just, the people who are putting on the show don't just give Normie those sessions because they like you. They give them to Normie because they know that you're going to bring people into the show and into the educational sessions, and you're not going to lie to them.
I started this morning when I was talking to the group with mine. One of the first things I said to them is, I am not going to tell you what you should be doing. I'm not going to tell you what you shouldn't be doing. And more importantly, I'm not here to try to sell you anything. And they all started laughing because they're so used to these power plays when they're in these types of events, people trying to sell them their wares. It was pure information. It was pure suggestions. And they appreciated that.
Yeah. You're giving them information rather than an infomercial.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, because of, just the presence of YouTube and TV and everything else, a lot of the information is really wrapped into infomercials. So just as a counterpoint in some respects, I was telling my group that right off the bat, I don't take any finder's fees. I don't take any commissions. If I mention a product or a company or a name or piece of equipment, it's because I think it works. And because I've seen it work, or it works in this particular venue. And you want to make sure that you're not pushing this stuff too far. But the fact of the matter is, when you aren't encumbered by that, I'm not a salesperson for any of these people. That gives you a lot of freedom when you're doing
credibility.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I think that's also the case.
That's a very big part of it. And people like that. People are looking for the reality. They're so tired of being sold things, or, you know, the snake oil salesman telling them that things will do things that they're not capable of. We weren't doing that. It's all about, here's information. We're not telling you you need to use this. This is for you to decide what you want to do. At least that was the approach I took. And they appreciated that, you know, and then they got engaged in it and wanted to talk more about it because they had experiences like I was describing to them.
Well, and then I think the other thing is that when they're going through some of that and you're trying to explain it to them, if they know that you're not financially tied to it, they can take it from a whole different perspective. They don't have to be quite so skeptical. In addition to that, when it's, well, the reason I'm sharing this with you is because I've seen it work, and I don't go much beyond that. I mean, unless there actually has been a study done that I've seen, or something, you know, kind of a higher level in terms of information. There is still some value to saying, well, here's an experienced person in the industry who has seen this and seen it work.
Right.
That's worth something.
Well, that's where they line up, and that's why I was your warm-up act. That's all I can say. Mike, I appreciate the time, and
Lance,
joining
it's
us.
always so good to chat with you. Thank you for making this available on so many different platforms. I wish I even had a fraction of the understanding of the media
Magic.
stuff. Yeah, it is. It's magic.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Yes,
But thank
pretty
you.
much.
Thank you
All right,
again.
Take care. I want to welcome Douglas Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, which is the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, to our episode today. And for those of you that have been following us, we've been doing interviews with influential people in the indoor air quality, outdoor air quality, and firefighting arena, all dealing with the wildfires coming out of Canada. So Doug, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Good to be here.
I'm glad to have you. You know, you have an extensive background in building science. And one of the things that came up with some of the interviews that we've been going through since the wildfires in Canada started affecting the central and middle part of the US is, what do people do? You know, you can't stop breathing. You know, that's just not an option. You know, people can go, we've talked about this earlier, you know, 20 to 40 days without food. They can go 3 to 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air. So no option there. So you have to be able to continue to breathe. So we normally have people that complain about indoor air quality without smoke, without all these other external things going on. What can people do to try to help themselves when they're in conditions like this, where you can't go outside, where the air is normally better than inside?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Lance, because it's funny, because it seems as though sometimes when these kinds of things happen, all of a sudden something that we actually should face and should deal with every single day, all of a sudden now becomes a real problem. We don't think a lot about the air that we're breathing inside because, frankly, we can't see it. And because we can't see it, because there's not a cloud or a haze in our indoor environment, we don't think much about what it is that we're actually breathing. I've talked about that sometimes with the bottled water. Do you know what's in the bottled water you drink? Well, if you can't see it, you're not terribly concerned. And so one of the things that then piques our interest is when we do identify something, either by an odor or by something that we see that's floating around in the air. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes an issue. You know, in our classes, we talk a lot about this shaft of light that you see in the morning. You don't typically see all that stuff floating around, and so you don't think about it. But in a shaft of light, when the light's beaming in and you see all these little submicron particles flying around, you're thinking, okay, what is this stuff that I'm actually breathing? And so now we're in a situation where all of a sudden I'm smelling inside of my house something that I shouldn't be smelling inside of my house, a forest fire. You know, where is that coming from? And why is it that I'm smelling it inside of my house? And I think it's interesting when you think about the way houses are constructed today, or buildings, even commercial buildings are constructed today. It really isn't surprising that we are beginning to smell inside the contaminants that we're seeing outside. And some people live close to paper mills, for instance, and they're going to notice that there's something going on outside. Now, all of a sudden, they smell it inside. Now it's an issue. Now, how do I deal with it?
Well, you know, to put it into a context that everybody's going to understand, you gave the example of a bottle of water. Well, that water is filtered and processed. The indoor air quality isn't. And because of that, you're running into issues with people having to visualize a problem. If that bottle of water was brown or cloudy, nobody would drink it. If the air is cloudy or brown, they don't have a choice. You still have to breathe. So what do you do?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Well, of course, I think the main thing is trying to figure out where that's coming from inside of the house. How is it getting into the house? And are there things I can do that can actually mitigate that? And one of the big differences in the way I look at building construction from, I know some builders do, is they talk about a house being able to breathe. I'm not altogether sure that they know exactly what they're saying when they say that. Does a house need to breathe? Well, it certainly needs to have a balanced pressure of some sort. But if the house is pulling in things from the outside, say it's under negative pressure, you're creating a vacuum inside the house. What is it that you're pulling in from the outside, and where are those contaminants coming from? You know, the smoke that we smell is not just a problem because we're smelling it. I'm sure you've already addressed through some of the people that you've talked with, there are some pretty strong contaminants in that smoke that we're breathing. And how do you mitigate that? How do you keep that from coming inside of your house? So I have a couple of suggestions that might help when you start thinking about things like air infiltration issues, the idea of fresh air makeup. Fresh air makeup, of course, is a great idea to bring air in from the outside through your air conditioning system. But the question is there a way to reduce that or to mitigate that? So I have some ideas that I might be able to share here that people could do pretty quickly to begin to seal off what's going on the outside. That's at least one step, and that's to begin to seal up that environment so that you're not bringing stuff in from the outside.
That was one of the questions and concerns that came up when I actually did an episode with Michael Pinto over sensitized individuals, that normally indoor air quality is up to 10 times worse than the outside air. So people that are sensitized, which is like 20% of the population, they go outside to feel better. When the outside is, you know, so choked with smoke from forest fires, thousands of miles away, you know, what do? Now you got to retreat back to the area that's a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So for sensitized individuals, one of the methods that we use to determine how are those things getting inside the house is by doing what's called a blower door test. And essentially what they do is they take off the front door and they'll install a door that has a gigantic fan on it. And then they'll turn that fan on and put the house under negative pressure. Essentially what you're doing is you're creating a vacuum inside of the home. And guess what happens when you do that? Now, all of a sudden, you're pulling air in through the cracks and crevices around the windows, cracks and crevices around the doors, places that you don't really even think about. A lot of people don't realize that wall cavities, exterior wall cavities, actually breathe. And what I mean by that is that moisture and vapor will actually move through those walls. And so now all of a sudden, when that house is set up under negative pressure, and you run a blower door test, created that vacuum, now what you're doing is you're even pulling it through the electrical outlets. and whatever is in that wall cavity is now coming into the air that you breathe. And that may sound really like, that's a little too detailed for me. Do I really need to be that concerned? But that's the answer as to where are those things coming from. They're coming from the outside. Even if you kept your doors and windows closed, you're still going to smell that smoke that's from the outside. And whatever that smoke is carrying, you're actually going to be breathing.
I'm in New Jersey, and we were directly affected by the smoke coming out of Canada from the fires. And 4:00 in the afternoon, the sun's high in the sky. We went through 3 days of not a cloud in the sky, and it looked like sunset. I have some incredible pictures of that. But because of that, trying to close up your house and make it airtight doesn't seem to work either. There's got to be a balance. There's got to be some way that you can survive inside and out other than just running away from the entire part of the country.
Well, I wish there was an easier answer, but there really isn't. I think that you do have to do the best you can to seal up those cracks and crevices with weather stripping, with caulking. They make a little product called a door saddle that fits on the bottom of the door, where you can slide that down and tighten up the threshold so that there's not air coming in from underneath the door. I think once you do that, of course, as we've always said, it's got to be a holistic solution. That's at least part of the problem. But if you can take the time to seal off some of those entry points where the smoke is coming in from the outside, then you can address the indoor air quality with good filtration, good purification, those kinds of things that are more proactive in terms of oxidizing those contaminants that are in the air. So it definitely can be done. I think it's just maybe a little more effort than most people are willing to take. I think they'd almost rather go to the mall.
During those 4 days that we had the really bad smoke conditions here, I have monitors all over the place. I have outside monitors, inside monitors for my air quality and conditions. And I have one unit called a Fubot, which I know you're familiar with, in my office. I intentionally in my office did not run air purification, and I had a door open. I was keeping it open to the outside. The thing was glowing so bright orange. You probably saw it from Louisiana. It was just, the air quality was absolutely awful. In the house, where I kept doors, windows closed, and ran a lot of purification technologies, very proactive stuff, it was really fine. There was no odor inside the house. Whether I think we went a little bit on the positive pressure side, which would have helped with that also, keeping everything out. But there was a tremendous difference with that. I have graphical readings that I actually show in an interview with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner that shows in the morning, before the smoke hit the first day, everything was very low, almost not detectable on outdoor air quality. And as it hit, it spiked really high and stayed there for almost 4.5, 5 days. Slowly started to go away. But, it went away. And again, people go back to the out of sight, out of mind philosophy. I don't see this going away. There's a film all over everything that's out there, from the smoke, the ash that was out. What kind of concerns are there for long-lasting effects from the stuff that people have breathed in and what's still out there?
Well, I think I think that's a really good point. Of course, I'm not a medical doctor, but I do know that people who are breathing poor quality air over a long period of time typically are going to have some pretty negative health effects. I mean, you think about all the people that have suffered from their efforts to solve the problems during 9/11, all of the people that suffered after Hurricane Katrina, and they were in these contaminated environments working, and they weren't protecting themselves at all. That there's got to be some long-range concerns about those contaminants that are still hanging out. So I think the key is, for me, would be to do the best I can while it's going on right now, but do the best I can to keep the surfaces clean, to keep the air clean, to keep the air purified and filtered, to do the best I can now so that I can offset the potential for what might be a buildup of contamination over a long period of time. I remember reading several years ago in Reader's Digest about a single cigarette producing over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And the article went on to say, interestingly enough, that secondhand smoke that a person would be breathing who's not smoking was in some cases more dangerous than the person who was smoking, that it was affecting the person who was breathing that smoke worse than it was affecting the person who was actually doing the smoking. So I think there's a lot for us to learn long term, but at least to begin with, I think the answer is, what can I do right now to make sure that I'm creating the cleanest environment that I possibly can? Because one of the things that I do have control over, may not have any control over what's going on outside, but I certainly have control over what's going on inside. And you know as well as I do that there are ways that we can do that will make sure that we're breathing the best air that we can breathe in spite of what's going on outside.
I just want to change directions real quick because I did another episode with Dan Reese. He's let me get his title. He is a wildfire strategist and an aviation advisor dealing with wildfires. And we spoke at length about some of the things that are going on out there, the lack of education, what people don't understand and know. And I said, what are you concerned about? And he talked about the two different types of wildfires. One is where it's burning a forest, putting smoke in the air from the trees, the brush and stuff like that. The other type is when it's burning a forest and starts burning homes and businesses and factories and putting all of these other unknown chemistries in the air.
Right.
It takes it to a whole nother level. Now, in my area, they were talking about every news channel wearing your N95 mask or your N100 mask. Well, that's fine for larger particulates, but it's not going to do anything for the gases or the chemicals that are in the air. They go right through it like you're not wearing a mask whatsoever. Where's the concern on that?
Yeah, I think we know that, don't we? I mean, we all went through COVID where we were wearing masks, and yet we could still smell a lot of what was going on around us, and the heavy perfume that somebody was wearing. So I think we got a pretty good education on the ineffectiveness of masking for smallest particles, the smaller submicron particles, and for the gases that are in the air. So again, I don't know that there's an actual solution. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to walk around outside in a hazmat outfit, But the truth is that I think the recommendation that they made about staying inside is really not a bad one. If you can stay inside and you can control the air that you're breathing inside, if you don't have to go outside, then there's not a reason to, because you're exactly right. I think the thing that concerns me about these kinds of fires are all of the other contaminants that are in the air besides just the wood burning particulate.
Absolutely. And, one final comment on the masks. Wearing a mask is going to help, but you can't get that full sense of security saying, oh, I'm wearing a mask, I'm protected, because you're only protected from some of the larger particulate, not the gases, the chemicals, and everything else. Just like viruses would go right through a mask. So that's a definite concern. So without rebuilding your house, preparing for the next time the wind shifts and blows the fire smoke this way, which it's going to happen again, just because of weather conditions and everything else, what can people do?
Well, so several years ago, you probably remember the Colorado fires, and we had a lot of contact with some folks that actually lived there. In fact, one of our real good friends lost their family cabin from the Colorado fires. They lived in Colorado, but they also had a separate place, which was their cabin, and it just burned to the ground. And as soon as those fires started, we sent them some proactive air purification technologies. And I don't know how much you want to talk about that, or if you've got other people you want to talk about those technologies. But I'll tell you that I'm convinced that that's one of the first things that somebody could do to deal with the particulates and the chemicals and the odors, something holistically, proactively that could be put in the environment to actually purify the air. So I think those two, to me, those two things kind of go hand in hand. One is do the best you can to seal up the environment with, again, weather stripping, caulking, saddles on the doors, exterior doors to close up the thresholds and keep those tighter. Put on insulators on the electrical outlets to make sure you're not pulling air in from the wall cavities. Those kinds of things to me is absolutely a first step. And then the second step would be make sure that I've got really, really good air purification technology, something that's got a good HEPA filter, got a good PCO technology or ionization technology that's going to get rid of those chemicals and those odors and those particulates. Something holistically, proactively dealing with the air quality. That's where I would be.
I agree with you completely. Actually, I did an interview for one of the segments with Michael Pinto. I think I may have mentioned that. And besides just talking about the sensitized individuals, we talked about, and I don't want to talk too much about the episode, but a safe room. You know, just like you would have for a tornado or a hurricane or a severe event going on, one smaller area that you can protect even more than the other areas. And that's something else you can do depending on your situation.
You know, the interesting thing about this is just from every kind of, like I said, I'm not a health professional, but I do know that one of the reasons why we do so well when we sleep well is because when we sleep well, it builds up our immune system. It strengthens us when we get a really good night's sleep. And I feel the same way about our indoor environments. If I can create a safe environment in which I can breathe good quality, clean air, at least as good as I can, compared to what might be going on outside, or just like drinking purified water over a long period of time, when I'm exposed to that bad water at the restaurant or somewhere else, one time, it's not going to affect me because my immune system is strong enough to be able to deal with those periodic times that I'm having to deal with contamination. So I think in the long run, it's creating a lifestyle in which I'm creating the cleanest, healthiest, safest indoor environment I can for myself in every way that I can, so that when those times come where I can't control the environment, at least my defenses are up to a point and my immune system is strong enough that I can deal with those issues. And I think that's the idea of the safe room. I'm big on creating a safe house.
And I agree. You know, it's like layers of an onion. You just keep putting more layers of protection out there to help and keep you in the best possible situation that you can be in.
That's right.
So Mayor, I believe it was Adams from New York City, talked about good filters or putting a filter in their house. Again, it's a step, it's a layer, but does it really deal with all of it?
No, and I think that's sometimes the wrong impression is left. I remember back during COVID, you probably remember too, Dr. Fauci talked about going and getting a filter. Nothing wrong with getting a filter. I mean, a HEPA filter is a HEPA grade filter is a great product to use to take larger particulate out of the air. In some cases, smaller particulate, depending on how effective it is. But in terms of indoor air quality, there's got to be something in addition to that will actually oxidize a lot of the smaller chemicals and viruses and those sorts of things. So I think you've got to take it to the next level, and that's the idea of having more holistic solution than just having a filter. I kind of laughed the other day, Lance. I was looking at somebody that had actually built an air purifier. This was their concept of an air purifier. They took 4 filters and taped them together, large filters like you would have in your air conditioning system. They took 4 of them, taped them together in a box like a cube, and then put a box fan on top of it. And they said, see, we're sucking the air through the filters and now everything's great.
You know, it's that dual track or partial logic that people fall into. You know, the people that were wearing the paper towel masks when COVID came out. See, I have a mask on.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. Is it doing anything for you? No. And that's kind of where we're at with this. People have to be very cautious as to their information sources. I mean, the internet's out there for everybody, But somebody says, here's a widget that'll take care of this for you. Well, it takes care of a part of it, but is that enough? Is that enough for you to now say, I'm wearing my paper mask and I'm going to go out into the smoke-filled environment because I'm wearing my mask? It does nothing for your eyes or even filter anything. So it's a concern that, you know, people look for reliable sources of information, you know, and think through the process. Again, the dirty glass of water, you know, the cloudy water, you're not going to drink that, but if I filter it, the chemicals are still going to be in there. You know, you're just not going to see the sediment that makes it look bad. Same thing with the smoke. The statistics as of now on the fires in the United States and in Canada separately, they both burn between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres of forest a year. It's a massive amount. To date, not even 6 full months through the year, Canada's burned almost 9.5 million acres. So it's 1.5 times in 6 months instead of 12 what they've burned so far. California right now has had a shift in weather. I was just talking, like I said, with Dan from California, and he says that the weather out there is gorgeous. It's cooler, it's not that hot, but that's going to change. You know, and this is just what's happening. In the Northeast, we haven't had rain here in 3.5, almost 4 weeks. It is bone dry out. You know, a small brush fire right now could become a very large concern. And again, the air quality, the ash that's already out there, the film on the cars, the film that people keep stirring up when they walk out there, we're still breathing that, even though it looks nice out. So keep that in mind.
Well, I wish people would talk more about indoor air quality and as much as they talk about outdoor air quality, because again, indoor air quality is something that you can control. Outdoor air quality, a little more difficult.
Well, you know what, the biggest problem that we've always talked about with indoor air quality is people become nose blind. 5 minutes in your environment, you don't smell the odor that somebody coming over would say, oh, what is that smell? You go, what smell? What are you talking about? And outdoors is completely different because it's so large. It's not where you feel closed in and you're breathing, which is fine. The only time people complain is when they see the yellow forming on their cars from the pollen, you know, when those pollen seasons hit. But other than that, people take it for granted that it's always going to be there for them.
Yeah.
That's the false sense of security of the paper mask, or it's always going to be good until it isn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I think we've got an opportunity to address this in a very positive way. And the truth is that if people would take the time to create cleaner, safer, healthier indoor environments, that's going to be long lasting. And that's going to help them in a lot of different ways when the next issue comes our way.
Absolutely. Doug, I appreciate you spending the time with us here today. And
great to talk to you.
And we will chat again in the future.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Hi, my name is Doug Hoffman. I'm with Normie, and this is kind of a public service announcement for home inspectors who think they can't do mold sampling. In the state of Florida and other licensing states, they have a threshold for mold sampling, and if it's below that threshold, you're allowed to do it as a home inspector. And our class coming up in August, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors who are asked that question when they're doing a home inspection. And truth is, even the board in Florida has agreed that home inspectors can do mold inspections as long as it's below the 10-foot threshold. And so the Certified Mold Screener will give you the opportunity to answer the question for your customer and give them 3 options: a do-it-yourself option, a recommendation to a certified mold assessor licensed in the state, if necessary, or you can take the samples yourself. You don't even have to write a report. Our class, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors. We've had a lot of success already in New York with this and other places across the country. We're inviting you to our class. Go to training.normie.org or contact the Home Inspectors Association of South Florida, and they'll be able to give you information about this class. Coming up in August, hope to see you there.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normie.org and normieproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature.
Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include Realtors Awareness, First Responders Awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain, near a river, or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app. But make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. cash or traveler's checks and some change, non-electric can opener, a utility knife, fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type, a tube tent, pliers, tape, compass, matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe, photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, Social Security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed. But if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, and we are back here at the Experience trade show in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And I am happy and privileged, actually, to be sitting next to an award winner from R&R Magazine, Lori Jones. So, Lori, I want to say hello and tell us about this award, because I was trying to read about it, and it's just more than I can explain it correctly.
It's actually the Women in Restoration, and you are nominated by colleagues, friends, family even, and they open it up for about a month. And there's usually a couple of hundred people that get nominated, and they go through a judging cycle, and they read everything about everybody, and then they choose from there. And I won.
Well, you know, I was reading through the article, and let me just hold this up for everybody. Big article. That's her. That's her. You can see her. There's some pretty heady runner-ups that were in the group here.
They were amazing women.
I was reading about that, and so it's pretty impressive that you were chosen over them.
I'm very honored to be chosen. I'm been surprised. I mean,
Really?
yes, because I don't think since I'm doing something that I love to do, I don't think it's outside of the norm. So to me, it's just every day. And then to be recognized for it, it was just like, really? Thank you. Oh, wow. And you just, whenever I was saying thank you last night, I got really emotional because it just hit me how important this award was, or is, I should say.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
So tell us about the business that you're in and what you actually do, because again, I was trying to read through some of the titles, and there's a long list here of things that you're certified in and the type of work you do, forensic restoration. Let's start with that. Tell people what that actually is.
Forensic restoration. I'm actually a certified bioforensic restoration specialist. And what I can do is I clean up after crime and trauma scenes and hoarding, mass casualties, WMDs. And I'm also a trainer with my husband, Jeff. And so we teach people how to do these things too. And it's the microbial warrior. And that's basically what we do. We treat our business back home in Oklahoma as a business or as a ministry, because it's what it is to us. It's a ministry. And so we're going out to help people. So when they call us, they're not having a good day.
I understand that, and I've come across a lot of that, from my past and everything.
Yes.
But it's funny because sitting here talking to you, it's kind of like the mild-mannered reporter that rips off the mask and is now the superhero in forensic cleanup, crime scene cleanup, meth lab, stuff like that. You also do, right?
We're just now starting to dip our toes in the meth, but we were staying away from it because we wanted to specialize specifically on the forensic restoration right now, because we wanted to be able to get everything under our coats and be able to teach what we do and explain it the way it needs to be explained and train people so that they will be safe when they do it.
Well, I know that you deal with a lot of high-end equipment too. And earlier I was over by your booth talking with you and Jeff, and somehow you guys got me to put on one of the helmets and breathing kits that you have. And this thing was pretty impressive. I mean, I've done a lot of work through the medical side and through the restoration side where you're wearing N95 masks, half face masks, all kinds of PPE, but this is like next level stuff. What is that thing I was wearing? It's a helmet and breathing apparatus all in one?
It is a Max Air unit, and what it is, it's a PAPR, and it's powered air purifying apparatus.
Resuscitator or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like
My
that.
brain's not working right now, but it literally takes air and puts it in through the filter, and it goes over your face, so it's positive air, so you don't have to have a fit test. You can wear your glasses and you can have facial hair, so the men love it.
And I understand that because it's positive pressure, you can be in fairly contaminated environments, actually more contaminated than wearing just a regular N95 mask or even a half face mask.
Correct.
Because it's protecting your eyes and everything else.
Correct.
This is stuff that when we're talking, you said is also used in the medical community.
Yes.
See, I've never seen that, but how do they use it there?
Same way. They put them on, and if anybody were to sneeze at them, it wouldn't matter because they have a cuff over their face, and so that would protect their three holes: their eyes, ears, or eyes, nose, and mouth. So it protects your three orifices, and so you're protected. And like I said, it goes through a high efficiency filter, so it won't go through that filter.
So medical grade type filtration for all the nasty stuff that's out, even like when COVID was really a thing, it would be protective for that.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting because I know that a lot of our people through emergency services, medical services, I mean, they were wearing 2 and 3 masks at a time, trying to protect themselves. And it sounds like this is something that does it all by itself.
Yes. And plus with those masks, people were getting rashes around their faces because it would irritate their skin. You don't have to worry about that with this.
Ah, okay. Well, again, I was wearing it. I know Doug took some pictures of me. I'm afraid to see what he did with those, but I'm sure we'll find out in the near time. So what do you have planned next? You already won the
Gus, the Woman of the Year in Restoration Award here. What's next?
Just get more and more people trained to do their job safely. That's our goal.
And where are you located?
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Is that where you teach, or do you guys teach
No,
all
we
over?
teach pretty much everywhere that has a facility that can actually accommodate what we do, because there's some facilities we use real blood and real brains from the people that the butchers, not butchers, but the places.
Talking about
where-
animals.
Yes,
Yeah.
animals.
Not people, you're not
No,
digging
no,
up graves.
right.
Okay. Take it to
So-
a whole new level. That way,
Right.
yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll put it on walls, and that's how we train. So you're actually getting in there and you're cleaning up these substances off the walls and floors or wherever we had put it, and then we test you. So
Okay.
it's real live
Is
stuff.
there a special certification for this?
For
For forensic type of cleaning and stuff?
because there's a certified forensic operator, then there's a bioforensic or certified forensic restoration specialist, and then a certified bioforensic restoration specialist after that. And we are also doing high risk, high level decontamination specialists, where we are training how to deactivate or where you take fentanyl and just destroy it, where it will not
Well,
hurt
fentanyl is such a
anybody.
big problem right
It is.
now.
It's a really big problem.
I know that's in crime scene cleanup and meth labs, fentanyl production and distribution, but also in the medical field. We were talking earlier about, patients wearing, 10, 12 fentanyl patches,
Yeah.
and just throwing them around, and now the contamination is everywhere.
Yep. Yeah. And I was talking to a relative of mine, and they were telling me that the way they get rid of their fentanyl patch, because they have issues, and we of course won't go into that. But there's a way you're supposed to fold them up and get rid of them. Of course, I didn't ask them how they did it, but if they're not disposed properly, yes, very big problem.
Yeah. And
there's people that are just going to throw them off.
oh, absolutely. And it's absorbed through your skin. So
Yes.
just accidentally coming in contact with it, picking it up, you can affect a lot of people.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, it sounds like you got some work cut out for you with training like
do.
the rest
And
of everybody.
What we do is scientific based.
Mhm.
So it's not just like, we think it's going to work. We've actually talked to scientists and figured everything out with their help.
So is there a filtering program, going back to what you said earlier about who can take your classes because of the way that you teach your classes, with real blood, real debris from animals and stuff like that?
Not really. You'll learn pretty quickly whether you're going to be able to do it or not, because during presentations, we do show very graphic photographs, and we've had some people that actually got up out of the room and walked out because they couldn't handle it. But usually is the people that come are the ones that they think pretty much they're secure that they can do it, or if they've already done a couple of jobs and they just want to learn how to do it correctly.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk to about, or anybody online, send them a message, say hello, anything like that?
No, just I love my family.
All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank
I
you for
appreciate
being here with us. And we'll have to chat some more. I would love to take one of the classes one day.
Okay.
So
That'd be
we'll talk.
awesome. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I want to welcome my guest today, Michael Pinto, who is the CEO of Wonder Makers. Now, I've known Mike for quite a few years, and we've done quite a few trainings together over the years and been at many conventions. And he is a wealth of knowledge when it deals with indoor environments as far as sensitized individuals. And that's the purpose of having him here today. the recent outbreak of forest fires in Canada has really changed what's been going on, at least in the central to the eastern part of the United States. Now, I know California has its own issues with wildfires, but that hasn't reached us to this point. But this is a new situation with these fires, with the winds coming out of the north and northwest blowing straight down into the major population areas of the United States on the eastern coast. So I want to bring Mike in here and let him say a quick hello. And if there's anything I missed on the intro, Mike, please let me know, and whoever else is watching this know also. So Mike, say hello.
Well, thanks, Lance. I appreciate being here very much. What I would say, however, is that it's not just the eastern coast that smoke plume from the Canadian forest fires is literally cutting across the good section of the Midwest too. So here in Michigan, we're not quite as bad as you guys out there on the East Coast, but it's not good either.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, you're obviously further north and closer to the Canadian border than I am. I'm in New Jersey. Is it affecting you, and how is it affecting your area?
Well, yes, it is affecting us. And as I said just a moment ago, it's not good. Anytime you get outdoor air quality that's worse than what you typically get inside, that's a whole flip on the issue in terms of the things that we're used to thinking about and even teaching in a lot of our classes, because the standard line from the EPA is that the outside air can be up to 20 times cleaner than the inside air. And, people spend 90% of their time inside. And so bad indoor air can cause a real problem. And a lot of us in the industry are focused on that. And then when we are faced with a situation like this, where the outside air is dangerous to people, and that is the case, it is literally dangerous to people, then what do? Where do you go to hide, so to speak? So it is impacting us here in the Midwest. The way that it sets up, there's kind of like an arc of smoke that's coming down from Canada, and we're on what would be the left-hand edge of that arc here in Michigan. And Lake Michigan seems to be the borderline in terms of keeping the clean air, over to Chicago and to the west. But right down through Michigan and Indiana and Ohio, and then over Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, the entire East Coast is pretty well hit right now by the residue from the forest fires.
Yeah, we've seen, especially wintertime with Lake Michigan, it creates its own weather systems. So I could see how that would become a border, keeping the weather at bay, or the smoke at bay in that part. But what's really interesting is all the news stations, that's all they're talking about now, the unhealthy air conditioning outside and inside that we have to deal with. And, this is kind of like the dirty water glass scenario. We know what's in the outdoor air and the indoor air all the time, and you can't see it, so nobody pays attention to it. Well, not nobody, we do, the industry people do. But if you were to hand somebody a glass of water that had a brown tinge to it, it was discolored, people wouldn't drink it because they could see it and they would know there was things in there that they don't want to take in, even though it does contain, mercury and all kinds of other nasty contaminants regularly. And the same thing that's happening now with the air quality, people can see it. And that's really, I think, what's jumping out and causing people to really take notice to what's going on. You're absolutely right. Normally, the outside air is much better than the inside air. So when people are inside, they normally go outside and breathe better, and they can't in this case. They have to hide inside. So that brings us to the sensitized people that we were talking about. This is, something that's, very close and dear to you. We deal with it on a daily basis here at Normie with people that can't get help from regular assessors, remediators, people that are in the industry, which is why you have a class. You're the lead instructor, the NCRSI class, the class for sensitized individuals. Actually, it's teaching remediators how to deal with them. And also the certified mold professional, which is expanding even beyond that. So those are two of your specialties. And with that, maybe you can answer this question. how come the outside air right now, obviously beyond people being emotionally reacting to it, so troublesome for sensitized individuals, even more so than regular people?
Well, what I would start off with is saying that I think when you're dealing with outside air like we are today, it's everybody has to be concerned about it. The difference is that the sensitized individuals have to be concerned at a higher level than even the normal folks. So I'm sure you've heard over there on the East Coast, they're canceling certain sporting events and outdoor activities and things like that because the air just isn't healthy. And so you want to be, limiting your amount of exposure, just like we tell people in a, water damaged or mold damaged house. Sometimes they have to get out of that house to protect their health. The problem here, of course, as we've been talking about, where do you go if it's the whole outside that's contaminated by the forest fires? And so we're literally looking at it, flipping the whole script upside down, if you will. We now have to think about the houses and the air in the houses being a refuge for the people from what they're potentially going to be exposed to on the out of doors. And for the sensitized individual, it's even more significant for them because a lot of times we talk about mold sensitized individuals, and that's where it starts. But virtually every sensitized individual that I'm familiar with and have worked with over 20 plus years now, they develop cross sensitivities. So they start out with a mold exposure that causes a decrease in their health, and then they become sensitive to other things. They become sensitive to tobacco smoke that they weren't sensitive to before. They become sensitive to some of the chemicals like, low levels of formaldehyde in the home that perhaps they weren't sensitive before. Perfumes, all sorts of things. They develop these cross sensitivities. And when we're dealing with the outside air that's impacted by the wildfires, it's particulates, it's volatile organic compounds, and it's gases. So if they're cross sensitive to anything, it's going to be in one of those categories, and then they're going to have problems with it. So that's really the issue.
I have a few calls into different contacts at different labs that we normally use, especially the ones that deal with VOCs, the volatile organic compounds. And I'm waiting on those callbacks that we just made recently. But I'm looking for what might be in this new smoke plume that we're getting that could be so offensive to people with and without sensitivities. I don't know if you know any of the chemistries that may be involved with this, though I have noticed the burning odor, and it's different than normal. This isn't like a wood fireplace or a fire pit.
Right. And some of that is going to be dependent upon what sort of forest are burning, whether they're hardwoods or evergreens, things like that. The evergreen forest, which is a good share of what's burning up in Canada right now, because they're closer to the Arctic Circle and that sort of stuff. So those are going to have a lot more PAHs, aromatic hydrocarbons in them, and that's from the oils and everything that's burning in the pine trees and the spruce trees and that sort of stuff. So then you're also going to get a whole chemical stew, if you will, from that, because depending on the temperature and whether they're exposed to actual flame or just the heat from it, where it is, whether it's protected by the bark, all these other things, you just get this massive amount of organic compounds that get liberated into the air during these fires. And then the ash and the smoke, which is basically both of those are small particulates, those tend to sometimes be even more airborne than the VOCs, because the chemicals can be a little sticky and a little heavy. But when they attach to these small ash particles, then they're transported, as we're finding out, thousands of miles into the airstream. The heat of the forest fire pushes them up a mile or more, and then they're in the airstream and they're heading downstream. But by the time that it gets to New York City or Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I am, or things like that, most of the gases, the carbon monoxide, the excess carbon dioxide, the nitrogen compounds and that sort of stuff, that's pretty well mixed and diluted. So the two things that are impacting the folks there on the East Coast and the sensitized individuals are mostly going to be those volatile organic compounds, which are those PAHs and particles. So,
you know, on a small scale, I mean, I've been involved with emergency medical services for almost 50 years. And I've seen over the years people having severe reactions to being around a fire pit or a campfire. And when you start to look into it, you find out that it wasn't from the wood that they're burning. It was from the accidental dumping of poison ivy into the fire pit that was still around some of the logs. And as they burn the poison ivy, it's aerosolizing and getting encased in that smoke, and they're inhaling that and having severe reactions to it.
Well, and then think of everything else that's going on there. The PAHs I was talking about, the first word for the P is phenols. So there's all these different phenolic compounds that are getting burned up, and that's your oils, and that's your your irritants, like you were talking about with the poison ivy. But remember, forest fires don't stay forest fires. I mean, they run across roads, and they literally will melt the tar on an asphalt road, and sometimes the roads actually start to burn. So now you've got all of that oil product, anything that's a building in the way, or a vehicle that gets trapped in the fire, or a house. Of course, you're going to have all of the man-made products, artificial products that then burn. That all goes up in the air, and comparatively, that may be a small percentage of what's burning, but from the sensitized individual, that can actually be a bigger issue sometimes than just the individual smoke particles. Like you said, it's what attaches to the smoke particles. And then those smoke particles are so small, they get breathed in, they go deep into the lungs. And that whole combination, small particles going deep into the lungs and small particles carrying, pardon the expression, crap deep into the lungs. That's not a scientific term there, by the way, Lance. That's just a common term. But there's so much stuff that's on it. It's hard to know from breath to breath what's actually being taken in. And so, again, caution is the byword for anyone, but particularly for the sensitized individuals.
You know, in the remediation industry, in the meteorological industry, they refer to things, especially with hurricanes, hide from the wind, run from the water, because of the amount of damage that can be done. You can hide from the wind, take shelter of that, but in water you can't. Water's going to seep into everything. But we're dealing with something that's unique here because we're 1,000 miles away from these fires, and we are severely being affected. So running isn't really a realistic situation. I think knowledge is something that would help. People understanding the risks, understanding, well, maybe today's not the day to go outside and, cut my grass, and spend a good 2 hours or 3 hours out there in this serious weather or this heavy fog of smoke. And understanding that will definitely help people. But forecasting this is also an issue. So where could people go to find out how bad their area is and what their risks are to being outside?
Well, I'm sure everybody has their own favorite sources, and there's, weather channels and local governments and state governments, and everybody's kind of jumping on the bandwagon. The one that I use, and it's just, again, my favorite because it's going to be there anytime you have these wildfires and stuff, is a federal government website, and that is, let me make sure I've got it here so that everybody knows, fire.airnow, as in AIRNOW.gov, fire.airnow.gov. And that one's really cool because you punch on that and it brings up a map of basically North America. And it shows where the plume is coming down with the smoke, where the air quality is being impacted, and then it rates it at each major city, and it's not even just major, it's each fairly significant size city has a dot on it that's either green, which means that it's good air quality, or yellow, which means it's questionable. And then most people think, well, then you get to red and that's bad. But this map actually goes 2 other levels. It goes to like purple and to black. And I looked yesterday, Lance had it, and knowing where you are in New Jersey, I just kind of looked to see where you are, blew it up to look and see in your location. You guys were black. So you're in the heart of it right now.
Yeah, yesterday was really bad. This morning it wasn't too bad, but then we did get an alert that it was going to be going downhill as the day went on. And looking outside now, in June, not a cloud in the sky. It looks like sunset. So, it's that dark. I do have a question. If you were speaking to sensitized individuals as your customers or as a group, what would you tell them to do? I mean, normally, if they're inside their home and they're having reactions to that, they go outside. Now they have to stay inside. So what can they do now that they're in their environments that sometimes give them trouble anyways?
Well, I'm going to approach that from 2 different perspectives, if that's okay. The first one, and I don't mean to sound like I told you so, but you do have to understand, if you're a sensitized individual, it's important for you to take steps now to get your indoor environment clean, because we don't know when we're going to have situations like this where all of a sudden, from no fault of our own, like you said, 1,000 miles away, they got a forest fire and it's having a serious impact on us. And if for some reason our sensitized individuals are saying, well, it's not that bad, and if it does get real bad, or if it gets damper in the house, I can always go outside, or whatever it is, that deferred maintenance or that deferred decision making really is going to have a serious negative impact on them in situations like this, because there may just be times where you can't get away, get away from the problems in your house by leaving your house. You outside, you may be actually facing greater problems than you have in your house. So the first item is just never defer fixing things that you can fix now until some later date, just because it doesn't seem important to you.
Well, it's the clean glass of water. It's not a concern because you don't see a problem. As soon as it's, brownish or discolored, now it's on your mind. Same thing with the air.
Yep, exactly right. But it would be the same thing. That's why they have, on occasion, you'll have boil water orders as well, right? They don't know exactly what's wrong with the water system. And so they tell people to boil the water. That's why one of the things that they chat about, even in front of hurricanes and things, is get a few cases of bottled water so that you can survive, a couple of days if you have to, without having water coming out of your tap. Fix your house. If you know you've got things going on in your house that are contaminants or whatever, get rid of those, fix it, do the remediation properly so that you've got a good, safe place to be. And then you can, potentially survive a little bit better during these outdoor air quality incidents. But putting that aside, because at some point that's water under the dam. Either they have fixed it or they haven't fixed it, but now they're still facing what's going on outside. So the first thing, and the first couple here, I'm just repeating the standard safety precautions that you're going to get from just about any site. If you don't have to go outside, or you can limit your time outside, don't go outside and limit your time outside. If you do go outside, wear some sort of respiratory protection. I know that I'm seeing a lot of information where people are talking about, you can use your COVID mask and stuff like that. And the answer is, the face masks that were being sold as COVID protection, I won't get into that whole discussion all over again. but that is not going to be appropriate, particularly for the sensitized individuals. At a minimum, they're going to need like an N95, and we recommend N99 or N100 filtering face pieces. So that's going to protect a lot coming in. And remember too that a entry spot for some of this contamination into your body is not just the nose and mouth, but the eyes as well. And the fire residue is even worse because of the small particle. So when those get into your eyes and then get diluted by the tears and everything, it actually releases some of those chemicals that are on the particle itself. So the particle may wash out, you get it out of our eyes and everything, but what is left behind and what's being absorbed in through your eyes is some of the chemicals and stuff. So remembering to wash your face when you come in from the outside, wearing a mask to protect yourself, changing clothes if you've been outside for any length, you're not carrying a lot of this stuff in. A lot of similar things that we would talk about if you're coming in from a moldy environment or trying to protect yourself from a moldy environment.
You mentioned about masks, and again, I agree. I don't want to go down that path and let's talk about masks, good or bad, but just to remind people that just because you're wearing a mask, whether it's an N95, N99, N100, half face mask with cartridges, it doesn't protect you from the gases. You're getting filtration from particulates only. Now, that's a good and a bad thing, because especially if you are a sensitized individual, you may also have additional health issues and stuff. You're wearing a mask that's doing a good job filtering particulates. You're going to reduce the amount of air that you can actually breathe in without straining. And again, if you're not trained to wear a mask, if you're not trained to know when you need to take the mask off, when to replace the mask, it could be just as serious as not having a mask. So again, training, preparing, I guess is kind of in the same thing that you were talking about.
Well, a little bit, although I would say in this particular case, as I mentioned earlier, by the time the contamination, goes 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever it is, the gaseous portions of that, we're not generally seeing high concentrations of carbon monoxide or even the elevated levels of the nitrogen oxides and stuff like that by the time it hits like New York City or something like that. So wearing the filtering protecting mask is actually a very good step, because as I said, even some of the phenols and the aromatic hydrocarbons, the volatile organic compounds, a lot of those are vapors. So that means that they're liquids that have been, the heat has evaporated and they're small droplets in the air. Then those droplets hang on to the particulates, and then the particulates get screened out by the mask. So that N95 is actually doing a fairly decent job stopping the vapors, which again have coalesced onto the particles and the particles. And then, as I said before, the gases have pretty much dissipated. So I'm rather optimistic that the filtering face pieces, at least the good ones, can be a real benefit to individuals and particularly to people who are sensitized.
Well, that's a good piece of info for people to deal with. And again, if I just want to follow up, if you are wearing a mask and don't feel well, you may need to take it off at least short term and stop whatever activities you're doing. I think that's the real message. Try to get to where you feel comfortable and safe and stay that way until this passes.
Yeah. So something else I'm going to throw in, not a lot of people know this or remember this, but if you're wearing a mask, you need to be intentional about improving your liquid uptake, meaning you need to drink more water, people. And part of that is because the mask not only does a good job screening these particles and stuff, but it does filter out some of the water vapor. And so therefore you're breathing drier air, and the drier air is going to allow whatever particles do get through to go deeper into your system. And by drinking more water, you're going to keep your mucous membranes, hydrated and, a little bit more ability to collect some of those particles and then even to flush them through your system. There's pretty good studies that show that people who are being exposed to wildfire smoke over a course of a few days will build up levels of different toxins in their body. And a lot of times that's just because they're not drinking enough water to flush them out. And I know several people, particularly in the naturopath and the integrated medicine field, who say green tea in particular, water and or green tea can be helpful in terms of just detoxing some of that stuff that's getting into your, first into your bloodstream and then into your internal organs and stuff, just because of the contaminants in the air.
Well, just kind of on a side note, going in a slightly different direction, and I agree with what you're saying, and I just wanted to mention that wildfires, forest fires, things like this are not the only thing that cause these types of contaminations in the air that affect people and sensitize individuals. If you remember back, we had some recent volcanoes that had erupted and put so much ash into the air. It was affecting people thousands of miles away. It grounded air traffic through Europe for around a week. So there's a lot of things that are in the air that are going to affect people, and the sensitized group, many times over, even more.
So I want to pick up on that as well. I mean, one of the reasons that they ground airliners in situations like this, either because of the wildfire or the volcanoes, is because of the aggressive nature of those small particles, particularly as they're compressed and put through a jet engine. They can score and damage the insides of those to the point where they can actually have engine failure. And if you think about that, if these particles are corrosive enough that they're damaging stainless steel parts, they can't be good for our lungs. So just lots of warnings to us. There's plenty of evidence around, even just common sense evidence, that would tell us that we shouldn't be exposed to a lot of this. And you were asking earlier, some of the other things people can do. Obviously, if you have whole house HVAC and if you've got filters on the HVAC, you can run the HVAC system even if you just run it on fan, because that pushes air into the house and through the system. And typically, most home air systems and HVAC systems, unless they have a energy recovery ventilator or heat recovery ventilator or something like that, that's intentionally bringing air in. Typically, those are only bringing in 10% outside air. High efficiency furnaces, the ones that have the PVC pipes instead of like the chimneys and stuff, again, those are going to bring in minimal outside air unless they're on the heat cycle, where they bring in the air obviously to dilute the gases that are being created when they burn the gas or the oil for the furnace. So if you're on the air conditioning mode and you've got a high efficiency furnace and you've got decent filters on it, running that and just running it even on the fan on the on switch rather than on the auto switch should make a good difference. Now, I also want to point out the people who have portable air conditioners, window mount air conditioners, some of these other ones that have, pipes that go in and out and everything, what they call pack units, like you see on the wall of a hotel. Oof, that's tough because there's very little filtration on those. And that's a lot of times bringing in 10, 20, 30% outside air just automatically as you turn those on.
Well, most commercial buildings are spec'd that way. They have to bring in 15 to 20% fresh air. So they're dealing with those issues also.
And I'm not going to get into the whole discussion of the energy efficiency that may not be the energy efficiency, right. But they build the building so tight that they do have to bring in more of the outside air. And then in conditions like this, Lance, you know this as well as I do, they don't have the filtration on those big HVAC units like we have even on a smaller residential unit. So that's a tougher way to go on some of that. But at the same time, that brings up the last main point that I wanted to make, and that is that sometimes we can't rely, if you're a person or you're staying in a hotel because of, your job that took you there to New York City and all of this or whatever it is, sometimes you have to be a little bit more proactive, and particularly if you're sensitized. We talk about creating a refuge, even if you can't fix your whole house. Is there a bedroom? Is there a den? Is there a room in your house that you can turn into a refuge that's going to have better air quality and protect you? And this advance, I'm just blown away. The advance in the air purification systems, which we call proactive air purification, where you're not just relying on it to go through a filter to collect this stuff. You've got ionizers and one of the better ones I think is this multi-cluster ionization and things. These sorts of products can help create these reservoirs of clean air inside a building, so that even if you have to run the air conditioner and it's bringing in some of this contaminant and your filters aren't the greatest, at least you can protect yourself in a bedroom where you spend 8 hours a night when you're sleeping and things like that. That can be a big difference.
It's not a new concept. They teach and talk about that for hurricanes and tornadoes, to have a safe area in your home, a place that's protected from, from things coming through the exterior walls. Well, this is just taking it to another level where you're going to keep your breathable air as clean as possible.
Well, I like that analogy. You're in those cases, for a tornado. So here in the Midwest, we don't have the hurricanes as much, but it's a tornado. And that's exactly what they tell you. You need to have a secure location that in the case of a tornado, you can go into and be better protected from, the damaging effects of the wind. And in a situation like this, particularly the people who are already at risk because they're sensitized, they need to have, think about having that secure location from an air standpoint, just like we would think about having a secure location from a weather standpoint. And doing that with some of these proactive air purifiers. Heck, I was looking at the Best Living Systems website yesterday. They've got plug-in models. Literally just plug into an outlet and is enough to, have some air cleansing that's going on in a room size. They've got ones that are the size of, like a sports bottle or a drinking glass that's designed to fit in a cup holder in a car to improve the air quality in a car. But you can plug those in and use those in a hotel room or in a bedroom or something like that. And these are not necessarily, super expensive items or anything like that. They're reasonably priced and they're worth it.
You know what? And everything you're talking about comes down to do something, improve your condition, be proactive yourself to try to take care of the environment you're in, stay in a healthier and a safer place during conditions like this. And it's going to happen more and more. We didn't really talk about statistics, but from the Weather Channel, they ran some stats yesterday saying that year to date, they have burned up in Canada and the US. Well, let me rephrase that. The yearly average for the US and Canada on forest fires is between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres. The fires so far to date in Canada are 9.3 million. So they're 50% over the yearly total of burned up forest and what it's putting into the air that we're all breathing and changing weather conditions around the world.
And we're in June.
And we're in June. And it's first going to get hot and the fire season is going to first come on. And then we got California to deal with and the West Coast. Prepare yourselves, people. Be proactive and take care.
Well, that's what I said. Just if there's things that you can fix now, fix them. If there's things that you can do to prepare for, because this supposedly this one from Canada, hopefully by the middle of next week, we'll have moved on with some shifting weather patterns. Don't just go back to normal and say, that one's over. I don't have to worry about it, because something's going to happen again. And those who are already suffering, those who are kind of on an edge health-wise, Sometimes I talk to my clients about being literally almost like standing on a knife's edge. And we want to get you off of that edge so that you don't fall over into a worse scenario. And the way to do that is it's pretty tough to, have the proactive air purifier when you're in the middle of a problem. So you may have to get one now. Let me just also finish with this. I know it's the fire issues and everything, but I'm a victim of my own thinking, so to speak. Neither my wife or I both of us are blessed that we don't have a lot of mold sensitivities or anything like that, even with all the crazy work I've done in the industry. And neither one of us really have expressed a lot of allergies over the years. And this summer, or actually this spring, over the last couple of months, I noticed that my wife was feeling less and less normal, so to speak. And finally, when we dug into it, it was turned out that she was having some respiratory issues and some stuff like that. And the initial doctor visit was, yeah, it's a really awful pollen season. We never followed the pollen ratings or anything because she was never, identified as being allergic. And once we got the idea that she was, being impacted by the outdoor pollen, not something that was going on in our house, ended up getting one of the Chaos air purifiers that Normie recommends. And within hours, she was telling me that she was feeling better running that in the house. And within 2 days, she had already given it to her sister and made me buy her another one. So that's just how it
Okay, then. Well, the stuff works. And, that's the whole thing. And we always talk about, even, tongue in cheek, about you either have a good filter or you are one. And it's all about protecting that you are one. You want to have as much protection around you as you can. But we are going to end this segment. I do want to thank you for your time. And I didn't mention it earlier, but this is one of the segments that we're doing in a multi-part presentation on the seriousness of the wildfires, how it's affecting the U.S. and people with sensitivities, without sensitivities, and what they can do. So hopefully you'll tune in and some of the other segments as we show them. And I want to thank you again for your time. It's always great talking to you, Mike.
Bless you, Lance. It was good. I hope it was helpful for people.
Thank you. I want to welcome today's guests from Robert Pettyjohn Cleaning, Mr. Robert Pettyjohn and Katie Ruther. Guys, want to say a quick hello?
Hello there, Lance. It's a joy to join you and the millions watching on their computer.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, Lance. How are you?
Good, good. Well, let's get started here. And for those that don't know, Robert is one of our senior trainers. He's involved with our certified mold assessor, mold remediation training, and he does quite a few other things for us. So could you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with this indoor air quality industry?
Well, Lance, it started by cleaning carpets. My wife, Karen, and I were living in Kentucky at the time, and we were looking up at the light fixture on our ceiling and saying, we're going to be here the rest of our lives, or we're going to do something else. So we had an opportunity to go to Hawaii. So we sold everything we had and bought 2 one-way tickets to Kauai and sold jewelry on the beach for a couple of years. And then, like everybody should do, but then we had a little baby born over there. This little girl here to my right and to your left. Little Katie was born over there on Kauai, and we couldn't imagine raising her far away from my mom and daddy or Karen's mom and daddy, Mr. and Miss Chapman, in Easley, South Carolina. So we came back to South Carolina, and I did a few odd jobs, and one thing led to another, and I felt the Lord lead me to come up here to Southeastern Seminary to get a PhD in world religions. But he obviously had other things in mind because we were stone cold broke when we got up here. I said, Lord, what are we going to do? I answered an ad in the newspaper that said clean carpets, make $800 to $1,000 a week. I said, well, that'll pay a few bills. So I started doing it. It was a carpet cleaning company is what it was. So I started doing that, and then one thing led to another, and I realized that I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I went looking for some other resources, and fortunately I found them. But that's how we got started cleaning carpets in 1989 here in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
You know, we've talked in the past about diverse backgrounds and, you know, where people are today and where they came from. So I just want to get this right. I'm visualizing it's the beach bum surfer becoming the doctor PhD, you know, in a short trip.
Well, we did a little bit of windsurfing, but not that other stuff like they do in the pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu or any of these other big surfing venues. And I was accepted into the PhD program at Baylor University and also up here at Southeastern Seminary, but I never enrolled. We were just too broke, and I had to do something else. So I never became the doctor, but that's okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Katie, I know you were dragged through this, probably kicking and screaming most of the way. And if you would like to tell us a little bit about your background, if you're comfortable with that.
Oh gosh. So I grew up with the back seat of our minivan on the front porch to accommodate the carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that's okay. Fond memories. Yeah, but I think I officially started working in the business when I was in 3rd grade, pulling hoses. And as far as I know, I was the only 3rd grader that had a sizable bank account. So I guess I appreciate the life lessons and responsibility that came with working at a young age. And I worked on and off, I went to college, tried to find a different career. And after college, I came back and worked in the office a little bit in the field. And I got married. We ran away for about 4.5 years to California and decided this is probably where we really need to be. So we came back and have been ears deep in textiles for the last, I keep saying 6 years, but time keeps ticking. So it might be closer to 8 years by now.
Wow. Amazing.
So here we are. Not at all what you plan for your life, but somehow you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All right. Very cool. Well, I like to know a little bit more about the backgrounds, and a lot of our viewers, want to know who the people are that we're talking to. So thank you both for that. So let's get down to it. I know what you do is fairly technical as far as the technology that's used, the methodology for cleaning. It's not just spraying a chemical on something and cleaning it. So how did you figure out how to do this? Did you take training, or did you just reinvent the wheel, or how'd you wind up doing what you're doing?
Well, we got started in our training because I had done some work. The guys at the shop figured I was the smartest one, so they sent me the worst, most difficult cases. And at this time, I went and bleached the guy's carpet and made a big mess. And that was $650 that Pettyjohns did not have. But we had to max out our credit cards in order for that to happen. So we did it. So I figured I better get some training. And as a result, I asked around a couple of places and found out that there was a class at Sunbelt Cleaning Supply House here in Raleigh. And the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, was the one who was teaching the class. And thankfully, I got the right teacher at the right time. And he told me everything I needed to do and to know in order to get started properly. And I could not be any more thankful for that. So absolutely, training and education, there is no substitute whatsoever for that unless you have a bottomless bank account that can handle all your screw ups.
Okay. Well, with that, in the world of indoor air quality, which is where we all work under, I know there's a lot of trade organizations and support groups and things like that. Did you ever try, or are you still working with those types of groups, trade associations, organizations that helped you through this?
To back up to education for just a moment, one of the fun full circle parts of being in a family business is while my dad took classes from Lee Pemberton, I think I was able to fully explore my love of upholstery cleaning from Lee's son, Jim, a few years ago. Or many years later. So I think that their family business becoming full circle as our family business has become second generation is one of the beautiful little components that you don't just see everywhere.
So
That's very well put.
Yes, it is. But does that really mean that when you were in 3rd and 4th grade, you were helping him with his homework?
I don't know.
You're exposing all our family secrets now.
I just wanted to make it clear for everybody where we were.
Well, that one of the benefits of being at a class like that is that you usually are associated with people that are where you want to be. And one of those people was a fellow named Chubb Safrit, S-A-F-R-I-T. He lived in Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. And Chubb at that meeting told me, he said, Robert, if you want to do this business, you do this and this and this and this. And I did that and that and that and that. And then one thing led to another. And now here, what is today's date?
24th.
The 24th of what?
March
24th in 2023. I'm being interviewed by the great Lance Eisen and the Normie crowd, along with my baby daughter, Katie. And I'm so very thankful to be here. But that would not have happened had I not been in the right training organization, doing the right things by people who knew what they were talking about.
Well, I understand, and I thank you for that. And I understand that you've been a part of and some leadership in organizations too along the way. That's where I was trying to go to with this, to kind of talk about your path to where you've gotten to now with the different groups, support groups, organizations, things like that you've been involved with.
That's a good question. Well, you ask good questions, man. Thank you very, very much, Lance. Well, yes, both my wife and I have been privileged to serve as president of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the finest regional trade association anywhere in the country, without question. My daughter Katie is on the board of directors right now at Mid-South. We were the founding members of the Association of Road Care Specialists that is headquartered in Dallas, Texas. One of the charter members of that organization. I'm one of just a handful of certified rug specialists here in the United States, the only one in the Southeast. I'm also privileged to be a part of the Restoration Industry Association, where I'm one of about 125 certified water loss specialists in the whole country. And that's a real big deal. So whenever years ago, we used to go get gas and we had to get paid for it inside the convenience store. And when I came home, Karen said, "You went to the gas station, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, how do you know?" "Because you smell like smoke." You remember that everybody smoked inside those gas stations. Well, that's the way it is now. You start to smell like the people you hang around. And fortunately, being a part of this national organization of remediators and microbial inspectors known as Normie, I'm beginning to smell like you, Lance, and I'm so thankful for that.
I know there's a compliment in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure how far I have to dig for it. So I'm just going to kind of move on, and let's talk about indoor air quality. As long as you talked about, smells and things like that. Rug cleaners, carpet cleaners, I've seen these guys with their trucks and they go out and they spray some stuff on the floor and vacuum it back up and they're off to the next job. But why wouldn't they be more focused on how it's affecting the rest of the environment with indoor air quality? So, I mean, how do you view that component of what you do?
Well, one of the benefits of being involved in an organization like Mid-South is that back in 1989, when we first started, we ran into a fellow. His name is Dr. Michael Berry. He was in charge of the Research Triangle Institute, and at the time was a very, very close friend of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association. As a matter of fact, one of his students, a guy named Donald Pumphrey from up in Brown Summit, North Carolina, did a cleaning of the Frank Porter Graham Child Care Center in Chapel Hill and discovered that the recidivism rate for people who got their, for the kids that were in that carpet cleaning, they got their carpets cleaned regularly, was much, much, much less. They almost never ever got sick. So Dr. Berry, in his book called Cleaning for Health, I don't know if people can see this. This is the one that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is very interested in working with right now. But he says in his book some very, very powerful things about this business of cleaning. He said, in carpeted buildings, check entrances. It is especially important for you to analyze how or where unwanted matter gets deposited inside. This matter can be wet or dry or oily when it rains or snows or whatever the case may be. But he also says something very, very profound. He said, with housekeeping, we manage and take advantage of the sink effect we find inside. Kitchens have a literal sink. If dirty dishes and garbage are allowed to build up in it, bacteria will proliferate, and someone is likely to get sick. Some surfaces are better sinks than others, Dr. Berry says. Carpets and fabrics are very effective sinks. Pollutants stick on or fall into their fabric surfaces due to gravity or electrostatic attraction. Such complex webs of fibers can trap and hold pollutants for a very, very long time. Housekeeping that makes the indoor environment biologically clean promotes long-lasting health. We were fortunate in 1989 to be associated and to be acquainted with Dr. Michael Berry. And even as my role with the ICRC, I was fortunate to serve on the board of directors and the executive committee of that organization for 6 years, for crying out loud. But one of the people we met was a brilliant fellow who worked with the Journal of Cleaning, Restoration, and Inspection. He wrote an article called The Influence of Flooring Type on Allergen Levels and Airborne Particles. This thing right here, an amazing, John Downey is his name, an amazingly brilliant fellow. But he says, and I'll just read one short sentence or two. In conclusion, the results outlined here do not support the common recommendations favoring hard flooring rather than carpet that are currently given to those with asthma and allergy concerns. Adds to the growing body of research that suggests no flooring type is definitely preferable over another. We hear so many people, Lance, as you well know, who say, rip the carpet out, take the carpet out. Well, no, the carpet is an effective sink. With every 1 square yard of carpet, there's 1.4 acres of surface area in that. That's a great sink or a reservoir, as Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner says. But that reservoir, that sink needs to be emptied on a regular basis. Hence, what we're here for today is we are impacting people's indoor air quality in ways they will never have any indication. So, well, industry that does this, that allows us to do this, sir.
Let me toss up a softball to you guys for you guys to take a swing at using a baseball metaphor here. Here comes the pitch. In most structures, what is the largest filter in that facility or home?
Katie?
The carpet.
There you go. Pretty much what you just said. I mean, it's a massive filtering system, and it's so important to address it the right way.
It's crazy when the largest filter has been ripped out and replaced with a filter that can't hold on to anything, like a hard floor. It changes the whole maintenance protocol for the house, the whole level of expectation for the homeowner, for the inhabitants and their respiratory existence, in my opinion.
But your opinion is right. And the fact is that big sink that filter has got to be cleaned and emptied on a regular basis. I'm sorry, nobody put a gun to your head, made you buy that carpet or buy that Oriental rug, but still you got to maintain it. Nobody made you have babies. Nobody made you buy that house, but still you got to maintain it properly.
Absolutely. And that was the whole purpose for asking that question like that. When you do take out the carpeting, it does change everything. The whole indoor air quality structure changes. So let's get a little bit more into the technology side of it. Could you give us some examples or demonstrations? I know you have some videos that you were talking about in a previous conversation we had about carpeting and cleaning and things like that.
That's a very good question, Lance, because cleaning carpets really does impact the 7 elements of indoor air quality. And those 7 elements, of course, are particles, odors, gases, biopollutants, temperature, relative humidity, and comfort. That's how you got to measure something somehow. So let's measure it with these standards, these criteria that Mr. Hoffman and Normie have established as extreme, and research over the decades as established as necessary elements of healthy indoor air quality. How does what we do impact healthy indoor air quality? Katie, how does all that happen? How would you show that?
I would like to start with reel it back a little bit and talk about why before how. I think one of the questions that is often overlooked when it comes to how are you going to clean my rug? Can you clean my rug? What are you doing? Why should I choose you over someone else? Is come back to why are we even doing this in the first place? And the Sunday school answer is indoor air quality. But there are other answers to those questions. And
those are going to be very simple. Why do you do what you do? Because it's important to your precious customers for one, but you've got to also understand what you're doing. Where does this rug come from? Where do these textiles come from? How did they come about even in the first place? And I think you may have a couple. We're going to show you a couple of videos, Lance, and your audience too. They're short videos. They're not going to last forever, but sometimes a picture says more, 1,000 words, 10,000, or whatever it is.
Short videos, like an active picture, so you can just catch a little glimpse of interaction and not necessarily watch the whole movie.
And you got some of those videos?
I think I've got a few.
Oh, that's great. Let's do it.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Good.
All right. So let's do a share screen. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So why do we clean rugs? Oh.
One of the first whys is this right here.
Can you see that, Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. And being a grandparent, I mean, that speaks volumes to me.
All right, that little bugger is my nephew. And clearly, oh, there's my niece. And this is one of the primary reasons I clean things, is because I've got little kids and nieces and nephews that are crawling on my floor. And I've got a dog at home, and I know what the dog has done. I know what my kids have done to my floor. And while they're not this young anymore, literally eating the carpet as they pull themselves along, it's still shoes in my house. I know what's this close to their face. And it's important to keep the little people in my life safe.
Plus, their respiratory systems are much less developed than the rest of us. And there's that bell curve of life that from the very beginning, you're more sensitive, and at the very end, you're more sensitive too. So not only for babies, but for seniors in their homes, for people who are having elective surgery, for people who are bringing children home from freshly been born. Oh gosh, there's all kinds of reasons. But this is why we do what we do, dadgummit, is because there's people lives that are dependent on what we're doing. We're cleaning for health, my friend. That's a big deal.
Well, one thing that's a little different is most indoor air quality mold assessment work is measuring environments in that 4 to 6 foot breathable range. That's kind of the standard that most industrial hygienists look at, and testing is done at, because most people exist in that area breathing wise. The children that we're looking at, they don't fall into that range. They are way below it. They're down in the more humid area. They're down where the bigger particles are collecting because they're heavier. So they're more exposed to more, and the carpeting. So I agree with you completely.
And if people don't take their shoes off when they come in their house, that's the single most important thing you can do to maintain your carpets, by the way. We clean for a lot of Asians, and they're accustomed to taking their shoes off, and their slippers, they call them. We lived in Hawaii, and everybody would take their slippers off when they came into the house. Well, these people that we clean for from the Philippines and from other Asian places, their carpets, I said, what are we here for? And they said to clean your carpets. Well, they look fantastic. Why? Because they don't walk on them with their dadgum shoes. They take the shoes off before. It makes a huge difference. Okay, let's look at some more videos. Let's have some fun today. Okay, Kate?
All right. So as a company, Petty John's, we do a lot of oriental rug washing, area rug cleaning, loose rugs, not to differentiate between install carpeting. And
matter of fact, there's a rug on the back right behind us in the screenshot. That is an Afghan war rug with the tanks. Yep, the tanks and all that. That was made at a special time. We have a rug here on the wall from Tabriz in Iran. We got a bunch of rugs out there from Iran and from Turkey, Syria, from up in the Four Corners area of our country where the Navajo rugs are. Big deal. Let's show the video, see where they come from.
so before you clean something, it's helpful to have an understanding of how it's made. And I like to differentiate between loose rugs and installed carpet, because there's a lot of, can't you just clean my rug in my home? It's sitting on the floor just like my carpet is. Well, the construction difference between broadloom carpet that's installed in your home and a hand knotted oriental rug, or even a machine made loose rug, is wildly different. The density of the tufts, the material, the backing in and of itself is just wildly more accessible and meant to be cleaned in home on a broadloom installed carpet versus a hand knotted rug, which is super dense, and a lot of that dry soiling is going to get driven into the foundation, and it's just not accessible from a cleaning standpoint in the home.
While Katie's looking at these videos, let me say one thing to you, Lance. You used the term broadloom a while ago.
Hey, Robert, hang on one second. If you're guys are gonna talk for a while, stop your share so we can see you on the big screen instead of just a little screen with your files.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. So I understand. So that was just the tiny amount of background before we get into where does the oriental rug come from, or where does the hand knotted rug come from?
Oh my, this is taken in the Luri area of Iran. There are two major nomadic tribes there, the Luris and the Qashqai's. And you can see that this is a big deal in their lives. I mean, this was only taken just a few years ago when I had the privilege to go to Iran and see these sites firsthand. This is a something that you just don't see very much at all in our society, particularly in America, but gosh, almost anywhere. And then look who's bringing up the rear, being sure that the job's done right. Two women, by George. Isn't that fascinating? Wow.
So we start the journey with the sheep walking on the dusty road, and we are going to go to
the sheep have got to be shorn, and the wool's cut off. It's got a very high lanolin content in it, so it's got to be washed first. Once it's washed, it can be put into a dye vat and dyed almost any color imaginable. And these guys that do this, these dye masters, using all kind of natural vegetal dyes, are some of the most incredibly brilliant people on earth. They are the most highly respected anywhere along this rug chain. It's those people who know how to match colors and to get them exactly what the customer's looking for. Those are really huge. And I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these folks and to watch how hard they work. Man, you just never see them taking breaks.
So one of the questions we pose to ourselves before we clean a rug or anything in reality, what's it made of, what's happened to it, and what's the value? We're going to dig into the what's it made of portion right now as we've been. And
so people may find this awful pedantic or something kind of, why you show me all these things like this? Well, there's got to be an entertainment value to what we're seeing. You're seeing some stuff that you've probably never, ever seen before. We're lifting up the sheets, and now you can see what's going on in between. And it's a beautiful story of what all has been happening over the years, and to see that this, by the way, the oldest Oriental rug discovered was in the Pizric Mountains of Russia. It dates back to 5000 BC. It is constructed exactly the way that Persian or Iranian rugs are constructed today. Amazing, amazing. This here, you're seeing a lady in the Luri tribe. She is spinning the wool that's been cut off of the sheep, and it's all been cleaned up, and now they get big old skeins of this stuff, and it's got to be spun now into a yarn that can be used in a rug. But just look at all the times that this is being held by the human hand. Look, all the oils, look at the soil that's on the ground. I mean, these things, you'll see how this is taken care of down the road. This is just a beautiful process. And whether you're washing upholstery, whether you're cleaning dishes, whether you're cleaning up a television set or whatever, you got to know how things are constructed. And look at these incredible ladies there in the Kashka'i tribe that are actually weaving a rug on the ground. These are nomadic tribes, much like you read about in the Old Testament. And these girls are all dressed up, ready to meet their husband should he come by. And it is, I mean, literally, that's the truth. And just look at what they're doing on the ground, for crying out loud. Wow. If this doesn't want to make you want to preserve the investment, we're, as Ron Toney says, who's the IICRC #1 certification, by the way. Ron Toney says we are able to preserve time spent. Oh, what other job can you do that can preserve time that's already been spent? I've got 2 daughters, and a lot of these people who are making rugs, as you'll see in the videos, they're all women. Men are out there smoking cigars and drinking tea and trying to sell something. But no, these ladies are the ones working. And by washing a rug properly, we're preserving the time that they spend on this. Just look at the incredible dexterity that these ladies have got in their hands. They're taking 2 or 3 of these yarns together, and this lady is cutting this yarn off as she goes. Those knives are unbelievably sharp, but her fingers, no slices whatsoever. Just a beautiful, beautiful context of why we do what we do. And if you don't know why you do what you do, it becomes a game of gossip, somebody has said. No, you've got to know why you do what you do. This is why we do it. And once the rug is finished, it's got to be finished. So let's see what's going on here. If you've ever felt a wool rug on the back of the rug, it can feel kind of scratchy and kind of rough. Well, in order for that not to happen, they actually set fire to the bottom of a rug. Wool, on the other hand, wool rugs do not catch a fire. That's why they are used exclusively in the airplane business. You look at the airplane that you fly on, the Delta, Pan Am, whatever you got. There's not Pan Am no more, is it? No. Okay. But any other airline you fly, they all have wool carpets. Why? Because they don't catch a fire and burn.
What does the burning actually do?
The burning actually removes the scratchy stuff that's on the back of the rug. And there's an aesthetic value to having an Oriental rug. And one of them is it feels so soft and so plush under your hands. You can pick it up and look at the back side of it. But now, after all those rugs are dealt with so many times, they got to be cleaned somehow. Let's watch and see how these folks are washing the rug. There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. There's chemical action, mechanical action. This is where you're brushing your teeth or your hair or your dishes or whatever. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature, rinse, or dry. Those 6 elements. You can see that they're wetting this thing down. They're actually using laundry detergent to wash these rugs out on. And they want to wash them and get them as clean as possible before they. But you just look. Are they rinsing them out completely? Are they really getting those things completely clean and rinsed out? There's a question about that. Let's continue. Now, once you wash something, you got to dry it up. This is Mr. Reza Zolanbari, one of the most brilliant and compassionate men you'll ever meet. He has Zolanbari rugs. You can look them up. And these are, you see the rocks out in Iran, that sun is beating on those rocks all the time. And they've taken these rugs, they've turned them face up, and the rugs, the bottom of it, what Mr. Zolanbari is explaining is that these rugs are drying from the bottom and from the top with the sunshine and a little bit of air. There's not very much air movement. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification are the 3 factors that influence drying anything, whether you have a flood in your house or you're drying wet rugs. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification. You're seeing that process. Plus, they're being exposed to the UV light, which is helping to deepen the colors in these yarns. They thought of everything over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's in the book of Judges. You can read it. But when you make a rug, you got to sell it. So here they are, flipping rugs. It's called flipping rugs to the public. Here's what that looks like. And this was taken in Iran or Persia, whatever you want to call it, by some of the most careful, beautiful human beings. Just look at these textiles. Look at how beautiful they are. Oh, my stars.
So many hands are involved in the production of the rug before a brand new rug gets to a showroom or gets to your home, where it's new and presumed to be clean and ready to use. And the concept of clean, the definitive clean, it's kind of vague because, hold on just 1 second, you'll see in this video, it's about 2 seconds away. You're going to see
oops,
that has just potentially touched a brand new item that you're going to bring into your home and your child's going to crawl across, or you're going to drop a little crumb and you're going to pick it up and eat it because that was a really good blueberry muffin and you just bought the rug so it's clean. So
this is actually the very first rug I ever bought. It's actually a grain bag. I bought this at the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, Turkey. And to be able to, and what happened was that the folks used to put the grain in these bags and put their bags on top of, on the back of the horse and take them back and forth to wherever they needed to go. So this is now, fortunately, this has been cleaned, and that man that you saw in there has got a huge, huge heart, but he is unfortunately no longer with us. A dear, dear friend of our rug industry, and he's no longer with us. So, but this is understanding where these come from and how they get around and how they make it into people's houses. There's a story behind every one of these rugs. There may not be a story behind a carpet, but there's almost always a story behind an Oriental rug. We bought this rug in Ephesus on our honeymoon when we were on the Mediterranean Sea. We bought this, the very first purchase we bought, we went downtown and bought it at the rug shop. And now this is the first thing we ever bought as a married couple, somebody would say. Or I don't want to start crying or nothing, but my granddaddy taught me how to dance on this rug. Or this is when my brother and I used to play the Hot Wheels around the outside edges of the guard border on these rugs. All kind of stories behind them. And you just mentioned one about your mama a while ago. There's stories behind them all, and these are very, very real. A lady brought a rug into us the other day, about 6 or 8, 9 years ago, something like that. And it was a polypropylene, tore up and all that. And I said, ma'am, if you'd prefer, we could just go ahead and put it up back there. And I was pointing to the dumpster. She said, oh, no. This is the only thing my mother ever gave me. I can point to you in our shop right now where the two of us were crying, and we cleaned it just like we cleaned the governor's rugs, even better. This was a big deal to me. We made this just like it was. It belonged to Jesus himself. So that's just.
You know, when you're talking about how the rugs were made, the care that goes into them and everything else, I mean, just like with anything that you would want to clean or repair or fix, you have to know what it's made of. You have to know how it's constructed. Otherwise, you're blindly going in there and possibly doing something to damage it, throwing bleach on it to get the dirt out. Well, that's going to take out the color, or using the wrong type of equipment to disassemble something. So it's really important to understand how things are constructed, which is what you just showed us. So thank you very much for that.
Whether it's a rug or whether it's your hardwood floors or anything, I know that you and I have had water damages in our home. As a matter of fact, today I'm getting all the CPVC plumbing removed from my deadgum house, so I don't want to come home to a flood. They're replacing all that stuff. Well, I've had floods in my house when we came home and it was wet, and you've had floods in your house too. And to know for the restoration contractor or the remediation contractor to know what it's made of before he starts just sawing into something is just really huge. You made an excellent point, Lance. That's a beautiful point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were able to talk to homeowners and business owners, what would you tell them to do to protect their rugs or floor coverings, whether it's carpet or a throw rug type of a thing, oriental rug?
Oh, that is a great question. You should know the answer to some of that, Katie.
How to protect your rug? Well, I like to kind of refer to the American healthcare standard on this one, and you can kind of go one of two ways. You can go preventative or you can go corrective. A lot of people find it easier to just go corrective. I'm going to eat this now, and if my pants don't fit, I'm either going to buy new pants, or if the doctor tells me to lose weight, I will. It's almost always easier and to your advantage to be preventative
and cheaper.
And cheaper. Maybe a little more expensive in the short term. Always cheaper in the long term to go preventative. That means taking your vitamins, get your butt out of bed in the morning and exercise, or do some sort of meditation or something and get yourself right for the day. Also, preventative is imagining in the future what's going to happen. Somebody's going to spill something. Somebody's going to find something you said so funny that their soda spews out of their nose. They're laughing so hard. Then you've got to deal with cleaning up. That's happened. That's why I said that.
Well, and you're exactly right. We have the ability to think and to project ourselves into the future is really, really huge.
Well, one of the components here that's so important is by showing people the reality of how things are done, how things are made, and how things should be. And now talking about the preventative compared to reactionary. That is a major issue with most people today. Nobody, and I say nobody, the governments particularly don't want to spend money preventatively. They don't budget for prevention. They budget only for reactionary. Unfortunately, a lot of people are exposed to that too. A lot of people are short on funds, so they're not going to spend money to fix something that isn't a problem as yet. What you're demonstrating to us is the risk to that and how much more it costs down the road. I guess the easiest example for most people to understand would be driving your car for 10 years and never changing the oil. Well, it seems to be running fine. I'll leave it alone. Well, one day the engine seizes and that, $10 can of oil just cost you $5,000 for a new engine. So, it's taking care of it now before it becomes a problem is so important.
Sure. I 100% agree. I highly recommend putting a protective coating on your textiles when they're new or freshly cleaned, because of the simple, buy yourself some time in case of a spill. Make your vacuuming more effective. You're going to vacuum anyway. You floss your teeth regularly, and your dentist knows when you don't. Your rug cleaner knows when you're not vacuuming regularly. So put the protective coating on there. It makes it almost extends to the point where it can save relationships in your life.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because at some point, your child might spill a chocolate milkshake on your dad's rug. And
is that what your child did?
I think so.
I think so too.
And even though the rug was protected, there was a very brief moment that was captured. You could feel it, the tension in the air. Had that rug not been protected, I know what it's like to spot clean a protected rug and know what it's like to spot clean an unprotected rug. It's just a lot more difficult. And I don't know what the result's going to look like. But it was a timeout. Everybody stay calm. I need a paper towel. I need a spoon. I need a little bit of water on a towel. And the milkshake scooped right up into the towel. And within, honestly, about 2 minutes worth of work, we had that rug back to pre-loss condition. And there were no hard feelings other than the milkshake, the effort put into the milkshake, which you can't help.
But stuff is going to happen. But you bring up a good point. A lot of times, people in there who are visiting with you in your home, they'll spill something and they'll never tell you. They'll just overlook it and hope you don't notice it or something. And now you've got some funky mess somewhere down the road that you got to deal with. Had that rug been protected properly, like you said, or at least have the knowledge of somebody that knows what they're doing in order to clean that rug or that piece of upholstery or whatever the case, those things are very, very expensive. And being able to take care of that. And that is also one of the components of indoor air quality, which is odors. And some of these odors don't show up until the humidity maybe get high in the air or something. Now it gets kind of funky. So these are real life situations that we come across with all the time.
So to bring one of your previous questions back full circle, what is the carpet cleaner? What does the rug cleaner even have to do with indoor air quality? I have a video. I will share my screen again. A video that's going to kind of walk us through, now that we know what a rug is made of, how it's constructed, we can look at the entire rug cleaning process and see what is important about the rug cleaning process and how it is critical to the indoor environment. I can pause this as needed if we get chatty about something. So this in our shop here's another war rug. Clearly we have a theme in my household because my husband was in the military, and this is not a true Afghan war rug. It was made in Pakistan. And I do hate that. Let's go back. The first thing we do is inspect it just to be sure that we're all on the same page with the client, because no matter what kind of service you're providing, setting the expectation with your client on the front end always makes it easier to do your job right.
That's the same way it is with mold remediation or anything we're doing at any company, whether we're doing mold remediation or carpet cleaning or upholstery cleaning, whatever.
House painting, whatever it is.
By the way, that's Andrew right there?
That is my husband.
By the way, this guy in this video is an Iraqi war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, a man's man. He's not scared of nothing. And he happens to be my son-in-law, and I'm very, very thankful that he's part of the family.
So the last little portion was the tumble duster, and this is compressed air, 125 CFM, 125, what else?
PSI.
PSI, man thing, that's okay. And this is the dry soil removal that is critical to the first step of the cleaning process.
Because Can you pause it just a second?
Yep.
Procter and Gamble back in the 70s did a study of what was in dirty carpets, and they did a dirty upholstery because they wanted to sell a product over the counter. And they discovered that about 78% of the soil that's in carpet is dry particle soil that can be vacuumed and taken away. The other 20% is a roughly 10% water soluble soil and solvent soluble soil, the other 10. So knowing that, we got a rug or your carpet care professional, whatever, gets 80% of it clean by simply vacuuming or dusting it correctly and properly. Amazing how much of that. And hence, what are we doing? We're improving indoor air quality. But if that's all we did to that rug right there, it goes back in as a much more healthy part of that customer's indoor air quality. But look at all that dry particle soil, and these are big chunks. We're not seeing the little stuff.
So you see the dusty, the skin cells, the things that come in off your shoes. And I think you've said in the past, if you were to only do this, you'd still get an 80 on the test, which I'd like to point out as a child was not acceptable. And as a rug cleaner, I still don't think it's acceptable. So we'll continue on. I am slightly embarrassed that's how much came out of a rug from my house. That's okay. So here is 1,200 gallons of naturally softened rainwater that we harvest from our roof. And we will put a rug, depending on structural integrity, condition of the rug, and soiling, will go into the wash tub. A couple different factors will play a part into it. So swimming around with a little cleaning agent, the rug will release the water-soluble soils and things that can be addressed by the cleaning agent. And if there's urine in the rug, it'll spend a little more time there. This is one of the elements of the cleaning process.
There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. Chemical action, like you saw some detergents inside that wash tub. Chemical action, mechanical action. This is mechanical action. You brush your teeth, for instance. This is brushing your rug's teeth. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time. You don't stick a rug into that wash tub and then pull it right back out and give it 30, 45 minutes of dwell time. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature. That rug is at a certain temperature. Then rinse and dry. Those 6 elements. If you wash your hair, you rinse it. You don't just walk out of the shower. No, you rinse yourself off. The same thing happens in a rug. You rinse it off. And now this goes into the wringer rinser to where it's rinsing a rug off. If you could stick yourself in there, it would be really good.
That would hurt.
No, it hurt, wouldn't
Okay.
it?
So we have a little bit of warmth to the water, not hot water, a little bit of warmth because we know that does a little better job of rinsing out the cleaning agents. It's going to slowly creep through this process. And on the other side of those jets are those little rubber guys right there that kind of squeegee out a lot of the loose water. So
That's just like Granny had it in her wash thing in the back on her back porch.
Yes.
She kept all the National Enquirers in there though, instead of washing rugs in it. Did you?
I don't know.
Okay.
And then the rest of the water is spun out in the centrifuge, which is going to spin at about 960 RPM. And it's a little faster than the Gravitron at the fair. It would literally liquefy you if you got into it.
That's
And
10,000 PSI is what it is. That's the RPM.
Yep. And then the final grooming, when you wash your hair, you comb it when you're done so that it doesn't dry out and knotted and tangly. And then you dry it. So then our rug is going to go into the dry room where we duct in hot, dry air and recirculate that heat, duct out the humidity, use air movement and temperature and dehumidification to get this rug dry. Most rugs are going to be dry in that 4 to 8 hour window because we're able to really seal it in and get it nice and warm and a very effective drying system. And then the next day we'll detail any little spots that maybe didn't come out because they're solvent soluble, detail the fringe if needed, roll it up, put it on the wall, and say, "Come get me." So that is our rug cleaning process, and that is how you pull particulate out of a rug to make it a clean, healthy filter again.
And we do the same thing with upholstery too. We blow it off to get the dry particles out of there. By the way, we've had extremely good success, even with moldy upholstery, to be able to blow it off, to put a disinfectant on there first, blow it off completely with 125 PSI, 125 CFM, and then wash it again thoroughly, and then blow it off again, and then test it and send it off to the lab, and it comes back food grade clean. We've taken rugs that we put 15 gallons of raw, untreated sewage, doo-doo, on those rugs, rolled them up for 4 days, and taken them off and cleaned them and got them washed and clean. Send them to the lab up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they test all the cereal boxes and all that, and it comes back food grade clean. That's a huge, huge deal for people that have mold in their homes, or they have any kind of an illness or something that's causing them to have bad indoor air quality. Well, we can now, my goodness, we can save the roads, and there's people all across the country can do the same thing. One of the things that Katie was talking about is preventive maintenance. One of the preventive maintenance ways that you can do this is to research your area and find somebody who is a certified rug specialist with the Association of Rug Care Specialists, ARCS, or look up Normie, NORMI, and look for a Normie professional. That guy should have done his homework enough to know who the rug professionals are in his area, who the textile professionals are in his area, because none of us is good. Well, almost none of us is good at everything.
Speak for yourself.
Well, before you kids start arguing, let me jump in here and say that obviously the passion is there for what you do and how you care about your customers and their property and how you take care of it. So kudos for that. Absolutely. We only have
only the way we were raised. It's only the way we were raised, Lance. Mr. and Miss Chapman ingrained that into Karen, and my mom and daddy surely did the same thing for us.
Well, they did a good job. But we have a few minutes left. So is there anything you'd like to wrap up with or say to anybody watching this?
I just want to reiterate the fact that cleaning your textiles in your house impacts the indoor air quality of what you're breathing. Mr. Hoffman says that these cleaning techniques and all that are for people who like to breathe, and we enjoy breathing, and our customers enjoy breathing. And these rugs. Oh, I'm glad you put this up. This is from Shaw Industries, by the way.
I'm not screen sharing
Okay,
right now.
can you screen share it?
I can.
All right.
I sure can.
This is important. It was said of the parson in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but first he wrought her, and then he taught her. Well, if I'm gonna sit there and tell you stuff to do, I ought to at least do it in my own dadgum house. So let's go to the next one too.
Okay, so let's talk about this though.
Okay.
The first lines of defense. We always say vacuuming is one of the best ways of maintenance, but before vacuuming, what can you do to reduce or prevent the load of soiling that's going to be on your floor covering? And the 3 zones, as Shaw calls it, zone 1, 2, and 3, is get the moisture off of your feet first, and then something to collect the bulk of like a scrubby, bristly kind of floor mat.
Yep.
And then something to get whatever might be left on it. So why does it keep going the same direction?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Here.
This is my front porch, and you see that I've got some rug pad that was cut wrong, so we use it out there. That's absorbing the moisture off from the bottom of my shoes. And you see that little scratchy little green rug mat. That's an AstroTurf mat. I want to scratch the stuff off the bottom of my dadgum shoes. Studies have shown it takes 15 steps to remove the soil from the bottom of your shoes. So let's accelerate that, please. And we can do that. And then another thing we do is we put a nylon walk-off mat there and put our shoes over to the side so that we're not traipsing that stuff all in our house. Why? Because my wife and I breathe about 3,000 gallons of air every day, just like you and Andrew and your babies don't drink quite that much, but everybody that's watching this video, you drink 3,000 gallons of air a day. And do you want to get it clean as possible for your healthy indoor environment? And fortunately, we're starting them off young at Pettyjohn's. But she needs to put the phone up and not talk to her friends while she's doing some work, though.
You know, Katie, you had spoken earlier about that whole child labor thing when you were growing up. And
Oh, gosh, no,
I see this isn't really skipping a generation.
Yeah.
Okay, just handcuff me now. You can go ahead.
Friends and family, all of the little ones have been obsessed with vacuum cleaners, which is funny. Is it funny? I think it's in our DNA.
But it goes back to these things here we're talking about here, Lance. These cleaning for health. Research has shown that if you can identify where the reservoirs or the sinks are in your house, or in your office, or in your car, or anywhere, then you can identify the pathways that that reservoir takes to get into your lungs or into your body, that a germ or a virus or a mold spore or something would get into there. Then you can interrupt that pathway and stop that from getting into your body. This is one of the beautiful things that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is teaching people to become essential cleaning professionals. And by the way, during the corona, you remember we called some politician's office and told him that we cleaned the governor's rugs. And he said, okay, you're an assistant cleaning professional. So we got that designation early on. And how many times have we taken a rug and taken the ATP meter and before and after and seen the reduction in organic load almost non-existent?
We had fun playing with that during COVID when everyone was hyper aware of ATP meters and organic load. And we tested a random rug out in our shop. I think it had urine in it, so we knew it was going to have a decent organic load to begin with. And when we were done cleaning it, literally right out of the centrifuge, we groomed it, we put it on the poles like you saw in the video, did another ATP swab on it, and did one of those cartoon eye rub things, did another swipe with another test, and it said 0. We were like, did you do it right?
Unbelievable. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to interrupt you here because I think you're giving away all the secrets to part 2 of Pettyjohn Cleaning here. So we're just about out of time for this segment. So if we can wrap this up, maybe we'll do another segment in the near future and go into some more detail on that.
Well, fortunately, this business is in our blood. My granny lived at 25 Liley Street in Somerville, Georgia, right across from the Bigelow Sanford rug mill. And she babysitted all the children for the executives of that place. My uncle was a dolpher there. Both of my aunts worked in that rug plant. And my daddy's PhD is in organic chemistry, for crying out loud. And he worked at DuPont for 35 years as a senior research chemist with them, and developed a lot of different textiles that we use today, as a matter of fact. And fortunately, it's in our blood, but also a respect for the people who made this rug is in our blood, and respect for our precious customers is in our blood too. We're not here. John Donne says, no man is an island unto himself. We're not here by ourselves, and we're part of the whole. And what we do impacts people's lives. And that's the beautiful thing about Normie, is that Mr. Hoffman and you, Lance, and Roger, and all those guys, and David, and all those guys out there are just are preaching this sermon over and over and over again. And it's taking. I think our society and our culture is really beginning to develop a huge appreciation for proper indoor air quality. And thank you, Lance, for what you've done and for allowing us to look under the sheets to see what's going on at Pettyjohn's too.
Well, Katie, Robert, I thank you very much for spending this time with us. Very educational, and maybe we'll do this again with the part 2.
Well, that'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Take care. I want to welcome my next guest, Nick South from Sotellus. And it's an interesting name. And I think the easiest way for us to find out what Sotellus really is to ask Nick. So Nick, say hello. And what is Sotellus?
Hey, hello everybody. Glad to be here. So what Sotellus is we're an online review capturing, marketing, and referral system. Basically a one-stop shop for all online needs, as far as communication with clients, chat boxes, marketing, and online reputation management.
So if we step back for a minute and let's look at you for a second, how'd you get involved with this? I mean, this is a very niche type of a thing. How'd you stumble into this or wind up there?
So actually a long time ago, I used to run an Amazon FBA business. If you've ever done anything with Amazon, you know that reviews are everything with them. So if you want people finding your products and people seeing you more often online, you need reviews. So during that time, I just saw like a very niche and very important part of how online reputation affects a business. And then I ended up running into somebody involved with Sotellus that, I ended up meeting the owners. I loved what they were doing. I love that their mission is to help empower the small businesses, to give them the same marketing material, and power that, these large franchises have who have 50K to, burn a month. Right. So it really attracted me over to doing that with them.
Well, I've been doing a lot of the social media and marketing and stuff with Normie for many years, and it's kind of a education as you go, and then they change it. Once you understand it, everything changes again. The one thing that's constant though is the reviews. So, if you look at it from a distance, you see all kinds of reviews, but why are they so important? From your perspective, I mean,
right.
Private businesses, I understand, but from your perspective.
Well, I always, you can go the statistical route, roughly about 90% of people will look at a business's reviews. 70% of people are going to Google and research a business before they even call in. But then just think about yourself. Like I always ask somebody, everybody knows about Amazon. Everybody goes and buys stuff on Amazon. When was the last time you bought a product and you didn't check out the reviews? And I always use the example of if you see two products that are the exact same, but this product B is $10 cheaper than product A, but product A has 205 stars and product B has only 5. Almost everybody will choose product A and spend the extra $10 just to ensure that they're going to get a similar result or have a similar experience as those other happy people.
So to me, it sounds more like a reputation kind of a thing based on what other people that have used your services say.
Exactly. Reviews is reputation, right? It's social proof. It's where reviews are is just results from your actual quality of service, right? It's exactly why if you have, tons of 5-star reviews, people tend to choose your service more than somebody who has a bunch of 2 stars.
I've seen a lot of sites where you see, like 300 5-star reviews. Is that like real, or is that something that everybody is perfect and that's the only people that do reviews?
Right. So it just depends on that business. A lot of the times if they have that amount of reviews, right, and it's a lot of 5 stars, Google's very strict on finding out and flagging people if they end up having fake reviews, right? So we'll get this happen once in a great while. Somebody calls in wanting to buy reviews from us. We have to educate them and just let them know that we don't do that. That is illegal. You can get fined by the FTC. There's a lot of problems that can ensure with that. So most of the time they should be real, just because of the fact that Google's going to find out and flag them, because they'll search every profile. They'll see how many reviews those profiles have left on other places. And if they see that they're just all recently created and left 1 5-star, then they know they're not real. So
let's say I want to show the public reviews about myself. I mean, I know I have reviews on Facebook and Google and who knows wherever else. How do I use the reviews to show the public who I am and what I do?
So there's a bunch of different ways to market these reviews out and to get them in front of people, really. To get in front of people, one thing is, take your listings, put them in your email signatures, take other reviews you have from different platforms and post them like on your social media. The best part about with us and our software is that all that stuff is done automatically and they're all aggregated. Instead of just Like if you're somebody who has, let's say 60 reviews, but they're spread across, 6 different platforms, it doesn't really look that great, right? Because not everybody who goes to Google will also go to Yelp and then go to Facebook and then go to LinkedIn, etc. So what we do is we pull all these reviews in and we actually show all positive reviews on single places and use that to market out. So you have like one page with all the positive reviews on there. All the reviews get posted onto your Facebook page, inside your Google business, on your website, right? Basically as many places as somebody could possibly find your company, you want social proof.
Okay, but I can talk about Normie, and we are using, Sotellus with a lot of our review stuff, which has really made a big difference. But how do you get all the reviews in one place? I mean, they're all over the place on different market platforms.
Right. So that's the trick. If you don't have some form of system in place, the only thing that you can really do is you're going to have to take like your Google link, your Yelp link, your Facebook link, and you're going to have to put all these different little links to those pages, like inside of like your emails and your texts, which is, it's unreasonable. Most people aren't going to go click on all those different links. Nobody wants to see 5 different links to the reviews in there. So with our platform, you'll have one single link that incorporates all positive reviews from the videos, the Sotellus, the Googles, the Facebooks, right? And pulls them all into that one page. So you can use that to show potential customers, show them your social proof, but also taking that and marking that out even more.
Well, I know that's what we had done, where we've filled out in our profile on setting up our process with you guys, all the different locations that we're aware of that were reviewed. I mean, I'm sure there's others. And I've noticed that if it like pulls a review from Facebook, it posts it on Google and vice versa, and on Yelp and all these different places. That's what you guys do?
Exactly. Yeah. So if you run into somebody who, let's say maybe didn't have a Facebook account, so they couldn't leave a Facebook review, but they had a Google, right? So they'll leave you the review on Google. Well, we're still going to take that review, right? We still post it on the other places such as your website, SEO, public page, and all that great stuff. But we still take that review and it automatically gets posted onto your Facebook wall, right? So all the different platforms that people are finding reviews on, like Google and Facebook, we're taking the reviews from the other platforms and posting them into there as well. Like, for example, on Google, a lot of businesses don't know about this, but there's a section on the listing called Google My Business Posting. A very big amount of business owners actually don't utilize it or don't even know about it because, it's Google. They're not going to promote a free feature no matter how powerful it is, just because they're not making money off of it. So we created this sort of partnership with Google where we're the only review system that automatically posts into there. So if you do get a review on a platform, like let's say it's a client that doesn't have any platforms, they don't have Google, Facebook, Yelp, etc. It doesn't matter, right? We'll still get the review with us and we're still going to post it into the Google business, onto the Facebook page, and onto about 5 additional places after that as well.
So even if they don't have those review pages set up for their business, you're still going to have the reviews that are posted go out to those locations anyways.
So the business owner will still need to have an account on those locations. This is something that our coach will help them set up. But if the customer doesn't have an account with those platforms, they can't leave a review. So if they don't have a Gmail, they can't leave a Google review. But they'll still be able to leave a review with Sotellus without having to create an account or anything, which we could still take and then post inside the Google business.
Okay, I remember from the trade show that we were at where we talked with you guys a lot, you had a specific app that would handle all that stuff right on the spot. Matter of fact, that was one of the things I liked most about your stuff, where not only can you do, typing, I like your stuff, it could be an audio or video review also.
Yeah, that's a big thing with us. A very big hit is that we are the only verified video review system on the planet right now that's actually acknowledged by Google. So because of that, there's a bunch of big things that come along with being the only video review system. Is that one, they're undoubtedly the most powerful, right? 80% of today's traffic online is video. Okay, so it's like everybody has seen a 5-star Google review that doesn't even have a review. It's just a rating, or they just said highly recommend. right? But when you see a video of an actual customer that's been verified by another company, showing and proving that it's real, and that customer is just raving about how much they loved your service, they loved your product, the great business owner that you are, right? That becomes a lot more powerful and enticing for potential clients. And then on top of that, the great thing is that they're also the fastest ranking reviews because they're the only ones that are able to be played and watched more than one time. But you're able to capture those on person with a patented mobile app that we have. So you just pull up your app, click a button, put the customer's name and number in, and get the review right then and there. And that way, that's why we have such a high capture rate, is because we figured out that just sending out invites is great, text and emails, of course, following up with them. It creates a higher conversion rate, if you follow up. But when you ask somebody in person, like right after the service is done, right at the height of their either excitement, their emotions, their gratitude, right, that is the best time to get a review, is right then and there on the spot. Because even the customers that want to leave reviews, not all the time, they don't always leave them just because something comes up, right? As soon as that service was done, they might have had to run out the house 2 minutes later to go grab the kids from school. I work for a review company, and that's happened to me before. So that's why the mobile app is such a useful tool, because you can capture a review on the spot in under 30 seconds.
Complicated to do. I've done those, but I haven't been out in the field recently doing that. And, is it a changed process, or is it just really click one button?
This is just click one button. You pull up the app. There's 3 types of reviews and 4 total buttons. It's that simple, right? It's video, audio, text review, or send an invite. If you're getting on the spot, you're choosing between the 3. Click whatever review you want. Just put the client's name or initials, and then you could do number or email. And then you just get the review right then and there.
About as simple as it gets.
Yeah, it could not be any easier to capture review in person.
One of the things that I noticed, and I had done this several times when I was out at trade shows and stuff. I've gotten video reviews, audio reviews from what I would call influencers. And, the regular reviews powerful, but when you get somebody that's an influencer in that industry and they're giving you a video review on the spot, you can buy testimonials like that if you would want to. I mean, it's great.
I totally agree with that. We actually have in my, I have a presentation that I like to show people just how I explain the system. And in there, we have a lady named Heidi Powell. There's probably going to be somebody who watches this who knows who that is. She's very big in like the fitness space. We got a video review of her because one of our clients actually did a DJ thing for her wedding or something around those lines. But because of that, we got an awesome review of somebody who has I think over 500,000 following or more. Right. So, and then being able to also get that person to also share that on their social media, which is what our system also does. I mean, you can't even buy that type of publicity.
I know when we first introduced you guys to the Normie base, there was a lot of excitement about it, which there still is. But Doug Hoffman, our CEO, actually did a lot of personal video reviews for some of our members, especially our charter members and people that have really been around for a long time. And again, I consider him an influencer with the industry. That was a very powerful thing for a lot of these people.
Yeah, 100%. Again, having a figure in that industry giving you the review. We have a coach who does something similar. Her name's Krista Mayshore. Another online, she's pretty well known and influencer as well. But in the real estate industry, she's one of the largest well-known coaches. And all the people who go through her coaching program, a lot of the time they'll send, her the invite to get their first video review, right? So when, obviously getting somebody of that magnitude in that industry, right, it makes a huge deal, especially when people are going and checking out your service and trying to look at your social proof and if you're an established company.
And those video reviews will also show up on all the different platforms that you're tied into for reviews?
100%. Yeah. It goes to the public page with all the other reviews, the website, Facebook, Google Business. Also, they get to share it on their Facebook as well in front of their friends and family, all with a call to action from the business as well. So it goes on about at least 6 to 7 different places minimum.
That call to action you just mentioned, is that or considered the referral side of what this does, or is that different?
Yeah. So there's a few things in there. We have special offer and lead magnet program that's attached with a referral program. So every customer that gives our clients a review, that customer is going to be asked to share the review. They could share it with people directly, and they can also share it on Facebook by just clicking a button, right? When they share it on Facebook, we know the average person's got about 500 friends, right? So instead of just a one-to-one referral, we figured like, let's try to get one to many. Okay. Instead of just trying to capture one new customer per person, let's try to capture 10. So they get to share it on Facebook with an offer from the business. Now, if it's like a cleaning company or something, you can offer a discount off the service. But then we work with people who could be in like real estate who will give out like a free market analysis. So it's really just a call to action. It doesn't necessarily need to be an offer. It could be scheduling a consultation, things like that. But it's just a very easy way for a customer to refer as many people as they know instead of just referring one person that they know. Because most people can't think of somebody off the top of their head anyways.
Any secrets on how to get more referrals?
Yeah, so this is something that like our team will do in the training and the setup process, but I always tell the people that I work with, you should run some form of incentive program, and almost everybody can do this. There's a few industries where we do have exceptions that we have workarounds to, but a big thing is just an incentive program. You know, tell a customer like, hey, if you share this offer on Facebook and anybody who claims this offer from you, you know, I'm going to give you a discount off your next service with me. So it could be a share one, get one. You know, if you share this 10% and they claim it, you get 10%. But maybe if it's a one-time service, right? Maybe something you don't need consistently or on like a subscription, then you can just offer out some kind of, you know, almost like rebate. Hey, if you share this and somebody claims it, I'll give you a $20 gift card to Starbucks. Right? That's a big one. People just giving out gift cards if they refer people into them.
So to me, that sounds like a lead generating program. I mean, is there a way to capture the leads automatically, or do you have to manually go and look for them, or how's that work?
So with the referral program, when it's on the customer's Facebook page, if one of their friends are interested, all they do is click a post, right? It's going to show off their friend's review with the offer there. Their friend's interested, they click it. It's going to pull their friend's review up, and then right there is going to be an offer form. As soon as they fill that out, the customer is immediately notified. It goes on their back end. It can automatically be sent into their CRM as well. And then the customer will receive an email too with the information on how to claim that offer. And then on top of that, with the special offer program, that one's a little bit different. We don't have to rely on just the referral process. So we take the special offer that the customer wants to give out. So maybe it's 10% off the service. Well, every single place that we market and post the reviews out, there's going to be that call to action there as well. So whether they go on the website, on the Google Business, on the Facebook, on their public page, if they go Google them in the Google search engine, they're going to see that business's 5-star reviews, and every single review will have that call to action there. So the whole purpose is just making sure that any possible place that a potential client could find the business, we want their reviews and the call to action there.
Okay, so listening to this, and as one of our members listening to this, it sounds a bit complicated, though it's automated too. So how do you simplify it? What we would have to do?
So exactly how you said, it's all automated. The customers here don't have to do anything. The whole point, like automation is the new delegation, right? So the whole point is to make this whole thing run itself and make sure that's automated for the client. Because if we just threw our clients a system and said, have fun, you know, go figure it out, you can get the reviews and then you're going to have to go post them all separately. Like we'd be out of business. So our whole system is automated. The only thing the clients do on their end is just capture the reviews, and that can even be automated as well. They can upload lists of their customers, and then we'll reach out for them, or we can integrate and use their CRM to automate their invites too. The customer doesn't even have to set this account up. Every person here will get a designated coach. So they actually get a coach who sets their whole system up for them, gives them unlimited support, unlimited training, and just consistently follows up with them to make sure they're happy with the service. Because with our company, we're one of the only SaaS businesses literally in the industry who doesn't have a contract. So we have account managers and coaches in place to make sure that these people are becoming successful, because if they're not happy, then they don't have a job.
So you've mentioned coaches, advisors, services you provide. Is this like all add-on fees and costs? Because that sounds expensive.
Yeah, most people, and if you go to most other businesses or most other SaaS companies, it can get very expensive. With us, it's definitely not. That's the best thing, is we're the most affordable in our industry because we're the only self-funded. Every one of our competitors, that is public knowledge, and there's sites to look this up, but they've all taken investments. We've built this thing from the ground up ourselves, so we've never had to raise our prices in 7 years. During the pandemic, during this time of inflation, let's say, right? We've never had to raise our price one single time, but we continue to add value, continue to add new products and services on top of these plans that can be as little as $59, go to $199 a month. But obviously, anybody who's seeing this today, as you know, if there's anybody who's interested in this form of program or checking this out, it's very easy. You could schedule a demo with me. I'm sure, Lance, you'll share the link to that. And you get a promotional price because of Normie. So that's something we do, is we take care of anybody who is a Normie client here.
Well, yeah, and that's something that we've appreciated, and we've had quite a few of our members actually take advantage of that. I don't want to talk specifics on the program that we're offering right now, but I'm sure that anybody that's interested, from our membership can reach out to us to our support@normie.org, and we'll reach out to them and get them all the information they need to sign up for this program. But to me, the exciting part is that this type of a service is out there. And from what you've described and what I've seen from us using it, it's easy to use. You guys do most of the setup, and it just runs from there. We have hundreds and hundreds of reviews. I know we have a lot of members with hundreds of reviews, same kind of thing.
100%. That's what we want. We just want to make sure that we could take off. If you're paying for a service, you don't want to add extra time to that, to your client's plate. You don't need to take extra money from them and then make them have to do the work. So yeah, the whole thing here is taking care of the client. To the basically 99% of the work is done by us, from the setup to the implementation to the actual value of the product, and consistently making sure that it's getting reviews, getting you found, getting new customers, and it's all done for you.
So is there anything new coming to the system that you can't tell us about yet that you're going to tell us about?
So one thing we did just recently launch is like a chat box, and it's auto responsive. That's one of our newest features that I really do enjoy, just because we work with a lot of small business owners. Of course, some of them are owner operator. Some of them have teams from, 5 to 20 people. Well, our chat box gives people a chance to talk to a client that's on the website without having to be there to monitor the website, right? We send them out a text or an email letting them know somebody's there. But if they're not available, or if, it's outside of their business hours, then it just gets their information for them and sends that over to them. One thing too is one thing I will mention, probably should have, is our new dashboard we are launching. It's going to have just more analytics, even easier to navigate. And it's going to integrate with the app too. So those two things are going to be launching to be revamped, redone, and just give the customer a lot more access and make it just easier for them.
Okay, well, that is new stuff. So if our members wanted to reach out to you for more information, how would they contact you?
The easiest way I would say would be to go to Sotellus.com and go to /Nick. So you just put Sotellus.com /Nick, Nick. It'll take you right to my calendar. You're just going to pick a time that works out best. I'm going to jump on a one-on-one meeting with you. I'll answer any questions that you have. I can break down the whole product and just show you how it all works.
But to get the best price, they're going to have to let you know they're an active Normie member.
100%. You need to let us know that you're Normie, because you get a massive discount here when you come from Normie. So if you don't mention it, I'm just letting you know that if it's me, or if you end up talking to one of my other sales guys on my team, you're going to end up paying about double the amount if you don't mention Normie.
Well, we appreciate that. Nick, I appreciate you spending time with us. Anything else in closing you think our members should know about?
I think we're all good. Just again, make sure to manage that reputation. Keep getting reviews, guys. Don't set a limit on that. A lot of people think once you get a certain amount of reviews, it's great. Just a statistic to remember, 85% of people will disregard reviews older than 3 months old. So if you don't have a system in place and an automated process to consistently get new reviews and build your reputation, eventually you fall by the wayside, right? Or your competitors start to outrank you and outshine you. So I just say, make sure, even if you're not using a system like us, you need to find a way to consistently get new reviews.
Wait. So you just said something there about reviews older than 3 months kind of like fall away. I mean, I know I've gone on sites and you see people with reviews from 2006, 2010. I mean, they have some value, at least they show you've been in business, but you know, what's the dynamic change for current reviews?
So I don't mean the reviews fall by the wayside. What I was saying is that your listing does, though. Your listing stops ranking. Your listing will lose its ranking. It will continue to stay stagnant if you don't consistently capture reviews. So the reason behind this, just it's a very easy statistic to go Google. I actually have one that I can share with you that you can feel free to post, but it just shows that 85% of consumers, right, that's when they check out reviews, if they're older than 90 days old, they tend to disregard them, because the whole purpose is this. Maybe you had 200 reviews in the first 5 years of being open or something, right? Or you have 500 total reviews right now, but you haven't gotten a new review in the past 90 days. Well, what happens is people question that. What has now changed in that business in these last 3 months? You know, what is there a difference in quality? Did they sell it? Is there a new management? People start to question, why are they not getting the same positive feedback over the last 90 days that they were getting prior? And I think that's and I don't disagree with them. I think that's a very valuable question for them to ask, is because if you were getting so much positive feedback before, why aren't you now?
Well, that makes sense. And that clarifies my question, because I could see value in old reviews being on the site, showing a history,
right?
You know, but it makes a lot of sense if you're not getting anything current. All right. I appreciate you spending the time with us. I want to thank you. I'd encourage everybody watching this to either reach out to us at support@normie.org or to contact Nick directly at sotellus.com/Nick.
Yeah, /Nick. Make sure to put the /.
All right. Thank you very much, Nick.
Yeah, no problem, Lance. Thank you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Welcome everybody to today's episode, Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And this is a multi-part series being offered by Normie.tv. It's also available on numerous other platforms, and you can find that at Normie.org. I want to welcome today's guest, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, and he is also a senior leader in the GBAC organization, which is a Global Biorisk Advisory Council. Gavin, say hello.
Yeah, hi, Lance. How are you today?
Good. And if I missed on the actual titles, please correct me and fill us in a little bit more about your background.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Lance, I work for ISSA, the Worldwide Cleaning Industry Association, and I manage the team with the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, which is a division of ISSA. I'm also an associate professor, Lance, at the Penn State College of Medicine. I've been working with Penn State since 2011. I teach 3 graduate courses, 3 15-week courses on biological risk management.
Well, that is exactly what we need to be talking about today. And with that, I want to bring up an image real quick. So I want to talk about short-term health effects for people exposed to the wildfires that have drifted down here into the U.S. and the central and the eastern coast. And these images I want to show you are what took place over a 3 to 4 day period. Now, this was, I can tell you, here in New Jersey, because I took the pictures myself, but this was mid-afternoon, and it looks like sunset. So give me a moment, and I'll bring this up on the screen so everybody can see what we're actually talking about, especially if you didn't get the opportunity to experience this. Are you able to see the images?
Yes, I can, Lance.
Well, as you can see, these are sunset looking type of images in the middle of the day with no clouds. Extremely thick smoke conditions. And this smoke was coming from probably up to 1,000 miles away up in Canada, all the way down to the coastal area of New Jersey. Now, from the reports and everything we got, it was even worse through the state of New York, Pennsylvania, which is closer to the Canadian border. So as far as health effects go, and I do want to mention one other thing. You've seen these images. I want to show you something graphical that we can then talk about. This was graphical data that I captured outside my home, actually, over a week period. You can see leading up to where the spiking started on the graph that the outside levels of particulates and volatile organic compounds, VOCs, or the chemistries in the air, are very low. And then you can see it all of a sudden started to spike on the first day, and then it was kind of an up and down to where it got really bad by the 3rd day. And then after that, it started to settle out and move on. So the images that you saw before this is graphical data talking about particulates at 2.5 microns, 10 microns, and 1 or sub-micron size particulates, which really can affect people's health. So as far as short-term effects, how do you see that?
Well, what's really interesting, Lance, is that if you go back to that period of time, I think when I woke up on the Wednesday here in Washington, D.C., and your photos actually captured that very clearly, there was a lot of smoke in the air. And we knew the fires were in Canada. Who would have thought that I would wake up in Washington, D.C., and suddenly I realized the air that I breathe or am breathing today came from Canada? And you don't think at a local level, at the neighborhood level, where does the air come from that I breathe? We think it all is generated locally, but it wasn't. No, this air that I was breathing here in Washington, D.C. on that Wednesday was coming from Canada. Why? Because the smoke showed that to me. It visualized it. It showed me that the fires in Canada were sending smoke down the east coast of the US. And I think everyone needs to understand smoke anywhere is just bad for the human body. It also affects animals, no matter how healthy a person is or how long they're exposed to. Smoke exposure is just bad. And we need to understand, what does that bad mean? So if I look at, what were the messages going out from when the photos that you took, Lance, showing the sun blocked out, showing all that smoke in the air, what were the key messages being delivered to the public, the community? And we're very fortunate because, here's my phone. On my phone here, I have a number of apps. We have there's a lot of apps that are available that can make you aware of outdoor air quality. Not very many, I think very few people would have apps on their phone for indoor air quality, but we have a lot of apps for outdoor air quality. And on my phone, I use the weather app. It's free. And if I click on the weather app for Washington, D.C., I can see what the air quality is, and it's monitored, and it's called the Air Quality Index, or AQI. So again, the weather app has it. It's online. Many other apps use the Air Quality Index. And we know that the air quality index around about 50 or less is considered healthy. We also know that sensitive and vulnerable people might notice ill effects to their health at levels as low as 51. And we know that from that air quality index, levels at 150 or greater are considered unhealthy for everyone. So what we saw, this air quality index uses 6 different color schemes. But Lance, when I do my hazards identification, my risk assessments, I usually stick to the traffic light system, red, yellow, green, because that's universal. Everyone understands what red, yellow, green means. When you bring in other colors, it can be confusing. What is orange? What is purple? What is violet? That sort of thing. So there's 6 colors in the air quality index, and we started seeing maps on the news, on TV, on the websites, in newspapers, in the general media and social media. And a lot of people didn't understand what those 6 colors meant. But again, what we want to be really clear here, a level at 150 or above on the air quality index is considered unhealthy for everyone. And what we saw for the smoke from Canada, places like New York, Washington, D.C., other locations went up into the 300s, even the 400s. And this air quality index, Lance, only goes to 500. It stops at 500. So when we saw the numbers up into 400s, that's never happened before. That's setting new records for many of those locations.
Yeah, I guess the way you could equate that is when we actually deal with indoor air quality and we get particulate counts and mold in the environment and extremely high, it's almost like breathing soup.
Yep.
It's that thick. And the particulate size of this smoke is extremely concerning because it goes deep into your lungs and is a direct access point into your blood system.
This is really important, Lance. So if you look at, when you see smoke, like in the photos that you showed, we're concerned, and we saw this being talked about the hazards, the risks. It's about particles. And so smoke, even wildfire smoke, is harmful primarily because it contains airport particulate matter, these particles. And you saw on your graph that you showed, Lance, these particles can be measured in microns, 10 microns, 2.5 microns, 1 micron down to 0.3 microns. Understand that the smallest grain of sand is still 40 times larger than a PM 2.5, a particulate matter 2.5 particle. The width of a human hair is about 50 microns. So as soon as you get down to 10, we can't see those with the human eye until we see lots and lots of particles together. So when you see particles at 2.5, 10, like you showed in your graph, all coming together, that's what causes the smoke. That's what gives us the visualization. Now, we have wildfires, forest fires, grass fires have been around for years, for centuries, and we have a lot of data. If we go back to, say, the 2020 California fires that turned the sky just like in your photo, Lance, an apocalyptic shade of orange is what I would call. It was emitted by more than 1 million metric tons of PM 2.5. In California in 2020, in those fires, that was a 2,360% increase above normal air, according to the California Air Resources Board. And so it's really important to understand there are particles in the air. So if we focus on the short-term exposure to particulate matter, so let's focus on particulate matter 2.5, PM 2.5, which is we saw in the media. We saw everyone talking about PM 2.5. We know that short-term exposure can trigger lots of health problems, including but not limited to coughing, stinging eyes, a scratchy throat, a runny nose, chest pain, headaches, asthma attacks, fatigue, wheezing, breathing difficulties. And again, all this information is freely available through the US government on the US Center for Disease Control Prevention site, the CDC. But also, that, Lance, there's more serious impacts to the lungs and heart when you see particulate matter like PM2.5 in the air. You can have reduction in lung function, even in really healthy people. And we know that the exposure to, like the photos you showed, can affect on heart health. So these particles can enter the bloodstream. They can trigger inflammation, leading to either heart attacks and stroke. They can worsen the health of people who have conditions like diabetes. And we also know from research that Harvard University has studies, and there's other studies out there, that have shown that wildfire smoke increases the risk from infectious diseases. So that in one Harvard University study that I'm familiar with, it estimated that the PM2.5, the particulate matter 2.5 emissions from the 2020 wildfires in the states of California, Oregon, and Washington state were associated with about a 12% increase in COVID cases and over an 8% increase in COVID deaths in 2020.
You know, you mentioned about all the particulate, the information being released to the public and stuff, and everybody's focusing on particulates. I spoke with, in one of the other episodes that we did, a gentleman who is works on the federal side of the firefighting wildfire teams. He's actually a consultant now with all the jets that are out there dropping water and flame retardant materials. But I asked him the difference in the types of smoke coming out of Canada and from wildfires, and he says there's two different types. One is the type burning the forest, just like a campfire. You're burning logs and vegetation, stuff like that. The second type is when that forest fire creeps into industrial and residential areas and starts burning homes and factories and all the materials and chemistries there, that changes the smoke and the contamination to not just particulate, but VOCs, volatile organic compounds, all the chemistries that are now airborne and being burned and converted to other things entering our lungs.
That's really important, Lance, because the messages that were being delivered about the fire, the wildfire smoke in the air just recently focused on particles. It didn't focus on chemicals. It didn't focus on volatile organic compounds. We didn't see them being measured or reported in real time. Yes, we know the measurements were taken, but that information wasn't made available. And I think it would have been much more responsible, because we saw the smoke in the air. You took the photos of the smoke in the air. It turned the sun orange. It turned the sky dark gray. And I saw it here in Washington, D.C., where I live. A few measurements to say, yes, we've got particles, but do we have other chemicals? I didn't see that data available. We know from studies, there's a good 2022 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health. And the problem with these studies in these journals, that a lot of the community, a lot of just the public can't access these journals, because you've got to be a subscriber, you've got to pay money. So it's really important that we do think videos like this, Lance, to take those studies and sort of translate and synthesize the information so that everyone understands what's being done. And that's not done enough. But so if we go back to a 2020 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health that probably most people haven't seen, they found that there were long-term effects of wildfire with PM2.5 exposure. And those long-term effects included higher risks of respiratory disease, but also cancer. And so it's really interesting that we now look at, okay, so again, the air where I am now in Washington, D.C., Lance, today is pretty clear. I don't know what the measurements are. I haven't measured it, but I don't see any smoke in the air. And what we've seen from, wildfires in Canada, Australia, California, we've seen the week after that smoke, like in your photos, we've seen an increase in emergency room visits. We've seen an increase in people visiting the physician or the doctor. We've seen an increase in prescription of medications for, say, respiratory complications or respiratory problems, difficulties. And we've also seen studies, Lance, say, I think through the, what was one study? One study that I know of through the California Air Resources Board, they estimated that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5 from all sources, is responsible for 5,400 premature deaths and 2,800 hospitalizations for cardiovascular, heart, and respiratory diseases in California every year. And they also, in the same studies reports, said that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5, was also associated with 6,700 asthma-related hospital emergency room visits in California every year. So it's going to be really interesting. A week after what your photos showed, the week after the smoke coming from Canada, how many visits were made by people, we haven't got that data yet, to emergency rooms, how many people went to see the physician or the doctor, and what was the number of prescriptions and medications given to people that are now reporting with maybe breathing difficulties and asthma and other problems.
You know, it's interesting because we recently also did an episode on sensitized individuals with Michael Pinto, and he talks about a lot of that. But the question I have for you is, we've talked about short-term effects, and I think we're starting to teeter on, now that we're a week and a half plus out, what are the long-term effects? But before we get to that specific question, what's the difference of the group that we're not talking about with babies, children, pregnant women, and we can't forget the group of the elderly?
Oh, yeah. So the elderly will have a lot of underlying conditions, that again make them prone to particulate matter PM 2.5 and less particles, smaller particles, which do exist in smoke in general. But if you focus on that real critical, you've identified that critical cohort, that critical group, Lance, of pregnant people, babies, young children, they really need to avoid smoke exposure as much as possible. And so it's really important that we get those warnings out in time. A lot of us will stay indoors, recirculate, or some of us don't, but we need to ensure that our air conditioning is recirculating and not bringing in that outdoor air, because a lot of the filters that we have will not pull out the particles in our home or even places where we work. So it's really important to understand babies, young kids are at high risk because their bodies aren't fully developed. And if you look at pregnant people, their bodies have been fully developed, but when they're pregnant, you're in overdrive. This really has a big effect on your immune system. So there are studies that have shown us that wildfire smoke exposure can lead to preterm birth. So that's preterm birth, Lance, is birth before 37 weeks of gestation. It also leads to babies with low birth weight, leads to babies with impaired lung functions and other health risks. And there was a study, in 2022 in the Journal of Environmental Research. Again, many people probably haven't seen this one, but in this environmental research study, it looked at birth outcomes in California between 2006 and 2012. And what they found was each additional day of exposure to wildfire smoke during pregnancy, so people that are pregnant, increase the risk of preterm birth. That's preterm birth. That's less than what we say, 37 weeks. Now, the same studies, or same study that I'm aware of, estimates that as many as 7,000 additional preterm births occurred in California that were attributable to exposure to wildfire smoke during that period of study, 6 years.
Sounds just like secondhand smoke exposure.
Exactly. Smoke is, exactly. So, and those preterm babies that were born, before 37 weeks of gestation had greater risk of experiencing respiratory complications, developmental issues, and death. And so it's so important. We talk about children now, Lance, developmental issues. We know that wildfire exposure hurts, impairs, decreases children's performance in school. And we know that researchers and studies have looked at that possible link between wildfire smoke exposure and school performance. We've seen those studies done in the US and also Australia. And so a study that I'm aware of in the US used standardized test scores from 2009 and 2016 for nearly 12,000 school districts.
And they compared to a school year with no smoke to a school year with wildfire smoke. And they found that the cumulative smoke exposure may have reduced student test scores by roughly 0.15% of a standard deviation. That may not mean much to people. That's a lot. And that information was published in the Journal of Nature in 2022. That is a significant decrease in people's ability to learn, to understand, to think. Again, that information does exist.
There's so many effects, and we're starting to touch on the long-term effects. I've noticed from people within the circle that I travel starting to report eye infections, earaches, ear infections, sinus infections. And this is all a week after. I was kind of predicting out 2 weeks for people to start to have issues. But as far as the long-term effects, just because the smoke cleared out, didn't do anything with all the debris left behind, all the ash that's dropped out of the air. I know the cars here had a grayish color to them, for days. And we haven't had rain for almost 4 weeks. We finally got some rain to wash some of it out of the atmosphere. But this is just something that is continual. And these particulates don't just vanish.
Oh, no, you're right, Lance. And so we always say, dirty air leads to dirty surfaces. That those particles in the air will eventually come down and land on surfaces. So if I look at my car parked in the street over that course of the smoke in Washington, D.C. last week, I can see the particles on my car. It's a black car, and I can see how dirty the windscreen got and how dirty the surface of the car became just from that smoke. It's really interesting that when we start to talk about, it wasn't that bad, or it didn't really affect me. I only had the short-term effects of, particulate matter 2.5 or less could be, a coughing, stinging eye, scratchy throat, runny nose, chest pain, headaches, fatigue, wheezing. I run with a running group here in DC, and the people that ran last week told me on the weekend, we just don't feel good enough. We don't feel well enough. We've still got a scratchy throat. We still are wheezing. We've got some breathing difficulties. We can't run with you, Gavin, on the weekend. And would they make official data, official statistics? No, they wouldn't. So that's, the information that I've collected just through the group of friends that I have here in DC. So a lot of that information would never be recorded anywhere. And it takes then a lot of effort, like we talked about the Harvard study, Harvard University study, and the California Air Resources Board studies to then study the long-term effect. And a lot of people then will say, well, that happened years ago, and they don't relate or see the link between the time they were exposed, that week of being exposed to smoke, versus they might have respiratory disease, cancer, or cardiovascular inflammatory problems with heart attacks and strokes. Those correlations really aren't made because it's happened so much longer or over time since the actual acute event of being exposed to wildfire smoke. That's always a challenge for us, Lance. It's hard to tell people you've got to, there's a hazard, there's a risk, you've got to take precautions, you've got to do this, when they don't initially feel the really significant bad effects either that day or the next day.
You're right. And, you had said that, which is what everybody else is saying, the news media, all officials, about staying indoors. But it's the same agencies like the EPA that are saying that in normal conditions, your indoor air quality is 5 to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So they're telling people, especially sensitized individuals, children, things like that, to be outside, especially if you're having a positive reaction to your normal home. But now we're telling people to stay inside in the polluted area that is an issue, which is still less polluted than the outside.
Well, Lance, this is so important. So you actually showed real data. I think, was that data outside or inside data that you showed on
that
your
was
graph?
outside.
That was outside. So I have 6 indoor air quality monitors in my house, and I know the alarms went off. I know that I have friends who also have indoor air quality monitors, and we know these are affordable. So it's important that you see the baseline of where your indoor air quality is, because that's what my indoor air quality monitors measure. But then you can see how the outside air coming in can influence that. And whether you, and we've heard this a lot of discussions, Lance, well, maybe you can't protect all of the inside of your house or all of the inside where you work. Maybe you have to identify a room that has an air quality monitor with maybe an air quality device that cleans the air, and people should stay in there while there is a risk. And I think it's really important that we emphasize to everyone, Lance, those indoor air quality monitors as well as air quality purifiers right now they're affordable. You know, it used to be it was cost was an issue. Not anymore. You can buy those, you can use those, and I would highly recommend that if you reach out to us, and we'll provide you, with a list of those that we have done our research on, we've done our due diligence, we know that they're backed by evidence and science, and it really will change people's behavior and improve their quality of life if they start measuring more. You know, we see measurements for outdoor air through the air quality index, but wouldn't it be great if at the same time more people could have indoor air quality monitors in their home, even their cars, for example, and be able to then see the numbers, react appropriately, change their behaviors, and actually come up with solutions that improve their air quality without waiting till they get the symptoms we just talked about.
In one of the other episodes, I was in a discussion and I used the glass of drinking water as an example. You know, people want to take a nice, clear, crystal type of look of water and drink that. If you were to make that water cloudy or brownish, people say, I'm not drinking that. Well, air is the same thing. The difference is it's not in a small container. So you don't see the pollution. You don't see anything other than if you see like a lot of pollen on your car during spring, something like that. Oh, it's the allergies are bad. That's why I'm coughing. But other than that, people can't see particulate because it's microscopic. So they take breathing for granted. And that's one of the most critical things that we do. I also use the example in another one where a person can go 20 to 40 days without eating. They can go 3 to 7 days without drinking. You can go 4 to 6 minutes without breathing. So we can't stop doing that. So like you said, a safe room, an environment where if they are struggling, they can go into that for a few hours, give their system a break, feel better, and then go back out and do what you have to do. Especially since the indoor air quality is normally so much worse than the outside air, which unfortunately, because of this pollution problem from the smoke, made the outside air so much worse.
Yeah, and that's how we all work together, Lance, through NORMI, GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, a division of ICE, to say, our subject matter experts, we sit there, we know that there's a way of making the unseen seen, be visible. We know how to identify those hazards and then calculate the risk, likelihood of something happening and the consequence if it happens. And, we all know that we use that definition of consequences, how bad can it get? And so much of our air, as you correctly said, Lance, water is unseen. It can be contaminants, pollutants in the air, contaminants, pollutants in water, and it still appears, it looks, or even smells safe and healthy. But unless we measure more, we will never be able to improve. And that's why I think we all talk about that, it's so important. The tools are available, the equipment's there, the expertise is there, the science is there to start measuring more and then working with subject matter experts to interpret properly, appropriately what those measurements mean so that people can act, change their behavior, develop, implement solutions. And I think last week was a really good example with the smoke in the air, colors on a map, 6 different colors with the air quality index. And in my own personal opinion, maybe 6 colors is too much. Maybe it's confusing. Maybe people didn't understand what the colors. And then when we had the colors, we also got numbers. Here's 425 in New York City. Here's 350 in Philadelphia. Here's 308. All these different numbers came out for different locations. I don't think people realized what the number means. So if you give a color, if you give a number, then you must give an interpretation, a so what, and you must tell the public what to do.
Well, there are other things that are also affected besides what we're talking about now. We've talked about the young, the elderly, we've talked about pregnant individuals, we've talked about sensitized individuals. There's a few other things we need to talk about. Number one, and I know and I mentioned this in another episode, that it sounds a little bit on the dramatic side, but from this heavy smoke condition, we actually got a glimpse into what a nuclear winter would look like. The temperatures that are normally 80, 85 degrees in New Jersey this time of the year were barely able to get out of the 60s. It dropped the ambient temperature almost 20 degrees every day while there was smoke. Once the smoke cleared out, the temperature went back up to normal. Now that affects plant growth. It affects our food source. And speaking of food sources, it affects livestock with breathing. They're outside creatures. And we can't forget our pets, especially the ones that either have, like doggy doors that go in and out, or outside pets. So how does it affect them?
Yeah, really important, Lance. We knew in Washington, D.C., the National Zoo was closed to all people, closed to visitors, because they had brought the animals indoors away from the smoke. Now, are all the enclosures at the National Zoo on air conditioning that recirculates? No, it's not, but at least that would decrease to some level, some degree, their exposure to the smoke that was outside. Again, in horses, equine asthma is real. And we know from, fires in Australia, information and data from fires in California, horses can suffer inflammatory diseases. We see equine asthma increase after forest fires or wildfire fires. That data is available. That's known. That's been studied. Less so in companion animals like dogs and cats. But yes, we do know that, again, those animals are breathing the same air that we're seeing that we would breathe. Really interesting, just a couple of anecdotal reports that I've received from colleagues and friends here in DC. They had to let their cat or their dog out to go to the bathroom, the toilet, or just get some exposure outside so they wouldn't go mad inside when they run around. Opening and closing that door very briefly to let us say a dog out. And the people that had indoor air quality monitors saw that by just opening that door very briefly to let their pet out, changed their indoor air quality on their monitors significantly. And what I mean by that, if they were sitting at like a 95 to 98%, it dropped down in some of the photos that I received down to 70, 73% in that very brief period. So it's not like it takes a long time for the smoke to rush into the house. When you open the door, that smoke came in, and that indoor air quality monitor then measured it, and you saw in real time, right there and then, a change in your indoor air quality, by a number. The challenge we have, though, is how to interpret those numbers. So yeah, again, Lance, many animals can't go indoors. They were exposed. And again, a lot of this data won't be measured, but we do know from studies that we do see inflammation problems as well as respiratory problems in animals exposed to wildfire smoke.
One of the things, just like with very young children, animals can't really tell you what's bothering them. You might see the animal acting up or different or lethargic, but you won't know what's really going on, just like with children. So it's something you need to pay attention to. Don't forget about the pet that was outside all day during that smoke. They may start to have issues going forward. Yes, I'm a pet lover, can't help it.
Oh, but very important, Lance, my dog Buddy did not want to go outside last week when we had all the smoke in the air. Now, he doesn't want to go
out in the rain either, so,
Well, yeah, but, he loves the snow. But you could see it was really interesting that to be at the door, trying to let him out, to get some exercise, to go to the bathroom. He really had to be just pushed through it. He knew what was out there I don't want to go out in that. And I think, you look at animal behavior, animals will tell us lots of stories about the quality of outdoor air.
Well, if I look for a positive for this whole thing coming out of Canada, I think it was an awareness that's brought to the public that this could happen at any time. The fires are still going on. The smoke could change direction with the wind. We could have another repeat of this.